Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Full House wasn't just a sitcom, it was a place. A warm living room where laughter softened grief, and where a broken family learned to become whole again. But the years beyond the credits were never scripted. In 2026, some beloved faces are still with us, older now, living quiet lives far from that San Francisco home, while others have already taken their final bow. Tonight, we look back with gratitude and honor the cast who turned comfort into a legacy. Jesse Katsopolis walked into Full House like a rock and roll fantasy. Leather jacket, perfect hair, and that Elvis-loving swagger that made the Tanner house feel instantly cooler. John Stamos, born August 19, 1963, was 24 when he first played Jesse in 1987, and what made his performance matter is how he let the character grow. Jesse could have stayed a charming bachelor forever, but Stamos gave him layers, loyalty, vulnerability, and a tenderness that slowly replaced the ego. His bond with the girls, especially Michelle, became one of the show's emotional anchors. Proof that fatherhood isn't only biological, it's the daily choice to show up. Then came Becky, marriage, and twins. Storylines that pushed Jesse from the fun uncle into a real adult without losing the humor. Off-screen, Stamos built a career that moved between television, comedy, drama, and music, keeping his public image polished while still honoring the role that defined a generation's childhood. In 2026, John Stamos is 63. And when you rewatch Jesse now, the nostalgia isn't only the jokes, it's the feeling that people can change, soften, and still keep their spark. DJ Tanner was the steady center of the girls. Responsible, caring, and often forced to grow up faster than she should have after losing her mom. Candace Cameron Bure, born April 6, 1976, was only 11 when she began the role in 1987. And her performance mattered because she made DJ feel like a real older sister, equal parts comfort and pressure. DJ wasn't perfect. She had crushes, mistakes, insecurities, but she kept trying to be the strong one, and viewers recognized that quiet burden. The show's warmth depends on characters like DJ, who hold the emotional logic together while everyone else delivers punchlines. Bure played her with sincerity that never asked for applause, letting the audience feel the sweetness and the strain of being a child in a household that needed her to act like an adult. In later years, she remained active in television and family-focused projects, becoming a familiar face to audiences who grew up with her. In 2026, Candace Cameron Bure is 50, and DJ remains a portrait of resilience. The girl who learned to smile through loss and still helped make that house feel like home. Joey Gladstone was comedy with a heart, cartoon voices, goofy bits, and the kind of childlike warmth that made grief easier to carry. Dave Coulier, born September 21, 1959, was 28 when he took on Joey in 1987. And what made his performance matter is that he never played Joey as just the clown. Under the impressions and slapstick was genuine devotion. Danny's best friend, who didn't merely visit, he moved in, stayed, and helped raise 3 girls as if love were a responsibility he welcomed. Joey's humor wasn't meant to steal scenes. It was meant to keep the room from breaking when life got heavy. Coulier's timing made kids laugh, but his softness made parents trust him because he treated family as a real commitment, not a sitcom setup. Off-screen, Coulier continued working in comedy, television, and voice acting, one of those entertainers whose career is built less on scandal than on steady work and audience affection. In 2026, Dave Coulier is 67. And rewatching Joey now feels like returning to an old kind of comfort. Laughter that never mocked pain, only tried to lift it. Kimmy Gibbler was chaos at the door. Loud outfits, louder confidence, and a personality too big to fit inside the Tanner rules. Andrea Barber, born July 3, 1976, was 11 when she began playing Kimmy in 1987, and her performance mattered because Kimmy could have been a one-note joke. Barber made her loyal. Under the weirdness was a best friend who always showed up, even when the family teased her, even when she didn't fit. That resilience is part of why audiences remember Kimmy with affection. She refused to shrink herself to be accepted, and over time the house accepted her anyway. Kimmy also added something essential to the show's world building. She made DJ's life feel like real adolescence because teens don't grow up only inside family. They grow up in friendships that are messy, loud, and sometimes awkwardly unconditional. Barber later stepped away for a period, then returned to the public eye through franchise work and fan events. Proof that certain characters never truly leave pop culture. In 2026, Andrea Barber is 50, and Kimmy remains a reminder that being too much can still be lovable, especially when your heart is in the right place. Danny Tanner was the emotional spine of Full House, a widowed father trying to stay gentle while holding three girls together, with equal parts structure, love, and corny dad jokes. Bob Saget, born May 17, 1956, was 31 when he began the role in 1987, and his performance mattered because it kept the show honest. The comedy worked because Danny's love felt real. He cleaned obsessively, yes, but underneath that neatness was grief, fear, and the quiet determination to build a safe home after loss. Saget played Danny as a man who needed his friends not just for childcare, but for survival, turning the household into a model of chosen family long before the phrase became common. Off-screen, Saget's career included stand-up that was far edgier than the show's tone, yet he remained beloved for the warmth he projected as Danny. He passed away on January 9th, 2022, at 65. And rewatching him now lands differently. The dad speeches feel softer, the hugs feel heavier, and the comfort feels sharper, because the man who played America's TV father is now part of the memory he helped create. Becky Katsopoulos brought balance to the Tanner home, intelligent, calm, and strong enough to meet Jesse's swagger without being swallowed by it. Lori Loughlin, born July 28, 1964, was 24 when she joined the series in 1988, and her performance mattered because Becky expanded the show's idea of family. She wasn't only a love interest, she became an anchor, partner, wife, mother, and a steady adult voice in a house full of chaos. Loughlin played Becky with warmth and competence, making the romance with Jesse feel like growth rather than fantasy. Their relationship added one of the show's most lasting emotional arcs. Two people learning how to build a life, not just share scenes. Off-screen, Loughlin's public image became complicated later in life, and that contrast between wholesome memory and real-world headlines changed how some viewers revisit her work. Yet the performance itself remains what it always was, a calm presence that helped the show feel stable. In 2026, Lori Loughlin is 62, and Becky remains a reminder that sitcom love stories work best when the characters feel like real adults choosing each other day after day. Stephanie Tanner was the show's spark, bold, funny, and secretly the most emotionally perceptive kid in the Tanner house. Jodie Sweetin, born January 19, 1982, was just 5 when she began playing Stephanie in 1987, and what made her performance matter is that she grew up on camera without losing the character's inner truth. Stephanie's "How rude" became a catchphrase, but beneath the comedy was a child learning how to live, with grief, rivalry, and the strange pressure of being the middle one. Sweeten gave Stephanie a real childhood texture, confidence that sometimes cracked, bravado that sometimes hit hurt, and moments of tenderness that turned sitcom scenes into something quietly personal. As the series matured, Stephanie's storylines did too, shifting from playground comedy to deeper coming-of-age beats. And Sweeten met that shift with sincerity that never felt manufactured. Off-screen, her life included public struggles and a hard-won recovery journey that changed how many fans rewatched the show. The laughter stays, but the resilience feels louder. In 2026, Jodie Sweetin is 44. And Stephanie remains a reminder that the funniest kid in the room is often the one using humor to survive, until she's strong enough to stand without it. Steve Hale was teenage sweetness with sitcom timing. DJ's high school boyfriend who brought young love into the Tanner house without turning it into melodrama. Scott Weinger, born October 5, 1975, was 15 when he first appeared as Steve in 1991, and what made his performance matter is warmth. Steve was goofy, hungry, sometimes clueless, yet always sincere. In a show built on family bonds, Steve gave DJ a storyline outside the living room. The awkwardness of first romance, the joy of being chosen, the heartbreak of growing up and changing. Weinger played Steve like a real teenager, trying hard, messing up, recovering with a smile, so the relationship felt like something viewers actually lived through, not just watched. Off-screen, Weinger's career became a fascinating dual identity, actor to audiences, and also a voice tied to childhood nostalgia for millions through Disney animation. That kind of longevity is rare, and it fits the Full House theme perfectly. Comfort that keeps following you. In 2026, Scott Weinger is 51, and Steve remains a reminder of the show's gentler side. Young love that wasn't perfect, just honest, like a first chapter you remember even after life writes many more. Teddy brought youthful chaos into the Tanner universe, mischief with a grin, the kind of kid energy that turns a calm moment into a new problem. Taj Mowry, born May 17, 1986, was 5 when he played Teddy in the early 90s, and what made his presence matter is that he expanded the show's neighborhood family. Sitcoms thrive when the world outside the main house feels alive, and Teddy added that sense of community. Siblings, visitors, kids who bounce in and out with their own personalities and trouble. Mowry's natural child actor ease made Teddy feel like a real little brother. Playful, fearless, and sometimes too confident for his own good. His scenes brought lighter, kid-centered humor that matched Michelle's world, keeping the show balanced as the older characters moved into more grown-up storylines. Off-screen, Mowry continued building a strong career across television and voice work, proving he wasn't just a cute cameo, he was a performer with staying power. In 2026, Taj Mowry is 40, and Teddy remains a small but memorable reminder that Full House wasn't only about the main cast, it was about a whole orbit of kids growing up in the warm spill of that Tanner living room. Viper arrived with the cool kid sheen of the mid-90s. Street smart, relaxed, and built to contrast the Tanner house's wholesome center. David Lipper, born February 17, 1974, was 20 when he played Viper in 1994. And what made his performance matter is that he helped the show age with its audience. As the original girls grew up, Full House needed a wider teen world, friends, hangouts, and that slightly rebellious flavor of adolescence. Viper delivered it without tipping the show into cynicism. He wasn't a threat, he was a vibe, someone who made the teenage scenes feel current for the era while still fitting the series' gentle moral compass. Lipper played him with easy charisma, creating a character who could be cool without being cruel. and that's why he remains fondly remembered rather than forgotten. Off-screen, Lipper kept working in entertainment in front of and behind the camera, shaping projects beyond the one-role fans still quote. In 2026, David Lipper is 52, and Viper remains a snapshot of Full House's later season evolution, the moment the show let a little edge into the room, without ever losing the warmth that made it home. Vicki Larson brought a softer adult romance into Full House, the kind that felt less like teenage fantasy and more like real-life learning how to compromise. Gail Edwards, born September 27, 1952, was 39 when she played Vicki in 1991, and her performance mattered because she grounded Jesse's storyline in maturity. Vicki wasn't dazzled by hair and swagger. She had her own standards, her own life, and her own quiet strength. That dynamic gave Jesse something important, the chance to grow beyond the cool uncle persona and face what commitment actually costs. Edwards played Vicki with warmth and steadiness, creating a love interest who didn't exist to decorate a scene, she existed to challenge a character. And when the relationship didn't land in a tidy fairy tale ending, it felt strangely honest for a comfort sitcom. Sometimes love is real and still not the final chapter. Off-screen, Edwards' career continued across television and performance work, building a reputation for solid human presence. In 2026, Gail Edwards is 74, and Vicki remains a reminder that Full House could do more than hugs and punchlines. It could show adulthood's quieter truths, where the hardest part of love is timing. Nikki Katsopoulos helped reshape the Tanner house by adding a new generation, small laughter, twin chaos, and the feeling that the family's story keeps expanding. Blake Twomey Wilhoit, born November 29, 1990, was 2 when he began playing Nikki in 1992, and his role mattered because the twins turned Jesse and Becky into full-time parents, not just romantic sitcom figures. Nikki and Alex weren't merely cute additions. They shifted the household's rhythm, creating storylines about responsibility, patience, and the comedy of adults, realizing life is no longer about them. As with many child roles, the magic was simplicity. The presence of real toddlers changed the tone of scenes, making the home feel lived in rather than staged. Off-screen, Blake chose a life far from celebrity spotlight, stepping away from acting and building a more private adult identity, something many former child actors never get the chance to do cleanly. In 2026, Blake Twomey Wilhoit is 36, and Nikki remains a soft nostalgia trigger, proof that in Full House the family didn't just heal, its love kept multiplying until the house felt too small to hold it all. Denise Fraser brought fresh energy and real-world texture into Michelle's world, confident, sassy, and instantly believable as a childhood friend you'd meet on the playground. Journey Smollett, born October 1st, 1986, was 6 when she appeared as Denise in 1992, and her role mattered because it added diversity and broadened the show's sense of community. In a sitcom built on home, friendship is part of home too, and Denise helped make Michelle's childhood feel fuller than just family scenes. Smollett's early screen presence stood out. Bright eyes, strong timing, and a natural confidence that hinted at the performer she would become. Off-screen, her career grew into something far bigger than a guest role, building respect through dramatic performances and a reputation for depth that many child actors never achieve. That contrast makes her Full House appearance especially interesting to revisit. You're watching an early spark before the world understood how far it would travel. In 2026, Journey Smollett is 40, and Denise remains a reminder that even small roles can leave an imprint, because sometimes a brief friendship on screen becomes part of how we remember our own childhoods. Irene Katsopoulos brought family history into the room. The mother who explains Jesse without needing flashbacks, teasing him with the kind of affectionate honesty only a parent can deliver. Yvonne Wilder, born September 21, 1937, was 51 when she played Irene in 1988, and her performance mattered because it deepened the show's chosen family theme by reminding us that the characters had real roots. Irene's appearances were short, but they carried warmth and texture, the sense of a larger family tree beyond the Tanner living room, and the proof that Jesse's bravado came from somewhere: love, upbringing, and the playful pressure of being known too well. Wilder played Irene with lively charm, never overstaying her welcome, leaving behind the feeling of a real mom dropping by, stirring the pot just enough, then going home smiling. Off-screen, Wilder had a long career across television and film, part of that generation of working performers who could lift a scene with ease. She passed away in 2021 at 84, and rewatching her now feels like seeing the show's hidden strength. Not just the main cast, but the guest stars who made the world feel authentic, like family really did extend beyond the frame. Mr. Strobridge was the classic school authority figure, stern, no-nonsense, and perfectly designed to clash with the Tanner kids' chaos. Richard Paul, born June 6, 1940, was 48 when he played the principal in 1988, and his performance mattered because it brought a believable outside world into the sitcom. Full House works best when the warm home meets real consequences, school rules, discipline, embarrassment, and the awkward lesson of learning how to behave when your dad isn't there to give a speech at the end. Paul played Strobridge with strict clarity, but with just enough humanity to keep him from becoming a cartoon villain. He felt like a principal you might actually remember, intimidating, frustrating, and, when you look back, probably trying to keep the building from falling apart. His presence added structure to the girls' growing up years, showing that family life doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in hallways, classrooms, and the moments kids learn who they are outside the home. Richard Paul passed away in 1998 at 58, and his role remains a small but important note in the series' world. A reminder that growing up requires more than love. It requires boundaries too, even when they come with a frown. Michelle Tanner became the show's beating "aww," the tiny voice, the innocent confidence, the catchphrases that turned into childhood memory for an entire generation. Ashley Olsen, born June 13, 1986, was only one when she began sharing the role in 1987, and her presence mattered because Michelle wasn't just cute. She was the emotional glue of the household. In a home built from loss, Michelle represented new life, laughter that arrived naturally, comfort that didn't need explanation, and the kind of sweetness that softened even the toughest adults in the room. As Michelle grew, the character became more mischievous and self-assured, and the Olsens' calm ease made it believable, like the Tanner house raised a real child, not a sitcom prop. Off-screen, Ashley's life moved far beyond television fame, shifting into fashion and business success with a kind of privacy that child stars rarely get to reclaim. In 2026, Ashley Olsen is 40, and Michelle remains a time capsule of early childhood on TV, proof that sometimes a character doesn't need long speeches to become immortal. She only needs to make you feel safe, the way home is supposed to. Mary-Kate Olsen shared Michelle Tanner the way childhood itself is shared, half memory, half magic, impossible to separate from the feeling of the era. Born June 13, 1986, she was one when she began the role in 1987. And what made her work matter is that Michelle grew into more than the baby of the house. She became a symbol of how the Tanner family healed, a child who never knew the mother the audience mourned, yet still carried the warmth that made the household whole. Michelle's confidence, her ability to negotiate with adults, charm her way out of trouble, and still melt into a hug when the world felt big, became a core flavor of Full House. The Olsens' performances worked because they felt effortless, like real-life toddler moods captured at the perfect angle, stubborn one second, angelic the next. Off-screen, Mary-Kate's story followed a different path than most child actors, leaving acting behind and building a powerful fashion identity that reshaped how the public saw her. In 2026, Mary-Kate Olsen is 40, and Michelle remains one of television's most enduring childhood portraits because she represents the simplest fantasy we all miss, a house full of love where someone always comes when you call. As the lights dim in the Tanner living room, what remains isn't just nostalgia. It's the feeling that this show understood something simple and true. A family isn't defined by how it begins, but by who stays when life gets hard. In 2026, some of these beloved faces are still with us, older now, carrying decades beyond San Francisco. Others are gone, but never truly absent, because their laughter still lives in every rerun, waiting like a familiar porch light in the window. If this tribute brought you comfort tonight, please like, subscribe, and share the moment that still holds your heart. From Classic Hollywood TV, good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Home Alone didn't just make us laugh, it became a holiday ritual, a time capsule of childhood courage and Christmas chaos. But behind the paint cans and broken ornaments were real lives that the laugh track never protected. Sudden fame, quiet disappearances, painful turns, and heartbreaking goodbyes. In 2026, we look back at the faces behind this classic, who rose, who stepped away, and who we sadly lost. Joe Pesci brought something almost dangerous to Home Alone, the full intensity of a dramatic actor, compressed into a furious slapstick villain. Born in 1943 in Newark, New Jersey, he was 47 when he played Harry Lime, leader of the Wet Bandits, and he made Harry scary enough to matter, even as the film turned his rage into comedy. Pesci's performance mattered because he never treated the character like a joke. Harry plots, threatens, and seethes with real heat. And that's exactly why the traps land so well. Every fall, every burn, every humiliating defeat becomes funnier because Pesci keeps Harry's dignity alive long enough for it to be destroyed again. The contrast became unforgettable. An Oscar-winning tough guy presence reduced to slipping on ice and screaming in frustration, yet still believable as a threat. It's precision acting, timing, tone, and physical comedy controlled like a metronome. Afterward, Pesci worked more selectively, choosing projects on his terms rather than chasing constant visibility, which only deepened his mystique. In 2026, Joe Pesci is 83, an elder statesman of film, whose Harry still resurfaces every holiday season, squinting through pain and rage as if he can't believe he's losing to a child. And that's the magic. In a movie built on imagination, Pesci made the bad guy real, so the victory could feel like a miracle. Daniel Stern turned physical suffering into pure comic alchemy as Marv. Tall, dim-witted, and endlessly shocked that the universe keeps hitting back. Born in 1957, Stern was 33 when he played the Wet Bandits' human punching bag, and what made his performance matter is that he commits like it's Shakespeare. The screams are musical, the reactions are rubbery, and every beat lands with metronome precision, from the nail-in-the-foot horror to that tarantula moment that still makes audiences wince before they laugh. Yet beneath the pratfalls, Stern gives Marv an odd innocence, a crook with a childlike disbelief that pain can keep escalating. That innocence is why the slapstick never turns cruel. It stays cartoonish, almost dreamlike, exactly the tone Home Alone needs to feel like childhood imagination on screen. After the film, Stern built a varied career across acting, directing, and narration, proving his range went far beyond falling down icy steps. In 2026, Daniel Stern is 69, and every December, Marv still feels like the sound of a generation laughing, because Stern made every impact look real, and every defeat feel like holiday tradition. Catherine O'Hara turned what could have been a simple worried mom role into the film's emotional anchor. Born in 1954, she was 36 when she played Kate McAllister, the mother who realizes, far too late, that her youngest child is alone in a big empty house. O'Hara's performance matters because it gives the movie stakes beyond slapstick. She moves from harried parent in a chaotic household to a woman consumed by guilt, and she plays that journey with a balance only great comedic actors can pull off. Panic with humor, desperation with dignity. Her airport scenes, her frantic bargaining, the absurd ride home, all of it works because O'Hara keeps Kate human, not heroic, not perfect, just a mother who feels she failed in the most fundamental way and will tear through the world to fix it. That's why the reunion lands so hard. When Kate finally reaches Kevin, the laughter drops away and relief takes over like a wave. In 2026, Catherine O'Hara is 72, and watching her now reminds you what Home Alone really hides under the traps, the terror of losing, and the joy of finding the ones you love. John Hurd's Peter McAllister is the quiet realism inside the film's noise, the father who doesn't deliver big speeches, but whose steady presence makes the family feel real. Born in 1945, Hurd was 45 when he played Peter, and what matters about his performance is restraint. In a house full of chaos, Peter is the adult trying, sometimes failing, to keep a large family pointed in the same direction. Hurd doesn't play him as a villain or a clown. He plays him as a recognizably human parent, distracted, stressed, occasionally irritated, and then suddenly struck by guilt when the truth hits. That shift, frustration collapsing into horror, is one of the film's most quietly painful moments, because it reminds us Kevin wasn't forgotten by people who didn't care. He was forgotten by people overwhelmed by life. Hurd brought the weight of a serious actor to a family comedy, and it's part of why the McAllisters don't feel like cartoons. They feel like relatives. He continued working steadily for decades. John Hurd passed away in 2017 at 71, and rewatching him now adds an unexpected tenderness. A father frozen in time, walking into that wrecked living room, still stunned, still learning what matters most. Buzz McAllister is the older brother every youngest child remembers, loud, sarcastic, and seemingly designed to ruin your day. Devin Rattray was only 13 when he played Buzz, and what makes his performance matter is that he captures a very specific kind of teenage power, cruel in the casual way siblings can be, but still rooted in family reality. Buzz hoards pizza like it's treasure, guards his tarantula like it's a crown, and delights in humiliating Kevin with the confidence of someone who thinks he owns the house. Yet Rattray keeps Buzz from becoming purely hateful. Under the swagger and eye rolls, there are flickers of insecurity, and just enough humanity to make him believable as a real brother, not a movie monster. That's why Buzz has become strangely nostalgic over time, annoying, unforgettable, and oddly comforting, like an old family photo you cringe at, but still keep. Rattray continued acting beyond Home Alone, carving out work as a character actor. In 2026, Devin Rattray is 49, and Buzz remains a reminder that part of childhood pain is surviving the people closest to you, until you grow up and realize they were just kids too, wearing confidence like armor. Megan McAllister adds a believable layer of teenage exasperation to that crowded house. Raised eyebrows, dry remarks, and the kind of sarcasm that feels like it was practiced at the dinner table for years. Hilary Wolf was 13 when she played Megan, and what makes her performance matter is authenticity. Megan doesn't get grand emotional scenes. She gets the small, real ones, quick looks, sharp lines, that effortless, I can't believe this family energy that makes the McAllisters feel lived in. Wolf's delivery feels like genuine sibling banter. She knows exactly how to push Kevin's buttons, yet still belongs to the same messy, loving unit. And then her story took a fascinating turn, one of the most unusual paths among the Home Alone kids. Wolf stepped away from acting not long after and pursued judo at an elite level, trading film sets for training halls and competition. That contrast makes her presence in the movie feel like a snapshot of a brief chapter, frozen forever in Christmas chaos. In 2026, Hilary Wolf is 49, and Megan remains proof that sometimes the smallest performances are the ones that make a fictional family feel true. Angela Goethals delivers one of Home Alone's most hauntingly ironic lines with effortless ease. A reminder that family is the thing you only understand when it's gone. Goethals was 13 when she played Linny, and what makes her performance matter is the balance. Annoyed sister on the surface, genuine concern underneath. Linny's frustration with Kevin feels real, but so does the tenderness that peeks through in quieter beats. And when Kevin later echoes the film's core fear, waking up without a family, Linny's throwaway remark becomes an accidental prophecy, giving the story emotional depth beyond the slapstick. Goethals never overplays it. She keeps Linny grounded, like someone viewers could actually have grown up with. Impatient, sarcastic, but still part of the same love they all take for granted until it disappears. After Home Alone, she continued working in film and television, often choosing roles that suited her subtlety. In 2026, Angela Goethals is 49, and rewatching Linny now feels like hearing a truth you didn't understand as a kid. Family hurts and heals in equal measure, and you don't realize what it is until the house goes quiet. Jeff McAllister is the brother who watches the chaos from half a step back, amused, resigned, like he's seen this exact family storm 100 times before. Michael C. Morona was 13 when he played Jeff, and what makes his performance matter is texture. Jeff doesn't dominate scenes, but his dry reactions help the McAllister household feel real. The travel panic, the arguments, the scramble for seats. He looks like a kid who learned long ago that survival means staying calm and letting the madness burn itself out. That quiet realism is important in a film full of big comedy. It grounds the family so Kevin's loneliness hits harder later. After Home Alone, Morona became especially memorable to many viewers through the adventures of Pete and Pete, and later he shifted behind the camera, working in the practical nuts and bolts side of filmmaking. There's something fitting about that path, a kid who once stood inside a classic movie crowd, later helping build the worlds other people perform in. In 2026, Michael C. Morona is 49, and Jeff remains the quiet proof that even small roles can hold up a whole family illusion, making the story feel like home. Fuller McAllister doesn't have much dialogue, but he has one of the most unforgettable auras in the film. That small cousin with oversized glasses and a soda habit so legendary it becomes a family warning. Kieran Culkin was just 8 when he played Fuller, and what makes his performance matter is the detail. Tiny looks, sly satisfaction, The sense that this kid understands the family dynamics better than the adults do. Fuller's gag is simple, but Culkin makes it feel like a real child's world. The quiet pride of being noticed, the mischievous joy of being dangerous in a harmless way. And when you watch his later career, the cameo becomes even more fascinating, because the boy who barely speaks here would grow into an actor known for sharp, complex, emotional work, building a reputation completely separate from the holiday chaos that introduced him. That evolution adds extra nostalgia to every rewatch. You're seeing an early spark, a face still learning the camera, already magnetic. In 2026, Kieran Culkin is 44, and Fuller remains a tiny but vital piece of Home Alone's magic. Proof that even the smallest kid in the room can leave a mark that lasts for decades. Old Man Marley could have been a simple, scary neighbor trope, but Robert's Blossom turned him into the quiet soul of Home Alone. Born in 1924, Blossom was 66 when he played Marley, and what makes his performance matter is the transformation. At first, Marley is pure childhood fear, silent, looming, glimpsed through frosted windows like a ghost story come alive. But Blossom's gentle eyes and measured presence slowly reveal a different truth: loneliness. In the church scene, where the film pauses its chaos, Blossom delivers something rare in a family comedy: a moment of stillness and confession. Marley's story of an estranged son, fear of rejection, and fragile hope for reconciliation doesn't just deepen Marley, it deepens Kevin. It teaches him that adults can be broken too, and that forgiveness can be braver than any trap. That final reunion, watched from across the street, hits like a quiet miracle because Blossom makes it feel earned. He passed away in 2011 at 87, but his work remains one of the film's most enduring emotional anchors. Rewatching Marley now feels different. It's not only nostalgia, it's a reminder that sometimes the person you fear is simply the person who needs love the most. John Candy appears in Home Alone for only a short time, but he leaves a warmth that lingers long after the credits roll. Born in 1950, Candy was 40 when he played Gus Polinski, the polka king of the Midwest, who offers Kate a desperate ride home. What makes his performance matter is kindness. Candy takes what could have been a broad cameo and fills it with humanity. Awkward small talk, goofy pride, and a sincere attempt to comfort a stranger drowning in guilt. His humor doesn't undercut Kate's fear. It softens it, giving the film one of its gentlest messages. Sometimes rescue arrives from people you never expected to meet. There's also a bittersweet layer now because Candy's natural warmth feels like a gift the film didn't even know it had. He was already beloved by audiences when Home Alone released, and his sudden death in 1994 at 43 cut short a career that still seemed full of possibility. Watching him today, talking about missed moments with his own child as a clumsy way to help Kate, hits differently. It's funny, yes, but also quietly heartbreaking. Because for a few minutes, Candy doesn't just play Gus. He plays the spirit of compassion itself, showing up right when the story needs a human hand. Larry Hankin's drugstore clerk appears in just one scene, yet it's one of the most quoted and most perfectly observed moments in the film. Born in 1940, Hankin was already a seasoned character actor when he played the baffled adult watching Kevin try to buy a toothbrush like a tiny fugitive. What makes the performance matter is restraint. Hankin doesn't perform the joke, he reacts like a real person confronted with a child acting suspiciously. And that realism makes Kevin's panic funnier, because the outside world doesn't know this is a Christmas war between a boy and burglars. To everyone else, it's just Tuesday. And this kid is deeply weird. Hankins' deadpan delivery and puzzled stare turn a mundane errand into a miniature thriller, adding texture to Kevin's independence. Yes, he can set traps, but he can also unravel under the simplest adult question. Hankin went on to appear across decades of film and television, becoming one of those faces audiences recognize instantly. In 2026, Larry Hankin is 86, and his brief cameo remains proof that Home Alone isn't only built on big stars. Sometimes it's built on a single, perfectly timed look that makes the whole world feel real for just long enough, before the magic takes over again. Macaulay Culkin didn't merely play Kevin McAllister. He defined what 90s childhood looked like on screen. Defiant, funny, frightened, and brave all at once. Born in 1980 in New York City, he was only 10 when he turned a forgotten kid into a hero who could outthink two grown men at Christmas time. Culkin's performance mattered because it balanced two worlds at the same time: the slapstick war against the burglars and the quiet ache of being left behind. Kevin could be mouthy and mischievous, yet never cruel, lonely yet determined not to crumble. His wide-eyed panic, whispered prayers, and sudden flashes of courage gave the film its heart, while his booby traps gave it legend. And then came the cost of becoming every child on Earth. Fame arrived fast, and it didn't leave gently. Culkin's life became a public story before he'd had time to grow up privately, and stepping away from the spotlight became its own form of survival. In later years, he returned on his own terms: selective work, a quieter presence, and a willingness to smile at the nostalgia without letting it swallow him. In 2026, Macaulay Culkin is 46, and every December, Kevin's story still hits the same place in the chest, because it isn't only about traps. It's about a child learning he can endure the world, even when the world forgets him. And that is the lasting magic of Home Alone. Not just the traps, not just the laughs, but the quiet truth underneath it all. A child learning he can survive. A mother racing home with guilt in her throat. A lonely neighbor finding the courage to forgive. In 2026, some faces from this classic are still with us, carrying decades beyond that snowy Chicago street. Others are gone, yet preserved forever in the warm glow of holiday reruns where time pauses and childhood feels possible again. If this tribute brought you back, please like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments. Which Home Alone moment still hits you the hardest? And which cast member do you miss the most? From classic Hollywood TV, good night. The Big Bang Theory made loneliness funny, then turned it into friendship. But behind those perfect punchlines were real lives the laugh track never covered: private battles, sudden breakups, career pressure, and moments that quietly changed everything. In 2026, we look back at the cast, what the cameras showed, and what the years revealed after the lights went out. Penny arrived in Pasadena like sunlight through a window, street smart, instinctive, and refreshingly unimpressed by the intellectual world next door. Kaylee Cuoco was 22 when she took on the role in 2007, and what made her performance matter is that she never played Penny as the normal one. She played her as the emotional translator of the series, the bridge between the scientists' brilliant minds and the ordinary human needs they struggled to name. Penny's humor wasn't just reaction, it was survival. She could tease, challenge, and soften a room in the same breath, grounding the show whenever it threatened to float away into pure caricature. Over time, Penny grew from aspiring actress to a woman finding her footing, building confidence in a life that didn't arrive the way she first imagined. That arc resonated because it felt real. Sometimes adulthood isn't about achieving the dream. It's about becoming someone strong enough to accept a different one. Cuoco's timing kept the comedy crisp, but her warmth kept the story human. In 2026, Kalei Cuoco is 41 and her legacy is clear. She helped turn a sitcom about geniuses into a show with a very beating heart, one that millions still recognize as comfort. Raj Koothrappali was tenderness wrapped in insecurity, a brilliant mind with a romantic heart that never quite learned how to protect itself. Kunal Nayyar was 26 when he began playing Raj in 2007, and his performance mattered because he made vulnerability funny without making it cheap. Raj's early selective mutism became more than a gag. It became a symbol of social fear, wanting connection so badly you can't speak when it arrives. Nayyar brought charm and elegance to the role, letting Raj be sensitive, fashionable, and emotionally open in a way sitcom men weren't always allowed to be. Over the years, Raj's journey became the show's quiet ache. The one who longed for love the most often walked closest to heartbreak. And yet he kept reaching, still hoping, still trying, still capable of joy. That persistence gave the character dignity. Nayyar's skill was in balance. He could deliver a punchline, then let a small pause reveal what the joke was hiding. Loneliness, need, sincerity. In 2026, Kunal Nayyar is 45. Rewatching Raj now feels like revisiting a portrait of modern longing. Smart enough to understand the world, tender enough to be wounded by it, and brave enough to keep searching anyway. Leonard Hofstadter was the show's emotional center disguised as the reasonable guy. Johnny Galecki was 32 when he began in 2007, and his performance mattered because Leonard carried the burden of being the bridge between Sheldon's rigid genius and Penny's real-world instincts, between brilliance and insecurity, between friendship and frustration. Leonard isn't the loudest character, but he's often the most human, the one who wants love, stability, and belonging, yet keeps colliding with childhood wounds and self-doubt. Galecki played Leonard with lived-in sensitivity, soft eyes, wounded humor, and a patience that sometimes cracked just enough to feel true. His romance with Penny became the series' backbone not because it was perfect, but because it was earned. Two people growing toward each other, learning how to love across differences without losing themselves. Leonard's story also quietly explored what it costs to be the responsible one in a group of outsized personalities. You become the caretaker, the negotiator, the glue. In 2026, Johnny Galecki is 51, and Leonard remains a reminder that the most heroic role in a comedy isn't always the funniest. It's the one who keeps the family together when everyone else is spiraling. Sheldon Cooper was the engine, precision, routine, and a mind so sharp it sometimes cut the people closest to him. Jim Parsons was 34 when he began in 2007, and his performance mattered because he made a difficult character lovable without sanding down the edges. Sheldon's comedy wasn't just quirks, it was structure, rhythm, repetition, exactness, and the terrifying honesty of someone who doesn't understand why feelings hurt, yet keeps stepping on them. Parsons played that with musical control, turning a rigid personality into a living instrument. And then the show did something deeper. It let Sheldon evolve. Friendship taught him language. Love taught him patience. Life taught him that intelligence isn't enough if you can't live among people. Parsons delivered that growth carefully, small shifts, subtle warmth, moments where the mask slips and you see the frightened child inside the genius. That's why Sheldon became iconic, not because he was perfect, but because he was changing. In 2026, Jim Parsons is 53, and Sheldon remains one of television's most unforgettable portraits of transformation, proof that even the most rigid mind can learn tenderness, one hard-earned step at a time. Stuart Bloom was the show's quiet ache hiding inside a punchline, the comic book store owner who always seemed one step behind life, yet never stopped showing up. Kevin Sussman, born December 4th, 1970, was 39 when he first appeared in 2009, and his performance mattered because Stewart made the world outside the main apartment feel real. He wasn't a genius with awards or a romance built for the spotlight. He was a guy trying to keep the lights on, trying to belong, trying to be included without becoming a joke. Sussman played Stewart with gentle specificity, awkwardness without cruelty, desperation without melodrama, humor that often carried a bruise underneath it. Over time, the character evolved from a recurring sad sack into something warmer, a true friend orbiting the group, and eventually someone allowed a little happiness of his own. That arc worked because Sussman never asked the audience to pity Stewart. He simply let him be human. In 2026, Kevin Sussman is 56, and rewatching Stewart now feels like rewatching a reminder that not everyone in a sitcom gets to be the hero, yet the people who keep trying are often the most relatable ones. Barry Kripke was confidence weaponized, loud, smug, and always ready to needle Sheldon at exactly the wrong moment. John Ross Bowie, born May 30th, 1971, was 38 when he began appearing in 2009, and his performance mattered because Kripke gave the show a rival who felt real inside the academic world. Not evil, just competitive, petty, and brilliantly annoying. Bowie understood the secret to making an antagonist enjoyable: play him like he's the hero of his own story. Kripke isn't trying to be liked, he's trying to win, and that makes his scenes crackle because he forces the main characters, especially Sheldon, to confront something they can't easily solve with intelligence: ego. Bowie's comedic precision made Kripke unforgettable, turning small appearances into instant energy spikes while still letting the character occasionally show flashes of camaraderie when it benefited him. In 2026, John Ross Bowie is 55, and rewatching Kripke feels like revisiting the show's sharper seasoning, proof that sitcom worlds don't feel complete until someone walks in and pokes the soft spot on purpose. Amy Farrah Fowler entered the series like a mirror held up to Sheldon. Brilliant, rigid, socially awkward, and quietly lonely. Mayim Bialik, born December the 12th, 1975, was 35 when she first appeared in 2010, and her performance mattered because Amy transformed the show's emotional range. What began as an intellectual match gradually became one of television's most satisfying slow-burn evolutions. A woman learning friendship, humor, and intimacy without losing her identity. Bialik played Amy with exquisite control. Awkward pauses, over-precise phrasing, and sudden bursts of longing that revealed how badly Amy wanted to be included. And as Amy grew closer to Penny and Bernadette, the show deepened. It wasn't just about men behaving strangely, it was about people learning how to connect. Amy's relationship with Sheldon added tenderness to a character built from rules, and Bialik delivered that change in small, believable steps. Earned warmth, not a magical rewrite. In 2026, Mayim Bialik is 51, and rewatching Amy now feels like watching emotional courage in comedic form. The bravery it takes to keep reaching for people when you've spent a lifetime being alone. Emily Sweeney brought a darker, sharper flavor into Raj's romantic life. Smart, dry, and unbothered by the group's quirks in a way that made her stand out. Laura Spencer, born May 8, 1986, was 28 when she joined in 2014, and her performance mattered because Emily wasn't written as a fantasy girlfriend. She was a real adult with her own tone, confident, sometimes blunt, sometimes amused, and occasionally unsettling in the way she embraced the macabre. That contrast gave Raj something he desperately needed, a relationship that didn't treat him like a fragile joke. Spencer played Emily with warmth beneath the edge, letting their romance feel plausible even when it was uncomfortable, and that discomfort was part of the point. Raj's love life had long been defined by yearning and insecurity, and Emily forced him to face what he truly wanted, rather than what he imagined love should look like. In 2026, Laura Spencer is 40, and rewatching Emily now feels like revisiting a late-season attempt to let Raj grow up emotionally, imperfectly, awkwardly, but honestly. Will Wheaton's fictionalized self became one of the show's smartest meta-jokes, part celebrity cameo, part running nemesis, part unexpectedly loyal friend. Will Wheaton, born July 29, 1972, was 37 when he first appeared in 2009, and his performance mattered because he gave Sheldon a rival outside the science world, someone who could hurt him with something more dangerous than logic: social play. Wheaton played the TV Will with self-deprecating charm, leaning into pettiness just enough to make it hilarious, then slowly letting the character become part of the wider circle. That arc worked because it mirrored something real. Grudges fade, people change, and even the person who once embarrassed you can become someone you trust. His presence also expanded the show's pop culture universe, turning fandom into story fuel without feeling forced. In 2026, Will Wheaton is 54, and watching his appearances now feels like revisiting the show's playful confidence. Proof that The Big Bang Theory could laugh at itself and still build real emotional continuity along the way. Debbie Willowitz was never seen, yet she was everywhere. Booming voice, unstoppable opinions, and the invisible force shaping Howard's entire identity. Carol Ann Suzy, born February 2, 1952, began voicing Mrs. Wolowitz in 2007, and her performance mattered because she turned an off-screen character into a living presence. Her comedy wasn't just volume, it was rhythm. The timing of her shouts, the absurd specificity of her demands, the way Howard reacted like a man still trapped in childhood. Suzy made the relationship feel hysterical and strangely believable. And as Howard matured, Debbie's voice became more than a joke. It became the sound of family history, smothering, loving, exhausting, impossible to fully escape. Suzy's work proved a rare truth. You can build a character with nothing but voice and consequence. She passed away on November 11, 2014, at 62, after a brief battle with cancer, and the show's farewell carried real grief because it felt like losing an actual member of the household. Rewatching now, her voice is a time capsule, comic, loud, and heartbreakingly permanent. Dr. Kuthrapali brought a different kind of pressure into Raj's world, the voice of family expectation, tradition, and the complicated love that arrives as criticism. Brian George, born July 1, 1952, was 55 when he first appeared in 2007, and his performance mattered because it gave Raj a backstory with real weight. Raj's romantic insecurity wasn't just a quirk. It was also a life shaped by privilege, control, and the constant feeling of being managed. George played Dr. Kuthrapali with authority and humor, allowing the character to be overbearing without becoming one-note cruel. Those scenes expanded Raj beyond the sensitive friend into someone wrestling with identity, how to be himself while still belonging to a family that expects him to follow a script. In 2026, Brian George is 74, and rewatching him now feels like revisiting one of the show's quieter truths. Adulthood isn't only about finding love. Sometimes it's about negotiating the family you came from without losing the person you're trying to become. Bert Kibler was the sweetest kind of outsider. Socially awkward, quietly lonely, and so earnest it became funny in the gentlest way. Brian Posehn, born July 6, 1966, was 47 when he first appeared in 2013, and his performance mattered because Bert reminded the audience that even in a group of nerds, there are still levels of belonging. Posehn played Bert with soft humility, letting the character be overlooked without turning him into a punchline. His crushes, his awkward attempts at friendship, his surprising moments of confidence. Bert felt like the person always at the edge of the circle, hoping someone would make space. And when the group did make space, the show gained warmth. Inclusion as comedy, not humiliation. Posehn's dry delivery and weary sweetness made Bert instantly memorable, a character who could deliver a laugh and then leave a little ache behind it. In 2026, Brian Posehn is 60, and rewatching Bert now feels like revisiting a quiet morale of the series. The kindest person in the room is often the one who's been left out the longest. Mary Cooper walked into the series like comfort from a different world. Faith, southern warmth, and motherly love that could survive Sheldon's impolite and rules. Metcalf played Mary with humor that never mocked belief, and firmness that never became cruelty. Her scenes revealed a deeper truth. Sheldon's eccentricity didn't appear out of nowhere. It grew inside a family that loved him fiercely, even when it didn't fully understand him. Mary's mix of prayer, patience, and blunt honesty gave the show emotional warmth, proof that the real origin story of any complicated adult is the home they came from. In 2026, Laurie Metcalf is 71, and rewatching Mary now feels like revisiting the show's gentlest authority, a mother who can scold with love, defend with fire, and still leave a room smiling. Dr. Beverly Hofstadter was intelligence without warmth, clinical brilliance delivered with emotional distance so sharp it left scars. Christine Baranski, born May 2, 1952, was 57 when she first appeared in 2009, and her performance mattered because Beverly turned Leonard's insecurity into something visible, a childhood shaped by analysis instead of affection. Baranski played Beverly with elegant precision, every line measured, every reaction restrained, making her funny in the coldest way possible. And that coldness wasn't just a gag, it explained Leonard. His people-pleasing, his need for approval, his inability to believe he's enough. Beverly made those traits feel earned. Yet Baranski also gave Beverly complexity. When the mask cracked, when jealousy or regret slipped through, you realized she was human too, just trapped inside her own language of detachment. Her strange chemistry with Sheldon added another layer. Two minds appreciating each other, while completely ignoring the emotional fallout around them. In 2026, Christine Baranski is 74, and rewatching Beverly now feels like revisiting one of the show's most sophisticated portraits of family damage, delivered with comedy sharp enough to cut and craft strong enough to stay unforgettable. President Siebert bureaucratic realism into a world of geniuses, smiling authority, institutional pressure, and the reminder that even brilliant people answer to someone. Joshua Malina, born January 17, 1966, was 45 when he first appeared in 2011, and his performance mattered because he made Caltech feel like a real workplace rather than a cartoon lab. Siebert's scenes showed the politics of science, funding, public image, deadlines, and the quiet negotiation between individual brilliance and institutional needs. Melina played him with wit and ease, giving the character a dry charm that kept authority from becoming dull. He wasn't a villain, he was the system in human form, sometimes supportive, sometimes annoyed, always managing. Those moments deepened the show's world, reminding viewers that adulthood doesn't only involve friendships and romance, it also involves meetings, rules, and consequences. In 2026, Joshua Malina is 60, and rewatching Siebert now feels like revisiting the show's mature edge, the acknowledgement that genius is impressive, but it still lives inside structures that demand compromise, sometimes polite, sometimes painful. Zach Johnson was the charming, normal guy who walked into a world of scientists like a golden retriever entering a chess tournament, friendly, clueless, and strangely lovable. Brian Thomas Smith, born May 13, 1977, was 33 when he first appeared in 2010, and his performance mattered because Zach provided contrast without cruelty. He wasn't dumb as an insult. He was simple in a way that made the group's intellectual obsession look slightly ridiculous, and that's why he worked. Zach showed that kindness can exist without comprehension, and that being likable isn't the same as being brilliant. His history with Penny added a bittersweet tone, an alternate life she might have chosen, uncomplicated and easy, if she wanted simple more than growth. Smith played Zach with warmth that kept the character from becoming a stereotype. He made him feel genuinely decent. In 2026, Brian Thomas Smith is 49, and rewatching Zach now feels like revisiting one of the show's gentlest jokes. Sometimes the sweetest person in the room doesn't understand the conversation at all, and the world is better for it. Priya Koothrappali arrived as confidence with sharp edges, successful, intelligent, and absolutely unwilling to be impressed by the boys' usual routines. Artie Mann, born March 3, 1978, was 32 when she first appeared, and her performance mattered because Priya complicated Leonard's world in a way that felt adult. This wasn't a cute crush. It was a real relationship with power dynamics, ambition, long distance, jealousy, cultural tension, and the friction between who Leonard wanted to be and who he actually was. Mann played Priya with strength that never needed approval. She challenged the group, challenged Leonard, and triggered Raj's protective instincts in ways that revealed how tangled family and friendship can become. Priya also served a narrative purpose with emotional weight. She tested Leonard and Penny's inevitability by offering him something Penny couldn't at the time: polish, confidence, and a shared intellectual comfort. In 2026, Artie Mann is 48, and rewatching Priya now feels like revisiting the show's more mature realism. Love isn't only about compatibility, it's also about timing, boundaries, and what you refuse to compromise to keep someone close. Mrs. Koothrappali brought the full force of family expectation. Traditional values, relentless matchmaking, and the kind of maternal pressure that arrives disguised as love. Alice Amter, born May 11, 1966, was 41 when she first appeared in 2007, and her performance mattered because Raj's loneliness wasn't only personal, it was cultural and familial. Mrs. Koothrappali's phone calls and demands were funny, yes, but they also revealed a deeper truth. Raj was fighting two battles at once: his own insecurity and his family's insistence that his life follow a plan. Amter played the role with comedic authority, making the character overbearing without turning her into a monster. There were always hints of genuine care under the control, the sense that she truly believed she was protecting her son, even if she was suffocating him. Those scenes expanded Raj's identity, reminding the audience that adulthood isn't just self-discovery. It's also negotiating the people who raised you. In 2026, Alice Amter is 60, and rewatching Mrs. Koothrappali now feels like revisiting a familiar sitcom truth. Parents can love you deeply, and still be the loudest obstacle between you and your own life. Leslie Winkle was blunt truth with a lab coat, smart, sarcastic, and completely uninterested in protecting anyone's ego. Sarah Gilbert, born January the 29th, 1975, was 32 when she first appeared, and her performance mattered because Leslie changed the group dynamic instantly. She wasn't impressed by Sheldon's theatrics, she wasn't seduced by Leonard's sensitivity, and she didn't play along with the boys' social rituals. That candor created comedy with bite, because it punctured the men's self-importance in a way they weren't prepared to handle. Gilbert played Leslie with dry confidence, making her feel like a real scientist in a real workplace rather than a sitcom device. Even with limited appearances, she left a mark. The reminder that the world contains women who don't soften themselves to be more palatable, and that honesty can be its own kind of power. In 2026, Sarah Gilbert is 51, and rewatching Leslie now feels like revisiting a character who was ahead of the show's early tone, sharp, self-assured, and proof that sometimes the funniest person in the room is the one who refuses to pretend. Hallie Wolowitz may not dominate screen time, but she changed the meaning of Howard's life, and that mattered. Pamela Adlon, born July 9, 1966, voiced Hallie beginning in 2016, and her presence mattered because the show's characters finally stepped into something beyond dating and ambition. Parenthood. Hallie became a symbol of growth. Howard, once defined by immaturity and ego, suddenly responsible for someone smaller than himself. The comedy around Hallie often revealed Howard's tenderness, panic, protectiveness, joy, exhaustion, the emotional reality of becoming a father. Adlon's contribution sits in the show's later warmth, where the story quietly shifts from young adults figuring it out to adults building a life. In a series famous for jokes, Hallie represents legacy, what remains when the punchline ends. In 2026, Pamela Adlon is 60, and rewatching Hallie's impact now feels like a soft closing note for the show itself. Proof that The Big Bang Theory wasn't only about intelligence, it was about people finally learning how to love, commit, and grow up together. Bernadette arrived small and sweet, then revealed herself as one of the show's fiercest forces. Melissa Rauch, born June 23, 1980, was 29 when she joined in 2009, and her performance mattered because she turned contrast into power, a high voice paired with razor wit, warmth paired with intimidation, love paired with boundaries. Bernadette didn't just fix Howard, she demanded he grow up. And as their life expanded into marriage and motherhood, Rauch kept the character sharp without losing her humanity. Bernadette's ambition and career success added a modern realism to the sitcom world. Love doesn't replace ambition, and motherhood doesn't erase identity. Rauch played Bernadette as a woman who could nurture and still dominate a room, often becoming the one person the others were truly afraid to cross. Yet beneath the toughness were flashes of vulnerability, fear of being underestimated, exhaustion from carrying too much, love expressed through blunt truth. In 2026, Melissa Rauch is 46, and rewatching Bernadette now feels like watching a character who grew into her own authority. Proof that strength doesn't always arrive loudly. Sometimes it arrives with a smile and a warning. Howard Wolowitz began as swagger with a neon suit, flirting too hard, bragging too loudly, and hiding insecurity behind performance. Simon Helberg was 27 when he started the role in 2007. And what made his work matter is how completely he transformed Howard over time. Helberg gave Howard comic extravagance, voices, gestures, physical timing, but he also gave him growth. The man-child becoming a husband, then a father, then a true friend who could finally stand beside the others without needing to posture. Unlike the PhDs around him, Howard's identity had to be built differently, through competence, loyalty, and the humility to change. Helberg played that maturation without losing the character's comedic DNA. Howard remained funny, but the humor became warmer, less desperate. His relationship with Bernadette sharpened the story's emotional stakes. Love that demands responsibility, not just charm. And behind it all, the shadow of family, especially the famous unseen mother, gave Howard a tenderness Helberg knew exactly when to reveal. In 2026, Simon Helberg is 46. Rewatching Howard now feels like watching a man learn the hardest lesson in comedy. The bravest glow-up isn't style, it's character. Maybe that's why The Big Bang Theory still hits in 2026, because it wasn't only jokes. It was loneliness with a laugh track, insecurity disguised as sarcasm, and the quiet hope that one day you'll find people who understand your strange little world. Some cast stories stayed bright. Others turned complicated, marked by pressure, headlines, and private battles the camera never showed. But the work remains, preserved in every rerun like a familiar room you can still walk back into when life feels heavy. If this tribute stayed with you, please like, subscribe, and tell us below. Which character felt like your comfort, and which cast story surprised you most? From Classic Hollywood TV, good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. NCIS didn't just premiere in 2003, it settled into television like a ritual. Late-night comfort, steady justice, and characters who felt like co-workers you grew old with. Week after week, the cases changed, but the heartbeat stayed the same. Loyalty, loss, and the quiet family built inside a job that never stops asking for more. In 2026, some familiar faces are still with us, older now, carrying decades beyond the bullpen. Others have already taken their final bow. Tonight, we look back and honor the cast who made NCIS feel like home. Timothy McGee began as the probie, the young agent with the laptop, the nerves, and the hunger to prove he belonged in Gibbs's world. Sean Murray, born November 15, 1977, was 26 when he first stepped into the role in 2003. And what made McGee matter wasn't a single iconic moment. It was the long climb. In an era when TV characters often reset by the next episode, McGee actually grew season by season, from nervous rookie to steady investigator, from the tech guy behind the screen to a leader who could stand in the field and carry the weight. Murray played that evolution with restraint, never forcing toughness, always earning it, letting confidence build slowly in how McGee spoke, how he listened, how he stopped asking for permission. And the show needed that. McGee became the bridge between generations of the team, the proof that loyalty isn't loud, it's consistent. Even his personal storylines, especially Love and Family, added a deeper truth. The job takes a lot, and the people who last are the ones who learn how to live beyond it. In 2026, Sean Murray is 49, and rewatching McGee now feels like watching a rare television accomplishment. An entire adulthood unfolding on screen, one case at a time, without losing the character's quiet heart. Ducky wasn't just the medical examiner, he was the soul of the squad room. David McCallum, born September 19, 1933, was 70 when he first became Donald Ducky Mallard in 2003, and he brought something modern television rarely gives enough space to honor: gentle wisdom. His Ducky didn't rush. He observed, he remembered, and he spoke like a man who understood that every body on the table was once a whole life. McCallum's performance mattered because it softened the machinery of a crime drama. Yes, he delivered medical facts and forensic detail, but he also delivered humanity. Those stories he told, sometimes eccentric, sometimes poetic, weren't filler. They were the show's moral breathing room, reminding the audience that behind every case file is loss, and behind every badge is a person trying to carry it. His bond with Gibbs added another layer, trust forged over years, expressed in quiet loyalty rather than sentiment. McCallum passed away in 2023 at 90, and that farewell changes the tone of every rewatch, because Ducky now feels like a warm lamp left on in a long hallway, still guiding, still comforting, even after the voice has gone silent. Leroy Jethro Gibbs was discipline with a wound underneath, quiet intensity, unbreakable standards, and a moral code forged by loss. Mark Harmon, born September 2, 1951, was 52 when he first took the role in 2003, and he made Gibbs iconic by doing less, not more. Fewer words, heavier silences, sharper eyes. His performance mattered because it turned a procedural into a family. Gibbs didn't lead with speeches. He led with protection. The famous rules weren't gimmicks, they were survival tools carved out of experience and pain. Harmon let flashes of grief slip through the steel, just enough to remind you that this man's control was built to keep the world from breaking him again. And because that hurt felt real, the team's loyalty felt real too. One by one, NCIS stopped being cases and became people. Found family, trust earned, boundaries drawn, love expressed in awkward acts of care rather than sentiment. Harmon carried that tone for years, anchoring the show's heart even when the plots changed around him. In 2026, Mark Harmon is 75. And when you rewatch Gibbs now, the legacy is clear. He wasn't simply the boss. He was the steady center that made millions believe justice could still have a human face. Jimmy Palmer began as nervous kindness, Ducky's assistant with a trembling confidence and a good heart that couldn't hide behind sarcasm. Brian Dietzen, born November 14, 1977, was 27 when he first appeared in 2004, and over time he built one of the show's most satisfying evolutions. The gentle helper becoming the man who can carry the room. Dietzen's performance mattered because Palmer never lost his decency, even as the job hardened everyone else. He grew into competence without becoming cold, learning to speak up, take responsibility, and stand his ground while still remaining the emotional warmth of the autopsy world. That balance is rare on long-running TV. The character changes, but the soul stays intact. Palmer's story also proved that grief doesn't have to destroy you to change you. It can make you deeper, quieter, more compassionate. In a series full of bravado and danger, Palmer represented something almost radical: softness as strength. In 2026, Brian Dietzen is 49, and rewatching Jimmy now feels like returning to a familiar comfort, a reminder that in the darkest work, the kindest person in the room can still be the bravest. Leon Vance arrived as authority, sharp, strategic, and impossible to intimidate. Rocky Carroll, born July 8, 1963, was 45 when he joined in 2008, and he changed the temperature of the series by bringing leadership that felt political, personal, and real. Vance mattered because he wasn't simply the boss. He was the weight of the institution, budgets, consequences, national pressure, and the private cost of command. Carol played him with calm steel, never overreacting, never begging for approval, letting the character's power live in restraint. And as the show revealed Vance's personal losses and vulnerabilities, Carol allowed just enough humanity to show through the armor, making him more than an obstacle for Gibbs. He became part of the family structure, someone balancing duty with care and learning that leadership sometimes means protecting your people from the system itself. In 2026, Rocky Carroll is 63. Watching Vance now feels like watching the adult version of heroism, not the one who runs toward danger, but the one who carries responsibility every day and still chooses to stand between the team and the storm. Tony DiNozzo was charm as camouflage. Jokes, movie references, flirtation, and a grin that could distract you from how observant he really was. Michael Weatherly, born July 8, 1968, was 35 when he began in 2003, and his performance mattered because Tony evolved. He started as the loud one, the comic relief with swagger, then quietly became the character who revealed the show's emotional truth. Humor can be a shield, not a personality. Weatherly let maturity arrive in small steps, a slower pause, a softer look, a moment where the joke doesn't come because the feeling is too real. His bond with Gibbs became a complicated father-son dynamic, and his chemistry with Ziva became one of the series' most enduring tensions. Two people pretending not to care while clearly caring too much. Tony's growth made the show feel lived in, like time actually mattered. In 2026, Michael Weatherly is 58, and rewatching DiNozzo now is like rewatching a long goodbye. Because beneath the comedy was always a man learning how to be worthy of love, responsibility, and a family he never expected to find at work. Ziva David was precision and emotion in constant tension. Deadly skill, sharp intellect, and a heart slowly learning where it belonged. Cote de Pablo, born November 12, 1979, was 26 when she joined in 2005, and her performance mattered because Ziva wasn't written as a simple, tough woman. She was identity in motion, loyalty tested, culture colliding, grief carried quietly behind competence. De Pablo gave Ziva a distinctive rhythm, humor that arrived sideways, vulnerability that surfaced only when it couldn't be contained, and strength that never felt performative. The character's journey from outsider to trusted family became one of the show's emotional pillars, proving that belonging is earned through shared danger, shared loss, and shared forgiveness. Her relationship with the team, especially Gibbs and DiNozzo, added human weight to a procedural world, trust becoming love without needing to say the word. In 2026, Cote de Pablo is 47, and Ziva remains unforgettable because she represented a rare transformation on television, a warrior discovering tenderness without losing power, proof that the strongest characters are often the ones brave enough to change. Nick Torres arrived with guarded intensity, an undercover past that left scars, instincts sharpened by isolation, and a reluctance to trust what looks like home. Wilmer Valderrama, born January 30th, 1980, was 36 when he joined in 2016, and his performance mattered because Torres brought modern edge while still honoring the show's old soul: teamwork. Valderrama played Torres as a man who wants connection but doesn't fully believe he deserves it, letting humor appear like a crack in the armor rather than a mask. Over time, Torres's loyalty to the team becomes his redemption, proof that even people built for solitude can be reshaped by family. He carries the show's newer era with a mix of charisma and pain, and that combination keeps NCIS from feeling like a relic. It feels alive. In 2026, Wilmer Valderrama is 46. Rewatching Torres now feels like watching the series pass its torch, showing that the heart of NCIS isn't one person or one decade, but the same enduring idea. Broken people can still build something solid together. Ellie Bishop entered as quiet brilliance, an analyst's mind, a careful method, and a calm that didn't need to compete for attention. Emily Wickersham, born April 26, 1984, was 29 when she joined in 2013, and her performance mattered because Bishop expanded the definition of strength. She wasn't a swaggering action hero. She was preparation, observation, and patience, proving that intelligence can be just as dramatic as a gunfight. Over time, Bishop earned her place in the field, and Wickersham played that growth with credibility. Confidence built slowly, trust gained in moments that felt lived rather than announced. Her relationships with the team, especially the ways she learned from Gibbs and connected with Torres, added emotional depth without turning her into a stereotype. Bishop represented the show's quieter competence, the kind that makes the audience feel safe. Someone is always thinking ahead, always protecting the team with brains as much as bravery. In 2026, Emily Wickersham is 42, and her Bishop remains a reminder that in a world of noise, the calmest person in the room can still be the most powerful. Casey Hines arrived like fresh air, smart, energetic, and wonderfully human in a lab that often felt haunted by loss. Deonna Reasonover, born January 6, 1992, was 26 when she took on the role in 2018, and her performance mattered because she brought warmth without replacing what came before. Casey isn't a copy of Abby. She's her own rhythm, quirky in a different way, confident in her science, and emotionally present with the team. Reasonover played Casey like a real person with a life beyond the evidence table, allowing humor to coexist with competence. Her scenes often function as emotional reset buttons, moments where the show remembers to smile, yet she still holds the seriousness when the cases turn dark. That balance is crucial in long-running dramas. Keep the heart beating while the world stays brutal. In 2026, Deonna Reasonover is 34, and Casey remains a modern NCIS comfort, proof that new characters can honor the past, bring new color to the present, and still feel like they belong in the same family. Jack Sloan brought a different kind of strength, emotional intelligence sharpened by experience, empathy earned through survival. Maria Bello, born April 18, 1967, was 50 when she joined in 2017, and her performance mattered because she made trauma work on TV without turning it into spectacle. Sloan wasn't there to deliver easy comfort. She was there to tell difficult truths, to sit with pain, to name what others avoid. Bello gave her a calm intensity and a human softness that made her feel like a real professional, someone who has seen too much and still chooses compassion anyway. Her bond with Gibbs carried a quiet, adult weight, respect, unspoken understanding, and the sense that two wounded people can recognize each other without needing romance to validate it. When Sloan chose to leave for humanitarian work, it felt consistent, a character built on care taking that care beyond the office. In 2026, Maria Bello is 59, and Sloan remains a reminder that NCIS, at its best, isn't only about solving cases, it's about how people survive what cases leave behind. Jessica Knight entered with steel, sharp instincts, combat competence, and a confidence that didn't require permission. Katrina Law, born September 30th, 1985, was 36 when she joined in 2021, and her performance mattered because she brought forward motion after a major era change. Knight isn't trying to imitate anyone. She arrives fully formed, tough, funny in a dry way, and emotionally honest enough to show when the job hits too hard. Law plays her like a modern agent, shaped by loss and responsibility. Someone who knows the cost of a bad day and still keeps showing up. Her chemistry with the team, especially in the quieter off-duty beats, helps the newer seasons feel like a real family again. People learning each other, trusting each other, building rhythm. In 2026, Katrina Law is 40, and Night represents the show's ongoing promise. NCIS can change faces, change leaders, change decades, yet still keep the same heart, as long as the characters feel human enough for us to care. Alden Parker arrived as a different kind of leader, less thunder, more strategy, and a calm humor that reshaped the room without erasing what came before. Gary Cole, born September 20th, 1956, was 65 when he joined in 2021, and his performance mattered because transitions can break a long-running show. Cole made the change feel survivable. Parker isn't Gibbs, and he doesn't try to be. He leads through conversation, curiosity, and psychological insight, creating a new rhythm that still honors the team concept at the center of NCIS. Cole plays Parker with veteran ease, warm one moment, razor smart the next, making him feel like a man with a full history beyond the badge. That credibility is crucial. The audience has to believe this leader has earned the right to stand at the front. In 2026, Gary Cole is 70, and Parker remains proof that even after a defining era ends, a series can still find its footing, if the new center has craft, humanity, and the confidence to lead in his own voice. Jenny Shepard brought sharp elegance into authority, intelligent, fearless, and complicated by a past that refused to stay buried. Lauren Holly, born October 28, 1963, was 42 when she joined in 2005, and her performance mattered because Jenny made leadership personal. She wasn't simply the director. She was a woman carrying old love, old regrets, and the heavy loneliness that can live at the top. Holly played Jenny with strength that didn't deny vulnerability, and that complexity sharpened every scene with Gibbs. History crackling under professionalism. Her arc remains memorable because it was tragic. Power couldn't protect her, and determination couldn't outrun fate. That ending added a darker note to the show's mythology, reminding viewers that even in a procedural, consequences can be final. In 2026, Lauren Holly is 63. And Jenny Shepard remains one of NCIS' most bittersweet chapters, proof that sometimes the sharpest characters are the ones most quietly doomed by the lives they've already lived. T.C. Fornell is the kind of friend TV rarely writes well, loyal, exhausted, and still standing. Joe Spano, born July 7, 1946, was 57 when he first appeared in 2003, bringing grounded authenticity that made Fornell feel like a real man carrying real weight. His performance mattered because Fornell expanded Gibbs' world. He wasn't a teammate, he was history, a mirror that showed who Gibbs was when the badge comes off. Their friendship, full of blunt humor and unspoken trust, gave the show a lived-in realism. Men who've been through too much together don't need speeches to prove loyalty. Fornell's personal struggles, especially family pain, added emotional depth that never felt melodramatic because Spano played it with restraint. He made suffering quiet and therefore believable. In 2026, Joe Spano is 80, and Fornell remains a reminder that the toughest characters aren't always the ones who fight. They're the ones who keep showing up for the people they love, even when life has already taken so much. Kate Todd arrived with discipline, sharp instincts, moral clarity, and a professionalism that made the early team feel real. Sasha Alexander, born May 17, 1973, was 30 when she began in 2003, And her performance mattered because Kate gave the show a grounded human center before the mythology grew huge. She wasn't there for gimmicks. She challenged Tony, questioned Gibbs, and brought a level of competence that made the danger feel legitimate. And when the character was killed, the shock wasn't just plot, it was a statement. This series would let consequences hurt. That loss became part of NCIS identity. The moment audiences realized they were attached to these people in a way a simple procedural doesn't usually earn. Alexander played Kate with warmth under the toughness, making her death land with real grief. In 2026, Sasha Alexander is 53. And Kate remains unforgettable because she represents the show's early soul, serious, smart, and brave enough to stand in the room with giants and still speak her truth. Clayton Reeves brought British charm with quiet depth, quick thinking, loyal heart, and the sense of a man who'd lived through darker work than he ever wanted to describe. Dwayne Henry, born March 18, 1985, was 31 when he joined in 2016, and his performance mattered because Reeves softened the show at the exact moment it needed more tenderness. His friendship with Abby gave later seasons a warm anchor, two outsiders finding trust in each other, turning ordinary scenes into emotional ones. Reeves's exit remains one of the show's most painful moments because it framed heroism simply. He protected someone he cared about and paid the price. Henry played Reeves with sincerity that made the sacrifice feel devastating rather than sensational. In 2026, Dwayne Henry is 41. And Clayton Reeves remains a reminder of NCIS quiet strength. Behind the cases are relationships, and sometimes the most beloved characters are the ones who arrive gently, love deeply, and leave too soon. Alex Quinn arrived like competence with scars, experience blunt and built for the job, yet carrying private worry that made her choices human. Jennifer Esposito, born April 11, 1973, was 43 when she joined in 2016, and her performance mattered because Quinn felt like a real adult in a world of constant crisis. She wasn't written to be cute or mysterious, she was written to be capable. Esposito played her with sharp clarity, letting humor surface naturally and giving the team a different kind of energy. Mentorship, steadiness, lived experience. Her departure was quiet, rooted in family responsibility rather than spectacle. And that realism is part of why she's remembered. It felt like life, not TV. In 2026, Jennifer Esposito is 53. And Alex Quinn remains a small but meaningful note in the series, proof that NCIS works best when it remembers that even the strongest agents are still sons and daughters, still caretakers, still human beings choosing love over the job when it matters most. Mike Franks was old-school toughness with a father's protectiveness underneath, the mentor who taught Gibbs the job, and the man who understood that rules don't matter if the heart is gone. Muse Watson, born July 20th, 1948, was 58 when he first appeared in 2006, and his performance mattered because Franks made Gibbs' story deeper. He wasn't a flashback, he was living history, proof that Gibbs didn't become Gibbs alone. Watson played Franks with grit and warmth, letting the character feel like a real man who has buried too many friends and still shows up anyway. His death hit hard because it wasn't just losing a guest star, it was losing a piece of Gibbs' foundation. In 2026, Muse Watson is 78. And Mike Franks remains one of NCIS' most enduring truths. Behind every strong leader is someone who once believed in them first, taught them, pushed them, and loved them in the blunt language of work and loyalty. Abby Sciuto was a walking contradiction in the best way, goth style, bright spirit, and a forensic mind sharp enough to cut through chaos. Polly Perrette, born March 27, 1969, was 34 when she began in 2003, and her performance mattered because Abby became the show's emotional oxygen. She brought joy into death scenes without disrespecting the dead, turning the lab into a place where kindness lived alongside science. Her bond with Gibbs, awkward, tender, deeply protective, became one of the series' sweetest relationships. A reminder that family isn't always blood. Sometimes it's a man who quietly brings you calf pow and makes sure you're safe. Perrette played Abby with sincerity, keeping her quirky without turning her into a cartoon, and making her empathy feel like a genuine strength rather than a gimmick. Abby wasn't just a fan favorite, she was a tone setter. She reminded NCIS to keep its heart open. In 2026, Polly Perrette is 57, now living more privately and away from acting. And Abby remains unforgettable because she represented something rare on television. Optimism that wasn't naive, just brave. And that is the quiet power of NCIS. It wasn't only about solving cases, it was about the people carrying them. Over the years, the bullpen became a kind of family, built from loyalty, discipline, humor, and the scars nobody talks about until it's too late. In 2026, some of these performers are still with us, living new chapters beyond the badge, while others now exist only in reruns and memory. But their work remains steady as a heartbeat, waiting every time the theme begins and the team walks back into frame. If this tribute stayed with you, please like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments. Which NCIS character will you never forget? From Classic Hollywood TV. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Family Ties wasn't just a sitcom. It was an American living room turned into a cultural debate, wrapped in warmth. Liberal parents, a conservative son, laughs that carried real questions about identity, ambition, and the speed of change. But time doesn't pause after the credits. In 2026, some familiar faces remain with us, while others live only in reruns and memory. Tonight, we look back, then and now, and honor the cast who made family feel honest. Stephen Keaton was fatherhood without ego, principled, funny, and deeply present. Michael Gross, born June 21, 1947, was 35 when he played Stephen, and he made the character feel like the kind of dad who listens even when he disagrees. His performance mattered because Stephen wasn't there to win against Alex. He was there to raise him. That nuance is what gave the show its long life. Conflict without cruelty. Gross played Stephen with warmth and restraint, letting humor come from human truth rather than humiliation. He represented a generation still carrying the spirit of the 60s into an 80s world that increasingly valued money, speed, and status. Stephen's love for his family never felt performative. It felt like a daily choice, repeated even when exhausted. Gross went on to build a remarkably steady career across film, television, and voice work. Proving longevity is its own kind of stardom. In 2026, Michael Gross is 79, and Stephen Keaton remains a classic television father. Imperfect, patient, and quietly brave. Alex P. Keaton was ambition in a blazer, sharp, funny, and convinced the future belonged to him. Michael J. Fox, born June 9, 1961, was 21 when he took on Alex, and he didn't just play the character, he turned him into a cultural landmark. Fox's performance mattered because he made Alex more than a political punchline. Beneath the arrogance was vulnerability, a young man terrified of being powerless, using success like armor. Fox's timing was surgical. Fast dialogue, precise reactions, and an ability to let a tiny emotional crack slip through the comedy. Those cracks are why audiences loved Alex even when they disagreed with him. The show's brilliance was making family conflict funny while still real, and Fox was the engine of that balance. In later life, Fox faced Parkinson's disease and became one of the most influential advocates for research and awareness. In 2026, Michael J. Fox is 65, and rewatching Alex now feels different. The energy is still bright, but the courage behind the man has become part of the legacy. Mallory Keaton arrived as fashion, attitude, and teenage confidence, yet over time she became something deeper, a young woman learning how to grow up without losing her softness. Justine Bateman, born February 19, 1966, was 16 when she played Mallory, and her performance mattered because she refused to let the character stay shallow. Mallory's sweetness, often hidden behind shopping jokes, gave the show its emotional counterweight to Alex's intensity. Bateman played Mallory with warmth and timing, making her relatable to anyone who's ever been underestimated. Her storyline showed that intelligence isn't only academic. It can be emotional, social, and quietly resilient. In a show filled with debates, Mallory often carried the human heart of the household. Love that doesn't argue, just shows up. Bateman later expanded into writing, directing, and advocacy, choosing a path beyond the teen icon box. In 2026, Justine Bateman is 60, and Mallory remains a reminder. Sometimes the character you laughed at first becomes the one you understand most. Skippy was the lovable neighbor, awkward, loyal, and forever chasing acceptance with a hopeful grin. Mark Price, born February 23, 1968, was 14 when he played Skippy, and his performance mattered because he brought gentleness into the show's sharper rhythms. Skippy's crush on Mallory wasn't just a gag, it was a portrait of adolescent longing, the kid who tries too hard because he wants to be seen. Price played Skippy with sincerity, never letting the character become cruel or pathetic. That's why audiences remember him fondly. Skippy represents the part of growing up that isn't cool, yet still deserves kindness. In the Keaton ecosystem, he was the outsider who kept coming back, which made the world feel real. Price later continued in comedy and behind-the-scenes work, building a career shaped by endurance rather than headlines. In 2026, Mark Price is 58, and Skippy remains the show's quiet heartstring, proof that the sweetest character is often the one who just wants to belong. Nick Moore was leather jacket charm with a gentle soul, tough on the surface, artistic underneath. Scott Valentine, born June 3, 1958, was 27 when he played Nick, and he mattered because he challenged the Keaton household in a different way, not politically, but emotionally. Nick forced Stephen and Elise to confront their own judgments, reminding them that values aren't always as simple as they sound in arguments. Valentine played Nick with warmth that made the character lovable, never a stereotype, always a young man trying to be good, even when he didn't fit the family's expectations. His relationship with Mallory gave the show a softer romance, and his presence helped Mallory grow beyond surface identity into someone with real choices. Valentine continued acting and voice work, staying close to television's long road. In 2026, Scott Valentine is 68, and Nick remains a classic 80s TV contradiction. Rough edges, soft heart, proof that people are rarely just one thing. Lauren Miller brought intensity and ambition, smart, driven, and able to meet Alex's competitive energy without flinching. Courtney Cox, born June 15, 1964, was 23 when she played Lauren, and her performance mattered because she expanded Alex beyond ego. Lauren challenged him, attracted him, and forced him to grow, showing that romance can be another form of debate and another form of truth. Cox played Lauren with crisp confidence, making her feel like a real young woman with goals, not a subplot. In a show built on ideological contrast, Lauren became personal contrast, someone who matched Alex's fire and redirected it into something more human. Even in limited appearances, she helped deepen the series' emotional vocabulary. Cox's career soon exploded into global stardom, becoming one of television's most recognizable faces. In 2026, Courtney Cox is 62, and her Lauren remains a fascinating early chapter, the moment a future icon stepped through the Keaton living room and left a spark behind. Ellen Reed was the love story that softened Alex, artistic, grounded, and quietly strong enough to make him reconsider what mattered. Tracy Pollan, born June 22, 1960, was 25 when she played Ellen, and her performance mattered because she gave the show its most tender contrast. Ambition meeting sincerity, Pollan's Ellen didn't try to defeat Alex. She understood him. That understanding is why their relationship became a fan favorite, because it revealed the human being inside the ideology. Pollan played Ellen with warmth and calm intelligence, letting the romance feel real rather than sitcom perfect. The character's gentle firmness showed that softness can still have boundaries, and love can still demand growth. Their story gained extra resonance because Pollan and Michael J. Fox later married in real life, turning a TV romance into one of Hollywood's quieter, enduring partnerships. In 2026, Tracy Pollan is 66, and Ellen remains one of the show's sweetest legacies, the proof that even Alex Keaton could be changed by love. Gus Thompson was the steady outside mentor, the friendly presence who offered wisdom without forcing it. John Hancock, born March 4, 1941, was 42 when he played Gus, and his character mattered because every family story needs community. Gus represented the world beyond the Keaton home, a place where advice could arrive gently, without being part of the argument. Hancock played Gus with warmth, making him feel like the kind of person who listens first, then speaks in a way that lands. In a show filled with fast banter, Gus added a slower emotional rhythm, something comforting, something human. He felt like the kind of adult figure kids remember later in life, not because he was loud, but because he was kind. Tragically, Hancock passed away on October 12, 1992 at 51 due to a heart attack. And rewatching Gus now carries a quiet sadness, because a voice of calm like that always feels like someone you wish could have stayed longer. George Bellick is one of those supporting figures who helps a sitcom world feel real. Another adult orbiting the Keaton's life, adding texture to scenes without demanding spotlight. Alan Blumenfeld, born September 4, 1952, was 32 when he appeared, bringing the dependable professionalism of a working actor. His role mattered in the way supporting roles always matter. They build the neighborhood around the main family. Family ties worked because it wasn't sealed inside one living room. Friends, colleagues, side characters made the Keatons feel like a family living in a real America. Blumenfeld's presence helped that illusion, adding credibility to the show's world. He continued acting steadily across decades, becoming one of those familiar faces audiences recognize even if they can't immediately place the name. In 2026, Alan Blumenfeld is 74, and his continued longevity reflects a classic truth of television. The shows we love are held together by countless professionals who quietly keep the story believable. Phyllis Evans appears as part of the show's wider ecosystem, another thread in the tapestry that makes the Keatons world feel lived in. Enid Kent, born January 14, 1945, was around 39 when she played Phyllis, delivering the kind of steady character work that supports a sitcom's realism. Her presence mattered because Family Ties wasn't only about ideological conflict, it was also about everyday life. Conversations, workplaces, friendships, the small interactions that make a family feel like it exists beyond the episode's lesson. Kent's performance contributed to that everyday texture, grounding scenes so the comedy could breathe naturally. Kent later stepped away from the entertainment industry, choosing privacy over continued public visibility. That quiet departure feels fitting for a performer whose work was about support rather than spotlight. In 2026, Enid Kent is 81, and her place in the show's history reminds us not every legacy is loud. Some are simply woven into the fabric of what made the world believable. Andrew the Waiter is a small role, but Robert Costanzo made a career out of making small roles memorable. Distinct voice, working-class authenticity, and comic timing that lands clean. Born October the 20th, 1942, Costanzo was 42 when he appeared, and his performance mattered because it reinforced the show's everyday America. Restaurants, public spaces, ordinary people intersecting with the Keatons' lives. Costanzo's strength is texture. He doesn't need a long arc to feel real. He shows up and you believe he's been living that life long before the camera arrived. That believability is a crucial ingredient in sitcom comfort, especially in a show that often balanced big ideas with small moments. Costanzo continued working across film, television, and voice roles for decades, becoming one of those enduring character actors whose presence feels familiar across generations. In 2026, Robert Costanzo is 84, and his brief appearance stands as proof. Sometimes the most minor parts are what make a world feel complete. Jeff Wakefield brought sincerity and stability into Mallory's world, a good guy presence that showed her growing beyond surface life. John Dukakis, born June 9, 1958, was 25 when he played Jeff, and his performance mattered because it gave the show a portrait of young love that wasn't flashy, just steady. Jeff represented a different path for Mallory: seriousness, responsibility, and the quiet possibility of maturity. Their relationship helped Mallory feel more dimensional, and Dukakis played Jeff with calm warmth that made the romance believable. In a sitcom famous for ideological battles, Jeff's story was simpler and therefore important. Sometimes growing up is just learning what kind of person you want beside you. Dukakis later moved away from acting into work connected to politics and behind-the-scenes endeavors, another example of a life that doesn't stay in one lane. In 2026, John Dukakis is 68, and Jeff Wakefield remains a gentle reminder that stability in a comedy can be just as memorable as chaos. Oscar, Peter Good vibes added lightness, an offbeat optimism that made the Keatons' world feel wider and more playful. David Wohl, born January 28, 1954, was 32 when he played Oscar, and his performance mattered because sitcoms need breathing space, characters who bring a different rhythm and remind the audience that life isn't only conflict. Wohl played Oscar with easy charm, the kind that doesn't push for attention but earns it. In a show that could be fast and debate-heavy, Oscar's presence softened the edges. His good vibes weren't just a joke, They were contrast, and contrast keeps a series emotionally balanced. Wool continued acting beyond family ties, building a steady career with the kind of longevity that often goes under-celebrated. In 2026, David Wool is 72, and Oscar remains a small but meaningful part of the show's charm. Proof that optimism, when performed sincerely, can feel like its own kind of wisdom. Mr. Wirtz was workplace pressure made human, no nonsense, firm, and designed to raise stakes in the adult world around the Keatons. Ben Piazza, born July 30th, 1933, was 51 when he played Wirtz, bringing authority that felt real enough to make the comedy sharper. Piazza's performance mattered because Family Ties wasn't only home life, it was also the world of jobs, bosses, and consequences. Characters like Mr. Wirtz remind the audience that adulthood has rules you can't debate your way out of. Piazza played him with controlled toughness, never tipping into cartoon villainy, which kept the tone believable. Piazza built a respected career across television and film, often cast as strong, commanding figures. He passed away on September the 7th, 1991, at 58. And in reruns, his presence is a reminder of classic television's hidden structure. The serious adults who make the young characters' choices feel like they matter. Barbara brought quirky charm, light comedic texture that adds flavor to the show's world. Bunny Summers, born December 1st, 1923, was 59 when she played Barbara, and her performance mattered because Family Ties thrived on its extended universe. Not just the Keatons, but the memorable people around them who made the world feel alive. Summers had that classic comedic presence, an ability to make a moment pop without overpowering the scene. Her style was gentle, and that gentleness helped keep the show's humor warm rather than sharp. In sitcom storytelling, characters like Barbara are small sparks. They don't carry the main arc, but they enrich the atmosphere. Summers continued working and left behind a career built from steady character roles. She passed away on May 8, 2010, at 86. And rewatching now, her scenes feel like little postcards from an older Hollywood tradition, when character actors could become beloved simply by being unmistakably themselves. Ned Donnelly is one of those early roles that becomes fascinating in hindsight. Tom Hanks, born July 9, 1956, was 27 when he played Ned, bringing that unmistakable blend, awkward sweetness, good-natured humor, and sincerity that would later define his stardom. Hanks's performance mattered because he made the boyfriend feel human. Ned isn't a slick romantic fantasy. He's warm, slightly goofy, and genuinely kind. Exactly the kind of character who reveals more about Elise and Steven's world than a dramatic storyline ever could. In Family Ties, his presence offered a charming detour, and you can already see the craft. Timing built on empathy, comedy built on decency. Hanks went on to become one of the defining actors of modern cinema. In 2026, Tom Hanks is 70. And seeing him in Family Ties now feels like spotting the first glow of a lighthouse, before the world realized how far that light would reach. Rebecca Ryan brought a different energy into Alex's world, ambitious, independent, and strong enough to challenge his certainty without becoming a caricature. Melinda Kulea, born May 5th, 1955, was 31 when she played Rebecca, and her performance mattered because Alex's story needed equals, not just foils. Kulea played Rebecca with assertive charm, someone who doesn't shrink to fit Alex's worldview. In a show built on ideological tension, Rebecca's presence became another kind of lesson. Relationship dynamics aren't debates you win. They're negotiations you survive with respect, or you lose. Her scenes added maturity to Alex's personal life, showing him tested by a woman who wouldn't be impressed by bluster alone. Kulea later maintained a quieter acting career, stepping back from the loudest spotlight while remaining respected by fans. In 2026, Melinda Kulea is 71, and Rebecca Ryan remains a sharp, memorable note in the series, proof that Family Ties knew how to give even short arcs real weight. Elise Keaton was the show's quiet strength, an architect, a former idealist grown into adulthood, raising her children with warmth and principle. Meredith Baxter, born June 21, 1947, was 35 when she played Elise, and she gave the series something essential: emotional steadiness. In a house where politics could become comedy, Elise kept the heartbeat human, compassion before argument, love before victory. Her performance mattered because Elise wasn't written as the mom who smiles. She worked, she worried, she held boundaries, and she made space for her family to be messy while still being loved. That realism helped Family Ties become more than punchlines. It became a portrait of the American household trying to stay kind while the world outside got louder. Baxter's life beyond the show included reinvention and advocacy, speaking openly about personal hardship and using her voice for others. In 2026, Meredith Baxter is 79, and rewatching Elise now feels like returning to a gentler kind of authority, the kind built from patience, intelligence, and a refusal to stop loving. Andy Keaton was the late-season innocence, small, blonde, and often caught in Alex's attempts to mold him into a tiny, conservative mini-me. Brian Bonsall, born December 3, 1981, was 5 when he joined, and his role mattered because it refreshed the family dynamic. The household suddenly had a new future to protect. Bonsall's presence added tenderness. In a show about generational clash, Andy became the quiet reminder that childhood absorbs everything: politics, love, fear, humor, long before it can explain it. His scenes softened the debates and brought the series back to its core truth. Ideology matters, but family matters more. After the show, Bonsall stepped away from acting and later pursued music, choosing a different kind of stage. In 2026, Brian Bonsall is 45. And rewatching Andy now feels like watching time itself arrive in the Keaton home, small, smiling, and already carrying tomorrow in his eyes. Family Ties remains a rare kind of comfort because it dared to make a family argue about the world and still love each other at the end of the day. In 2026, some of these performers are still with us, carrying decades beyond that living room. Others have already taken their final bow. But the work endures, preserved in reruns, in laughter, and in the quiet truth the show always returned to. Family isn't about agreeing, it's about staying. If this tribute stayed with you, please like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments. Which Keaton will you always remember most? From Classic Hollywood TV. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. The Partridge Family was pure television sunshine, bright harmonies, a painted bus, and a world where love always found its way back to the chorus. But time doesn't stay on key forever. In 2026, some familiar faces remain with us while others are gone, leaving only music, laughter, and memory. Tonight, we revisit the cast. Then and now. Shirley Partridge was the calm center of the show, the mother who held the music, the laughter, and the daily chaos together without ever losing her warmth. Shirley Jones, born March 31st, 1934, was 36 when she stepped into the role, bringing classic Hollywood grace into a new era of television and making the fantasy feel real through steady love and quiet authority. She didn't need big speeches to command a scene. Instead, a look, a pause, or a gentle correction made family feel like something lived in rather than scripted. As an acclaimed performer, even before the series, Jones anchored the ensemble, allowing the kids to shine while keeping the heart of the story intact. In 2026, at 92 years old, rewatching her now feels like returning to a softer kind of television era, where warmth wasn't just an accessory, it was the whole point. Keith Partridge was teen stardom with a guitar, charismatic, confident, and carrying the show's musical heartbeat. David Cassidy was only 20 when he became Keith, and his presence launched a phenomenon by making every song feel personal, as if every chorus was sung straight into the living room. His performance mattered because Keith wasn't just a poster. He had a restless youthfulness that made the family dynamic feel alive. Even after the cameras stopped, the fame continued as Cassidy embarked on a complicated journey through music and the heavy cost of global adoration. David Cassidy passed away on November 21st, 2017, at 67 due to liver failure, and that loss still echoes because watching him now is watching youth frozen in time, smiling, singing, and glowing with possibility, even though we know how the story ended. Danny Partridge was the smallest partridge with the sharpest bite. Fast jokes, faster schemes, and the kind of mischief that kept the family bus from feeling too perfect. Danny Bonaduce was only 11 when he took the role, playing it with a timing and attitude that provided exactly the flavor a sunny musical sitcom needed to stay lively. His back and forth with Reuben Kincaid became a core rhythm of the show, representing youth trying to outsmart adulthood while keeping the dream from falling apart. After the series, Bonaduce's life became a public lesson in the challenges of growing up on camera, yet he successfully turned reinvention into a second career in broadcasting and television. In 2026, at 67 years old, rewatching him now feels like seeing a bright, restless spark that didn't fade quietly, but kept finding a way to stay lit. Tracy Partridge didn't need long speeches to be remembered. She was the show's quiet innocence, tambourine in hand, wide eyes, and a gentle presence that made the Partridges feel like a complete family. Suzanne Crowe was only 7 when she played Tracy, and her stillness became part of the series' warmth, providing the essential balance that a household band needed. Without Tracy, the family band might have felt like an act, but with her, it became a true home. After the show, Crowe chose a quieter life away from the Hollywood spotlight, a decision that now feels both wise and poignant, as it preserved her in time as a child forever associated with comfort television. Suzanne Crowe passed away on April 27, 2015, at 52 due to a rare heart condition, making her scenes land softly as a childhood preserved on screen and a life that ended far too soon. Reuben Kincaid was the long-suffering adult trying to manage a family of singers without losing his mind, or his schedule. Dave Madden was 39 when he played Reuben, bringing a gift for exasperation with heart that provided the necessary structure to keep the show from floating into pure fantasy. His comic tension with Danny became one of the series' most memorable dynamics, two personalities colliding, yet somehow becoming a weird kind of family. Beyond the series, Madden continued working across television with steady character actor reliability, until he faced serious illness and passed away on January 16, 2014, at 82 due to complications from myelodysplastic syndrome. Rewatching now, Ruben feels like the adult behind the curtain, keeping the music going even key the Gyoy Tro Nen Hon Lon. In later seasons, Chris Partridge became the steady beat in the background, handled with quiet ease by Brian Forster, who stepped into the role at age 11 after a cast change. His performance was vital because replacement roles are never simple. Yet Forster blended into the family rhythm seamlessly, helping the show stay cohesive while viewers adjusted to the transition. After the series, Forster stepped away from acting and pursued professional auto racing, choosing a life far from studio lights that fits the Partridge theme in an unexpected way. Still movement and speed, just on a different road. In 2026, at 66 years old, he remains an essential part of the show's later heartbeat for fans everywhere, steady, modest, and essential. Before the recast, Chris Partridge began as the youngest drummer in the Partridge orbit, played by Jeremy Gelbwax, who was just 9 years old in the first season. His role was lighter on dialogue but heavy on atmosphere, helping to create the illusion of an actual household that happened to make music through his quiet presence in the family picture. After one season, his family relocated and he stepped away from acting, choosing academics and later work in the technology world. That choice, leaving the spotlight while still young, adds a quiet poignancy to his performance. In 2026, at 65 years old, he remains in the first season as a small snapshot of the show's earliest innocence. Ricky Stevens arrived late to the series like a fresh burst of childhood energy, delivered by 4-year-old Rick Siegel with a natural charm that didn't feel coached. His role brought a genuine sweetness to the final seasons, adding a new layer of innocence as the older kids moved closer to adulthood, and reminding viewers that the Partridges were selling togetherness, not just fame. Siegel continued working in entertainment and music into adulthood, evolving his career rather than disappearing. In 2026, at 57 years old, his short time on the show remains a bright little epilogue, like one last youthful chorus before the bus rolled out for good. Gordon Jump brought his signature warm and dependable professionalism to the role of Albertson, making the sitcom world feel populated by real adults rather than just the main family. Born April 1st, 1932, Jump was 38, already shaping a long career as a familiar face that viewers trusted. His presence mattered because the show needed grown-up texture beyond Ruben, providing a sense that the band's adventures existed in a real world of business and authority figures. He later became widely recognized as Mr. Carlson on WKRP in Cincinnati, securing his place in TV history. Gordon Jump passed away on September the 22nd, 2003 at 71, and rewatching his early work reminds us that classic TV was built by professionals who quietly became part of our memory. Punky Lazar brought a mischievous energy into Danny Partridge's world as the kind of kid who could nudge a story into chaos just by walking into the room. Gary Dubin was only 12 K-Chai Vau Vai Punky, adding a youthful spark that helped the show feel like a real social orbit. His performance mattered because Punky represented the peer pressure and outside influences that define adolescence, providing the friction necessary for comedy. Beyond the series, Dubin worked across film and voice acting, building a solid resume before his life ended too early. Gary Dubin passed away on October 8, 2016, at 57 due to bone cancer, leaving Punky as a vivid echo of youth captured on screen. Bonnie Kleinschmidt added charm and fresh adult energy as a guest character, who brightened the episode simply by feeling genuine. Elaine Giftos was 27 Kechachi Suat Hien, bringing a confident ease that helped the show feel like a traveling life where the family met new and interesting people along the way. After the show, Giftos continued working in entertainment before shifting into a new chapter as a feng shui consultant, a reinvention that still feels connected to her calm and balanced screen presence. In 2026, at 81 years old, her Bonnie remains a gentle reminder of the guests who step in briefly but live forever in the rerun glow. Grandma Renfrew brought an old-fashioned warmth and maternal grace that made the Partridge family feel multi-generational and real. Rosemary DeCamp was 60 Kivao by Grandma Amanda, carrying the signature of classic Hollywood to remind audiences that success means less if you lose your family's heart. She was a stable and guiding presence who made nurturing feel sincere rather than sentimental. DeCamp had a long career spanning the golden age of film to the rise of television, until she passed away at 90 on February the 20th, 2001. Rewatching her now feels like seeing a piece of old Hollywood leave behind a warmth that still lingers. Miss Farrow brought a sense of gentleness and guidance that made the world feel safer, acting as a supportive outside voice that viewers could trust. Mitzi Hoag was in her late 30s, Okechas-i, Vau Vai Nai, delivering a calm sincerity that fit the Partridge tone perfectly, without disrupting its lightness. She built a long television career across many classic series before eventually retiring from the spotlight. Mitzi Hoag passed away on February 26, 2019, at 86, and her Miss Farrow remains part of the Partridge universe's gentle glow. A reminder that even brief kindness can stay with an audience for decades. Mr. Jenkins was a small but essential role that gave the sitcom its lived-in reality, brought to life by character actor Joseph Vive Perry. At 39, Perry had the skill to instantly make the family's musical fantasy feel plausible by acting as a believable figure of the outside world. These supporting roles are the glue of TV history, and Perry's ability to blend in perfectly is exactly why he accumulated such a broad resume across decades. Joseph V. Perry passed away on February 23, 2000 at 69, reminding us that television history is built by the professionals who make the world around the stars believable. The engineer provided a brief note of professional texture, helping sell the music industry reality and the behind-the-scenes work that makes performance possible. Martin Speer was around 30 Kik Shuat Hien, strengthening the illusion that the family's fame was supported by real people doing real jobs. Speer later became recognized by cult film audiences for his work in The Hills Have Eyes, showing the impressive versatility of working actors. In 2026, at 85 years old, his Partridge appearance stands as a quiet example of how every supporting professional made the show feel complete. Yvonne Wilder turned a single scene as a waitress into a memorable moment of everyday humanity through her effortless warmth and lived-in charm. At 34, she provided the friendly presence and natural timing that made the diners along the road feel like real places where life happens between the songs. Her career stretched across decades until she passed away on November the 24th, 2021 at 84. Rewatching her now is unexpectedly tender, as time turns even the smallest roles into little memorials, preserving people exactly as they once were. Grandpa Fred Renfrew brought the unmistakable aura of a Hollywood legend, carrying a lifetime of showmanship into the Partridge world. Ray Bolger was 66 Kihi Vau Vai Nai, representing a bridge from vaudeville to modern television with gentle humor and sweetness. For many, he was the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz, still dancing lightly through the frame decades later. Bulger's career was built on joy and craft until his passing on January 15, 1987, at 83. Rewatching him now is like seeing a piece of American show business smiling back, proof that some performers connect generations. Lorenzo Bernard added flavor and professional polish, played with charismatic ease by Alan Oppenheimer. At 41, Oppenheimer specialized in giving stories texture, making every character feel as though they had a full life off-screen. This skill led to a massive career in voice acting, where his personality shaped childhoods far beyond the Partridge Bus. In 2026, at 96 years old, his longevity is a testament to a craftsman built on discipline and a voice the audience never forgets. Richard Lawrence brought romance with Polish, showing Shirley Partridge as more than just a manager and a mom. Bert Convy was 38, bringing an effortless likability that made the companionship feel genuine rather than forced. Convy's career ranged across acting, singing, and hosting before his life ended too early. He passed away on July 15, 1991, at 57 due to brain cancer, but his warmth on screen still carries a quiet ache for fans today. Michael Rupert made the most of his early screen time as Bob, bringing a friendly and immediate presence that made his brief encounter with the family feel natural. In his early 20s at the time, Rupert showed the credibility required to make a guest appearance feel like a real moment. He later became a respected force in musical theater, building a major Broadway legacy. In 2026, at 75 years old, rewatching his early work feels like seeing the opening note of a much larger performance career. The investor represented the business side of the dream, brought to life with classic authority by Jack Collins. At 52, Collins provided the steady screen presence that grounded the show's fantasy, reminding viewers that a family band requires contracts and negotiations to survive. He was a prolific actor who made authority feel natural across decades of television until his passing on January 31, 2005, at 86. His appearance reminds us that behind every pop dream, there is always an adult counting the cost. Laurie Partridge was the eldest daughter with backbone, smart, composed, and often the one holding the siblings together when the world got noisy. Susan Dey was 18 when she played Laurie, giving the series a needed balance of poise against chaos and intelligence against silliness. Her work mattered because Laurie felt like a real young woman with opinions and standards, bringing a subtle authority that made the family dynamic believable. After the show, Dey successfully transitioned into dramatic television, earning major acclaim before choosing privacy over constant visibility. In 2026, at 74 years old, Laurie remains a reminder that even in pop-colored sitcom worlds, real character can still shine. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining Classic Hollywood TV. The Partridge family promised that family could turn chaos into harmony, and for a few bright years, it did. In 2026, some of these beloved performers are still with us, while others have already taken their final bow. But the music remains, preserved in reruns, in memories, and in the simple comfort of voices that once made the world feel lighter. If this tribute brought you back, please like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments. Which Partridge will you always remember most? From Classic Hollywood TV. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Grease wasn't just a movie. It was a time capsule of youth, music, and that irresistible promise that summer could last forever. But the years don't stop at the final dance. In 2026, some beloved faces are still with us, older now, carrying a lifetime beyond Rydell High, while others have already taken their final bow. Tonight, we look back with gratitude and honor the cast who turned Grease into a cultural memory that refuses to fade. Sandy Olsen arrived at Rydell High like pure sunlight, polite, hopeful, and almost disarmingly sincere. Olivia Newton-John, born September 26, 1948, in Cambridge, England, and raised in Australia, was 29 when she brought Sandy to life. What made her performance endure wasn't only sweetness, it was the sense of inner steel underneath it. Sandy's journey wasn't about becoming tough. It was about discovering confidence, learning how to stand in her own story, and choosing who she wanted to be. Newton-John's Sandy mattered because she gave the film its emotional center. Amid the jokes, the swagger, and the high school chaos, Sandy held the romance in place, making Danny's charm feel like more than a gag, and making the final transformation feel like a cultural moment audiences still argue about decades later. And of course, her voice, clean, effortless, instantly recognizable, turned songs like "You're the One That I Want" into a permanent part of pop history. Off-screen, Newton-John became far more than a movie star, a singer, an icon, and a figure admired for grace under pressure, especially through her long public battle with illness. She passed away on August 8, 2022, at 73, after years fighting breast cancer. Yet Sandy remains forever, a girl on the edge of adulthood, stepping into the lights as the music swells, still making the world feel young for 3 minutes at a time. Kenickie was swagger with a bruise underneath. Street smart, loud, loyal, and always trying to outrun embarrassment with a joke. Jeff Conaway, born October 5, 1950 in New York City, was 27 when he played Danny's right-hand man, bringing a rough charm that helped the T-Birds feel like a real pack instead of a costume parade. Conaway's Kenickie mattered because he carried the film's boyish vulnerability. Beneath the grease and bravado, Kenickie is a young man desperate to be taken seriously, about his car, his status, his relationship with Rizzo, his place in the group. Conaway played that insecurity with humor, never asking the audience to pity Kenickie, yet allowing us to recognize him, the friend who acts tough because he's terrified of being small. Off-screen, Conaway's life became painfully complicated. Like many performers who rise fast, he faced long battles that the camera couldn't fix, struggles with addiction, and the health consequences that follow. He passed away on May 27, 2011 at 60, due to complications from pneumonia and sepsis. And when you rewatch Grease, his energy lands with a different kind of sadness because the laughter is still there, but the man behind it is gone. Duty is the bright-eyed musician of the T-Birds, the playful kid with a guitar, more heart than menace, and a grin that keeps the gang from becoming too hard. Barry Pearl, born March 29, 1950 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, was 27 when he played the role, adding warmth and comic lift to the ensemble. Pearl's performance mattered because Grease depends on balance. Danny and Kenickie carry swagger. Duty brings innocence, the reminder that these are still teenagers, still half-children, still performing adulthood like a costume. His reactions, his enthusiasm, and his lighter presence give the group texture, making Rydell feel like a real high school ecosystem, rather than a single-note fantasy. After the film, Pearl continued working in acting and musical theater, maintaining the kind of steady, night-working artist career that often gets overlooked in Hollywood mythology. In 2026, Barry Pearl is 76, and there's something lovely about that longevity. The boy who strummed his way through the background of one of cinema's most famous musicals is still here, carrying a living thread back to that summer that never ends on screen. Sonny Lettieri is pure comic electricity. Loud, mischievous, full of exaggerated confidence, and always one line away from turning a scene into a punchline. Michael Tucci, born April 15, 1946 in New York City, was 31 when he played Sonny, and he gave Grease a jolt of character actor precision that keeps the movie's rhythm bouncing forward. Tucci's performance mattered because Sonny is the classic ensemble ingredient, the guy who says what everyone else is thinking but shouldn't. For he flirts too hard, brags too much, and pushes the jokes right to the edge. Yet Tucci adds just enough heart to keep Sonny from becoming mean-spirited. In a film built on energy, Sonny is momentum. He keeps the gang feeling alive between the big romantic beats and musical set pieces. Tucci continued working across television, film, and stage, and later spent time as an educator and mentor, passing craft forward rather than simply collecting credits. In 2026, Michael Tucci is 80, and on rewatch, Sonny remains exactly what he was meant to be. A burst of noise and youth, frozen in time, while the man behind the bravado kept growing up beyond the frame. Tootsie is the sweet-natured heartbeat inside the T-Birds. The quieter one, slightly goofy, loyal, and oddly lovable because he never pretends to be tougher than he is. Kelly Ward, born November 17, 1956 in San Diego, California, was only 21 when he played Tootsie, bringing a gentle warmth that softens the gang's leather jacket swagger. Ward's performance mattered because Grease isn't only about the cool kids, it's about the whole social ecosystem, kids trying on identities, hoping one of them fits. Tootsie represents that search in its most innocent form, the friend who goes along, laughs along, and quietly wants to belong. His chemistry with Jan adds another layer, two people who aren't the loudest in the room, finding each other in the noise. That small sweetness helps the film feel human. After Grease, Ward built a successful career behind the scenes as a voice director and educator, shaping performances you hear even when you don't see his face. In 2026, Kelly Ward is 69. And Tootsie remains a reminder that not every iconic character needs a spotlight. Sometimes all you need is sincerity and a place in the group. Frenchie was the pink lady with a dream, bubbly, kind-hearted, and always reaching for a brighter version of herself. Didi Conn, born July 13, 1951 in Brooklyn, New York, was 26 when she played Frenchie, and she brought the character a sweetness that never felt foolish. Frenchie mattered because she represented the gentle side of teenage ambition, the urge to reinvent yourself, the hope that a new skill or a new look could become a new life. Conn's performance worked because she played Frenchie with sincerity. Even in the famous beauty school dropout fantasy, Frenchie isn't a joke. She's a young woman momentarily lost, trying to find a path that feels like hers. If that tenderness adds heart to Grease, balancing the swagger of the T-Birds and the sharper edges of the Pink Ladies. Beyond the film, Conn continued working in entertainment and became known for advocacy, including autism awareness. In 2026, Didi Conn is 75, and in every rewatch, Frenchie remains what she always was, a bright spark of optimism in a world of leather jackets. Proof that kindness can be iconic too. Jan was the pink lady with the warmest laugh, quirky, snack-loving, and wonderfully human in a group built on attitude. Jamie Donnelly, born May 8, 1947 in Teaneck, New Jersey, was 30 when she played Jan, giving the character a lovable awkwardness that audiences still adore. Donnelly's performance mattered because Jan is the kind of supporting character that makes an ensemble feel real. While Sandy and Rizzo carry the film's emotional poles, Jan brings everyday texture. The friend who reacts, who gossips, who tries to keep up, and who isn't ashamed to be a little silly. Her chemistry with Tootsie adds an unexpectedly sweet layer. two misfits finding each other in a world that prizes cool. It's a small romance, but it humanizes the high school ecosystem at the heart of Grease. Donnelly stayed connected to the craft over the years, with acting work and mentorship. In 2026, Jamie Donnelly is 79, and Jan remains a reminder that the characters people quote most aren't always the stars. They're the ones who feel like someone you actually knew. Marty Maraschino carried glamour like armor. Confident, flirtatious, and always ready with a line that landed like a wink. Dinah Manoff, born January 25, 1956, in New York City, was only 22 when she played Marty, adding sophistication and comedy that helped define the Pink Lady's rhythm. Manoff's performance mattered because Marty wasn't just boy crazy. She was self-possessed, someone who understood social currency and used it to survive high school with her dignity intact. Marty brings wit and poise to the group, balancing Rizzo's sharp edge and Frenchie's softness. In a film obsessed with identity, Marty represents another path, the teenager who decides to perform confidence until it becomes real. Manoff continued working across film, television, theater, and directing, building a career grounded in craft rather than noise. In 2026, Dinah Manoff is 70, and whenever Marty flashes that knowing smile, Grease feels exactly like it should. Bright, fast, and a little bit grown up, hiding inside a teenage dream. Principal McGee is the grown-up voice in a world of teenage chaos. No nonsense, dry-witted, and perpetually overwhelmed by Rydell High's energy. Eve Arden, born April 30th, 1908, in Mill Valley, California, was 70 when she played the role, and she carried something priceless into Grease. Classic Hollywood timing. Arden's performance mattered because she connected eras. Grease is nostalgia for the 1950s. But Arden herself was a living bridge to an even older Hollywood tradition. Sharp delivery, effortless authority, and the kind of screen presence that makes a single reaction shot feel like a punchline. Her exasperation isn't just funny, it's elegant. She turns school announcements into miniature comedy sketches without ever raising her voice. In Arden's career spanned decades and defined a particular kind of witty, intelligent female character. She passed away on November 12, 1990 at 82 due to cardiac arrest and arteriosclerotic heart disease. And in Grease, she remains the perfect reminder. Sometimes the coolest person in the room is the one who's seen it all before. Teen Angel appears like a satin dream. White suit, smooth voice, and pure pop nostalgia floating through Frenchie's fantasy. Frankie Avalon, born September 18, 1940 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was 37 when he made the cameo, and the choice was inspired. A real teen idol stepping into a film built on teen idol memory. Avalon's performance mattered because it sharpened the film's time capsule magic. Beauty School Dropout isn't just a funny number, it's Grease tipping its hat to the era it's celebrating. Avalon's presence carries the glow of 1950s pop culture, turning the scene into a playful handshake between generations. He delivers humor with warmth, teasing Frenchie but never humiliating her, keeping the dream sequence sweet rather than cruel. Avalon remained beloved for a career spanning music and film, continuing to appear in public celebrations of that golden pop era. In 2026, Frankie Avalon is 85, and in Grease, he's still floating in on cue. Proof that nostalgia, when done right, can feel like music you never stopped hearing. Vi, the waitress at the Frosty Palace, doesn't have much screen time, but she brings something Grease needed: grounded warmth. Joan Blondell, born August 30th, 1906, in New York City, was 71 when she played Vi, and her presence adds authenticity like a familiar perfume from another era. Blondel's performance mattered because she carried the imprint of classic cinema. Her expressive eyes, effortless charisma, and lived-in humor made the diner feel real, like a place that existed before the camera arrived and would keep running after the kids left. In a film built on stylized youth, Blondel represents adulthood with history, an older generation watching the next one chase romance and trouble like it's a sport. By the time she appeared in Grease, Blondel had already built a legendary career in film and stage. She passed away on December 25th, 1979, at 73 following a battle with leukemia. And when you see her in the Frosty Palace, the moment feels quietly poignant, like classic Hollywood itself stepped in for a beat, then slipped away. Vince Fontaine is showbiz wrapped in a radio voice, slick hair, fast talk, and charm that's just a little too practiced. Ed Burns, born July 30th, 1932 in New York City, was 45 when he played the dance-off host, bringing a playful, slightly sleazy Polish that perfectly fits the film's retro fantasy. Burns' performance mattered because he captures the era's public persona, the DJ as minor celebrity, selling excitement and cool to teenagers hungry for belonging. His lines are intentionally cheesy, his confidence intentionally loud, and that's exactly why it works. He becomes part of the movie's texture, in making the school dance feel like a real 1950s spectacle where adults pretend to be in control while the kids run the show. Burns was already famous from '77 Sunset Strip, and his career left a distinct mark on television history. He passed away on January 8, 2020 at 87 due to a suspected stroke. And in Grease, Vince Fontaine still grins into the microphone, forever introducing the night like it's the biggest event in the world. Coach Calhoun storms through Grease like pure comedic chaos, loud, animated, and gloriously overwhelmed by his own pep talk energy. Sid Caesar, born September 8, 1922 in Yonkers, New York, was 55 when he played the role, bringing with him the legacy of a television comedy pioneer. Caesar's performance mattered because it injected the film with an older style of comedy, big expressions, physical timing, and that controlled mayhem perfected in early TV variety. He turns gym class authority into farce, giving Grease another texture layer. Adults who think they're running the school, while the kids clearly own the story. In a musical where everything is heightened, Caesar's clowning feels like it belongs, because he helped invent that language for television audiences decades earlier. Caesar's career was monumental, influencing generations of comedians. He passed away on February 12, 2014 at 91 from natural causes. And his Coach Calhoun remains a reminder that classic comedic skill never goes out of style. It just finds new rooms to make laugh. Leo, better known as Craterface, brings danger to Grease. Slicked back hair, leather jacket, and the kind of menace that makes the T-Birds cool look suddenly vulnerable. Dennis Stewart, born July 29, 1947 in Los Angeles, was 31 when he played Leo, and he gave the film its perfect rival energy, especially in the Thunder Road race sequence. Stewart's performance mattered because every story needs a shadow. Without Leo, Danny's leadership feels too easy. The world feels too safe. Leo sharpens the stakes, reminding us that even in a musical, youth culture has hierarchies and confrontations. Image, territory, pride. Stewart plays him with a hard edge that's believable without becoming cartoonish, which is why the character stuck in fan memory long after the credits. He later reprised the role in Grease 2, cementing cult status. Stewart died on April 20th, 1994 at 46, due to complications from AIDS. And that fact lands with a quiet sorrow, a man who brought intensity and fire to the screen, gone far too soon. Cha-Cha Di Gregorio burns onto the screen for only a few minutes, but she steals the oxygen. Annette Charles, born March 5, 1948, in Los Angeles, was 30 when she played the best dancer at St. Bernadette's, delivering a dance-off performance so electric it became instant Grease mythology. Charles' performance mattered because it proved how a single scene can create a legend. Cha-Cha is confidence without apology, sharp, fearless, and entirely aware of her power on the floor. In a film about social identity, she represents the ultimate high school truth. Sometimes the loudest statement is pure skill. She doesn't need a romance arc or a long backstory. And she needs 8 bars of music and the nerve to take the spotlight. And she does. Outside acting, she also pursued education, building a life of purpose beyond the camera. Charles passed away on August 3, 2011 at 63 due to complications from cancer. Yet Cha-Cha remains immortal, a burst of rhythm and attitude that still makes audiences smile, because some stars only need one moment to last forever. Sometimes a brief appearance carries extra warmth when you know the story behind it. Ellen Travolta, John Travolta's real-life sister, appears as a friendly waitress at the Frosty Palace. Born October 6, 1939 in Englewood, New Jersey, she was 39 when she appeared, adding a small familiar charm to the film's diner world. Her presence matters less for plot and more for texture, the sense that Raydell's hangouts have real working adults moving around them, keeping the place alive. Ellen Travolta was already established in television, recognizable to many viewers beyond Grease, and she continued building a steady career across decades, the kind of longevity that defines true professionals. In 2026, Ellen Travolta is 86, and her brief moment in Grease feels like a gentle footnote that becomes more meaningful with time, because it reminds us how film history is often made not only by stars, but by the familiar faces that keep a world believable. Eugene Felsnick is Raydell's lovable outsider. Awkward, high-voiced, earnest, and strangely endearing because he never pretends to be what he's not. Eddie Deason, born March 6, 1957, in Cumberland, Maryland, was 21 when he played Eugene, delivering comic timing that gave the film balance. Sweetness against swagger. Deason's performance mattered because teen stories need their everyman. Not everyone is Danny, not everyone is Rizzo. Eugene represents the kid who wants to be accepted, who gets laughed at, and who still shows up anyway. His moments, especially the surprising confidence at the carnival, offer the audience a small victory, proof that even the awkward kid gets a turn in the spotlight. That's a classic Hollywood lesson hidden inside a musical. Dignity can belong to anyone. Deason later became a recognizable voice in animation and comedy work, though he largely stepped back from the spotlight. In 2026, Eddie Deason is 69, and Eugene remains one of Grease's gentlest memories, because sometimes the character who feels most human is the one who never tries to be cool. Mr. Rudy may be a small part of the faculty, but in a film like Grease, even brief adult roles help build the school's lived-in reality. Dick Patterson, born July 15, 1932, in Memphis, Tennessee, was 45 when he appeared, contributing to the quirky staff that frames Raydell's teenage storm. Patterson's performance mattered in the quiet way supporting work always matters. It gives the main characters a world to bounce against. Grease is stylized, yes, but it still needs teachers, corridors, and that sense of school, being a real place with real adults trying unsuccessfully to keep order. See, Patterson's presence adds that authenticity without stealing attention, exactly what professional character actors do best. He built a steady career across the 1970s and 1980s, often appearing in versatile character parts. Patterson passed away on December 10, 1999 at 67, and his small moment in Grease stands as a reminder. Ensembles are built from dozens of working lives, people who may not be remembered by name, but who helped create the world we still revisit. Tom Chisholm doesn't speak, but he's unmistakable. Riddell's clean-cut athlete, a brief love interest spark, and a symbol of the all-American ideal in the film's high school ecosystem. Lorenzo Lamas, born January 20th, 1958 in Santa Monica, California, was just 20 when he appeared. Even without dialogue, and his screen presence did its job, you understood immediately what he represented in Sandy's world. Lamas's moment matters because teen films are built on types: jocks, greasers, cheerleaders, and those types create the social pressure that drives choices. Tom is part of that pressure, the safe, polished option that contrasts with Danny's messy charm. It's a small role, yet it helps define Sandy's emotional landscape. After Grease, Lamas built a recognizable career, including major television success. In 2026, Lorenzo Lamas is 68, and his silent cameo remains a curious piece of nostalgia, proof that sometimes a face, a posture, and a single glance can become part of a movie's lasting memory. Patty Simcox is Rydell's unstoppable cheer, school spirit in human form, bright-eyed optimism turned up to maximum volume. And Susan Buckner, born January 28, 1952 in Seattle, Washington, was 26 when she played Patty in 1978, delivering a performance that still makes audiences smile. Because Patty never doubts that enthusiasm can fix the day. Buckner's performance mattered because Patty is comic contrast. In a film full of cool posturing, Patty is openly uncool and proud of it. She's the girl who follows rules, loves pep rallies, and believes in her school like it's a sacred cause. That sincerity keeps Grease from becoming one-note sarcasm. It adds a lighter, sweeter flavor to Rydell's world. Buckner later stepped away from the spotlight, dedicating herself to family life and teaching drama and dance, passing artistry to others. She died on May 2nd, 2024, at 72. And Patty remains one of the film's brightest little echoes, a reminder that not everyone in high school is trying to be cool. Some are simply trying to be joyful. Blanche, the excitable school secretary, moves like comic punctuation, fluttery energy, rapid delivery, and the sense that every routine task at Rydell could turn into chaos. Dodie Goodman, born October 28, 1914, in Columbus, Ohio, was 63 when she played Blanche, bringing a seasoned comedic rhythm that feels rooted in Broadway tradition. Goodman's performance mattered because she made the adult world funny without diminishing it. Blanche isn't there to be cruel or clueless. She's simply overwhelmed, trying to keep up with Principal McGee while teenagers run wild. Goodman knew how to play busy as comedy, the speed, the voice, and the nervous urgency that turns a simple line into a laugh. Her presence also quietly deepens the film's nostalgia. She feels like an echo of classic stage comedy transplanted into a 1970s movie about the 1950s. Goodman continued acting into later years. She passed away on June 22, 2008 at 93 from natural causes. And in Grease, Blanche remains delightfully alive. Proof that great character actors can steal a scene with nothing but timing. Mrs. Murdoch appears briefly, but she lands like a perfectly timed line, strict, deadpan, and instantly memorable. Alice Ghostly, born August 14, 1923 in Eve, Missouri, was 55 when she played the auto shop teacher, adding a flash of quirky authority that only a true character actress can deliver. Ghostly's performance mattered because Grease is built on quick impressions. The world is fast, musical, heightened, so every adult who appears has to be sharply defined. Ghostly does it in seconds. The voice, the posture, the expression that says she has seen every teenage excuse ever invented. It's a small moment, but it grounds the fantasy in something recognizable. School staff who do not have time for anyone's nonsense. Ghostly was already beloved for television and Broadway work, and later became widely recognized for scene-stealing roles across decades. She passed away on September 21st, 2007, at 84, due to colon cancer and a series of strokes. And when you catch her moment in Grease, it feels like a tiny gift. Classic comedic craft, delivered with elegance, then gone. Danny Zuko is all swagger on the surface. Leather jacket confidence, quick smiles, a voice that turns every hallway into a stage. John Travolta, born February 18, 1954, in Englewood, New Jersey, was just 23 when he stepped into the role, and his performance became the engine that drove Grease into legend. Travolta didn't play Danny as a simple, cool guy. He gave him contradiction, charm tangled with insecurity, bravado masking the fear of not measuring up to the image he'd built for himself. That's why Danny mattered. Grease isn't only romance, it's identity, it's peer pressure. It's the moment in youth when you realize you're being watched and judged, and you start performing a version of yourself to survive. Travolta understood that instinctively, and he delivered it with a dancer's rhythm. Movement as storytelling, attitude as music. Every gesture felt choreographed even when it wasn't, which is exactly why Danny remains so iconic. Travolta's career would stretch far beyond Rydell High, musicals, dramas, reinventions, and the long arc of a star who never fully disappears from the cultural conversation. In 2026, John Travolta is 72, and when audiences rewatch Grease, his Danny still has the same effect. The sense that youth is reckless, complicated, and unforgettable the moment it's gone. Betty Rizzo walked into Grease with armor already on. Sharp tongue, fearless posture, and the kind of confidence that looks unbreakable until the music slows down. Stockard Channing, born February 13, 1944 in New York City, was 33 when she took on the role, and she gave Rizzo something rare in a teen musical, emotional weight without losing the edge. Channing's performance mattered because Rizzo wasn't written to be likable. She was written to be real. Under the sarcasm lived vulnerability, and Channing knew exactly when to let it show. In There Are Worse Things I Could Do, the film briefly steps out of parody and into truth, reputation, fear, and self-respect in a world that loves to judge young women harshly. Channing delivered that moment with restraint, letting the pain sit quietly behind the bravado. It gave Grease a pulse beyond romance and choreography. Beyond Rydell High, Channing built one of the most respected careers of her generation across theater, television, and film, never chasing trends, always grounded in craft. In 2026, Stockard Channing is 82, and Rizzo remains one of the film's most enduring creations, proof that even in a candy-colored musical, a character can carry real shadows and still shine. And so our journey through Grease comes to a close, still singing, still shining, long after the final dance. And some of these performers are still with us in 2026. Many have passed on, but their work remains a cultural memory that never truly fades. If this tribute moved you, please like, subscribe, and share, so the names behind Rydell High continue to be remembered. From Classic Hollywood TV, thank you and good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Close your eyes and you can still see it. Laura running downhill, Pa's steady hands, Ma's candlelit calm. But real life kept moving after the credits. Decades passed. Some stars grew older in quiet grace, others left too soon, and the world Walnut Grove promised became a memory we return to when we need warmth. Tonight, we remember Little House on the Prairie, then and now, 2026. Charles Ingalls was the beating heart of Little House, soft-spoken, iron-willed, and forever trying to raise a family with dignity on an unforgiving frontier. Michael Landon, born October 31st, 1936, in Queens, New York, was 38 when he stepped into Charles's battered boots in 1974. For many viewers, he became the dream father figure, the man who could mend a wagon wheel, unsteady a frightened child, and still find a way to laugh through the hardest seasons. What made Landon's work endure is that he didn't play Charles as a saint. He played him as a man, tired, worried, sometimes unsure, yet determined to choose love anyway. And Landon shaped the show far beyond acting, producing, writing, directing, guiding its tone into something gentle and moral without becoming sentimental. He built a world where decency mattered and made audiences believe it could matter in real life too. Michael Landon died on July 1st, 1991 at 54 from pancreatic cancer. Yet his image remains timeless, sleeves rolled up, arms around his family, proof that strength and tenderness can live in the same frame. Caroline Ingalls, Ma, was the calm center of the home, the quiet force that kept chaos from becoming collapse. And Karen Grassel, born February 25, 1942 in Berkeley, California, was 32 when she first wore Caroline's apron. With stage-trained intelligence and warmth, she made Ma feel like a real 19th century woman, resourceful, steady, and strong without cruelty. Grassel's performance mattered because it honored the unseen labor of women. Caroline's heroism wasn't loud. It lived in bread baked, wounds cleaned, lessons taught, and the constant emotional work of keeping a family kind when life had every reason to make them bitter. Grassel gave that work dignity. She let Caroline's strength show through composure, not speeches, through a look that said, "We will survive this," even when the winter felt endless. Beyond Walnut Grove, Grassel continued performing and later spoke openly about her life and advocacy. In 2026, Karen Grassel is 84, still remembered as the face at the kitchen window, candlelight on her cheeks, believing in her family even when the world threatened to break it. Carrie Ingalls was the prairie's innocence. Blonde curls, wide eyes, and that small child wonder that made Walnut Grove feel alive. The role was shared by twins Lindsay and Sydney Greenbush, born May 25, 1970 in Los Angeles, who were only 4 when they began in 1974. Many viewers never even realized there were 2 Carries, a seamless illusion built under strict child labor rules and careful production. Their presence mattered because Carrie wasn't about plot. She was about feeling. In a show full of illness, loss, and moral trials, Carrie's smallness reminded audiences what the adults were fighting to protect. Childhood, joy, and the simple right to grow up safe. And as the twins aged, the characters' moments expanded, from gentle mischief to quieter scenes that carried emotional weight in their simplicity. Lindsay eventually stepped away from acting, choosing a life far from Hollywood's noise, though she has returned occasionally for reunions. In 2026, the twins are 56, forever remembered as the little girl running down that iconic hill, laughter trailing behind her like sunlight. Mary Ingalls began as the dutiful, good daughter, studious, gentle, a steady counterpoint to Laura's fire. Then came the storyline that defined her, the illness that took her sight. Melissa Sue Anderson, born September 26, 1962 in Berkeley, California, was only 12 when she began in 1974. Yet she delivered Mary's transformation with striking maturity. Then Anderson's performance mattered because it asked audiences to witness resilience without romanticizing it. Mary's blindness wasn't a single dramatic episode. It was a new life. The show let her grieve, adapt, struggle, and rebuild into a teacher and a woman of faith. Anderson played those stages with control and honesty, earning an Emmy nomination and leaving behind one of classic television's most lasting depictions of disability and determination. After Little House, she continued acting, though for millions she remains Mary, hands searching across unfamiliar spaces, refusing to surrender to despair. In 2026, Melissa Sue Anderson is 64, and rewatching her now, you feel the rare power of a young actress who carried a story far bigger than her years. Harriet Olsen was Walnut Grove's sharp-tongued storm. Gossip as sport, its social status as religion, and every town meeting turned into her personal stage. Catherine McGregor, born January 12, 1925, in Glendale, California, was 49 when she took on the role in 1974. She played Harriet with theatrical precision, deliciously wicked, yet never just a cartoon. McGregor's performance mattered because she understood what makes a great television antagonist: complexity under the comedy. Beneath Harriet's snobbery were flashes of vulnerability, loneliness, insecurity, the fear of being invisible. Those small cracks made her entertaining and strangely human. She didn't ask you to forgive Harriet, but she made you understand why someone might cling to superiority when they feel small inside. After the series, McGregor stepped away from television, focusing on theater and spiritual pursuits. She died on November 13th, in 2018 at 93. Yet in reruns, she still stands behind the mercantile counter, chin lifted, eyes narrowed, proving that even the most difficult characters can become unforgettable when played with true craft. Where Harriet was thunder, Nels Olsen was calm weather, fair-minded, quietly humorous, and perpetually caught between conscience and a domineering wife. Richard Bull, born June 26, 1924, in Zion, Illinois, was 50 when he first donned Nels's waistcoat in 1974. In lesser hands, the role could have been reduced to a punchline. Bull made Nels a quiet hero. His performance mattered because it showed goodness without showmanship. Nels tried to run an honest business, raise his children decently, and keep peace in a town where pride and gossip traveled faster than wagons. Bull played him with subtlety, patience in the eyes, a fatigue in the shoulders, and a gentle strength that emerged when it truly mattered. In a series built on moral lessons, Nels represented one of the hardest, staying kind while living beside constant noise. Bull was known off-screen as a modest, gentle man, and he continued working across television. He passed away on February 3, 2014, at 89. And whenever fans remember the Mercantile, they remember him too, polishing the counter in silence, dignity intact, while chaos swirled beside him. Willie Olson began as the Mercantile's mischief maker, spoiled, pouty, always one prank away from trouble. But over the years, Little House did something rare. It let Willie grow. Jonathan Gilbert, born April 28, 1967 in Los Angeles, was only 7 when he first appeared in 1974. And his natural comic timing made Willie a bright spark in episodes that often carried heavy themes. What made Gilbert's performance last is that Willie never felt like a one-note joke. Yes, he mugged for laughs, rolled his eyes, pulled faces behind the counter, but the character's gradual shift toward maturity gave him surprising depth. In a town built on moral lessons, Willie became a quiet reminder that children aren't fixed stories. They change, they learn, they become better. Sometimes slowly, sometimes painfully, but truly. After the series ended, Gilbert stepped away from acting and chose privacy, building a life far from cameras and fanfare. That decision has only deepened the show's mythology, because the child we watched grow up on screen quietly vanished into adulthood. In 2026, Jonathan Gilbert is 59, and on the prairie, he remains forever the boy behind the mercantile counter, proof that even the noisiest child can become someone new. Dr. Hiram Baker was Walnut Grove's steady pulse in a world where a simple fever could turn deadly overnight. Kevin Hagen, born April 3, 1928 in Chicago, was 46 when he first appeared as the town physician. Rumpled coat, thoughtful eyes, and a quiet urgency that made every house call feel real. Hagen's performance mattered because he played Dr. Baker as more than a plot device. He wasn't the doctor who arrives. He was a man carrying the weight of other people's fear, riding through storms, accepting little payment, and offering something as valuable as medicine: reassurance. In frontier life, compassion is often the only safety net, and Hagen made that compassion believable. He looked like a man who had seen suffering and refused to let it harden his heart. After Little House, Hagen continued acting and later performed one-man shows, reflecting on a long career shaped by craft rather than celebrity. He died on July 9, 2005, at 77, from esophageal cancer. And in reruns, his Dr. Baker remains one of television's most beloved frontier doctors. Quiet proof that empathy can be its own kind of heroism. Nellie Oleson may be the most infamous spoiled girl in classic television. Ringlets, frills, and a cruelty sharpened into comedy. Allison Arngrim, born January 18, 1962 in New York City, was just 12 when she took on the role in 1974, and she played mean with such precision that audiences couldn't help but be entertained, even when they wanted to scold her. Arngrim's performance mattered because she made Nellie watchable. The timing was impeccable, the expressions operatic, the insults delivered like tiny daggers wrapped in lace. But what truly kept the character alive were the glimpses underneath: insecurity, loneliness, the fear that without status, she would disappear. As the series moved forward, marriage, adulthood, change, Nellie became a portrait of someone trying, however clumsily, to grow beyond how she was raised. Off-screen, Arngrim later spoke openly about a difficult childhood and transformed her platform into advocacy and support for survivors. In 2026, Allison Arngrim is 64, still connected to fans, still capable of turning pain into purpose. And on the prairie, a Nellie remains unforgettable, a character you love to hate and secretly admire for the craft it took to bring her to life. Reverend Alden was Walnut Grove's spiritual steady hand, not preachy, not theatrical, just present. Dabbs Greer, born April 2, 1917 in Independence, Missouri, was 57 when he first appeared, bringing a lived-in warmth that made the town's little white church feel like a refuge rather than a stage. And Greer's performance mattered because he understood quiet authority. Reverend Alden wasn't there to deliver grand sermons for applause. He was there in the smaller moments. Coffee at the table, a careful word when grief had no language, a hand on a shoulder that said, "You're not alone." In a series devoted to community, he represented the kind of faith built from daily decency rather than spectacle. Greer's kind eyes and gentle cadence made viewers believe in the comfort of a neighbor who listens before he speaks. Greer continued acting well into old age, later appearing memorably in The Green Mile. He passed away on April 28, 2007, at 90. And in reruns, Reverend Alden remains a comforting figure, proof that sometimes the strongest presence in a story is the one that never raises its voice. Jorneon Almanzo Wilder brought new electricity into Walnut Grove, the kind that shifts a show from childhood adventures into adult life. Dean Butler, born May the 20th, 1956, in Prince George, British Columbia, was 23 when he joined the cast. With an easy smile and steady calm, he made Almanzo feel like a real young man of the era, hardworking, independent, and just stubborn enough to match Laura's fire. Butler's performance mattered because the Laura-Almanzo courtship became one of classic television's most enduring love stories. It wasn't only romance, it was growth. Through him, viewers watched Laura become a woman, learning how love changes you, how commitment tests you, how a shared future is built in small choices, not grand declarations. Butler played Almanzo without forcing charm. He let decency be the attraction. After Little House, Butler continued acting and moved into producing and directing, including documentaries about the series itself, an artist helping preserve the very memory he helped create. In 2026, Dean Butler is 70, and for fans, he remains manly, reins in hand, glancing at Laura beside him as they begin a life the audience never stopped rooting for. Mr. Edwards arrived like rough timber, booming laugh, heavy hands, and a heart big enough to make him family. Victor French, born December 4th, 1934 in Santa Barbara, was 40 when he first played Edwards. Under the beard and overalls was a performer who could turn from broad comedy to devastating drama without ever feeling false. French's performance mattered because Edwards became one of the show's emotional pillars. He wasn't perfect. He wrestled with grief, a depression, and the consequences of his own flaws. The series allowed him to fall apart and rebuild, and French met those arcs with honesty that deepened the show's soul. In a world of moral lessons, Mr. Edwards carried one of the hardest truths. Sometimes being good isn't a permanent state. It's a choice you have to make again after life breaks you. After Little House, French reunited with Michael Landon on Highway to Heaven, extending a partnership audiences trusted. He died on June 15, 1989 at 54 from lung cancer, and still his Mr. Edwards remains beloved. The rough man with the gentle soul, always ready with a joke, a song, or a helping hand. Jonathan Garvey brought a different kind of strength to the prairie, big in stature, gentle in spirit, and steady in the way true friends often are. Merlin Olsen, born September 15, 1940 in Logan, Utah, joined Little House at 37, coming from a legendary football career and a Hall of Fame legacy. Yet what surprised audiences was his softness, a man who looked intimidating but played fatherhood and friendship with quiet, emotional truth. Olsen's performance mattered because Garvey expanded the show's idea of community, and his scenes with Charles Ingalls felt like real friendship. Two men sharing burdens without needing to announce them, and his relationship with his on-screen son Andy showed the tender struggle of parenting in hard times, doing your best, making mistakes, loving anyway. Olsen proved that strength and kindness aren't opposites, they're partners. After Little House, he continued acting, starred in Father Murphy, and worked as a commentator. He died on March 11, 2010, at 69 from mesothelioma. And in reruns, Jonathan Garvey remains a steady presence, like a strong fence on a windy day, holding the shape of a life built on decency. Miss Beadle was the prairie's quiet promise: education, patience, and a belief that children could become more than circumstance. Charlotte Stewart, born February the 27th, 1941 in Yuba City, California, was 33 when she first rang the school bell, and she played the teacher with warmth and dignity, firm without cruelty, gentle without weakness. Stewart's performance mattered because Walnut Grove Schoolhouse wasn't just a location. It was the future trying to be born. Miss Beadle guided Laura, Mary, Nellie, Willie, and the rest through lessons and conflicts that mirrored growing up itself, learning fairness, humility, and responsibility. Stewart gave the character an unforced authority that many viewers recognized instantly. The best teachers aren't loud, they're steady. They make you feel safe enough to learn. Off-screen, Stewart later spoke candidly about personal struggles and earned new respect for her honesty. In 2026, Charlotte Stewart is 85, still warmly embraced by fans. And on screen, she remains at the front of that one-room schoolhouse, chalk in hand, turning small-town childhood into a bridge towards something bigger. Andy Garvey arrived with curiosity and mischief, bright-eyed, quick-thinking, and occasionally one bad decision away from a lesson he didn't want. Patrick Labyorteaux, born July 22, 1965 in Los Angeles, was about 12 when he joined, giving Andy a natural charm that let the character grow from playful troublemaker into a more thoughtful young man. His performance mattered because Andy felt like a real kid, torn between what's fun and what's right, learning the difference the hard way. In a series that balanced hardship with hope, Andy brought youthful energy without losing emotional truth. He made the Garvey family feel lived in, and his bond with Laura gave the show a friendship that felt like genuine childhood, not staged but remembered. Patrick went on to build a strong career, including a long-running role on JAG, and continued working steadily across television and voice projects. In 2026, Patrick Labyorteaux is 61, and in Walnut Grove, he remains the freckle-faced boy trying to choose better, proof that growing up is a story made of small choices, repeated until they become character. Lars Hansen felt like the bedrock of Walnut Grove, the older man who helped build the town, offered work, and carried community memory like a quiet responsibility. Carl Swenson, born July 23, 1908, in Brooklyn, New York, was 66 when he took on the role. With a gentle manner and a twinkle of humor, he made Lars feel like someone every small town once had, the steady elder who remembers the past and still believes in the future. Swenson's performance mattered because it gave the prairie a sense of real history. In a show about building life from wilderness, Lars Hansen represented the builders, the people who don't seek spotlight, yet make survival possible for everyone else. Swenson brought gravitas without heaviness, turning simple scenes into something quietly touching. Swenson died on October 8, 1978 at 70, not long after the show wrote his character's passing, making the farewell feel especially poignant. And in reruns, he still stands by the mill, hat in hand, reminding us that communities aren't built by speeches, but by good people quietly doing their best for one another. Laura Ingalls was the prairie's eyes. Curious, stubborn, quick to flare, quick to love. Melissa Gilbert, born May 8, 1964, in Los Angeles, was only 10 when she stepped into Laura's boots. It was an enormous responsibility, and she rose to it with emotional depth that carried the series through its most powerful years. Gilbert's performance mattered because audiences didn't just watch Laura, they grew up with her. The show captured childhood joys, injustices, heartbreaks, and the slow, painful process of becoming an adult. Gilbert made Laura's determination feel natural, not scripted. The girl who questioned unfairness, who fought for the people she loved, and who learned that growing up means caring more than you thought you could. Through Laura, Walnut Grove became more than a setting. It became a memory of how life felt when everything was first discovered. After the series, Gilbert continued acting and directing, and later served as president of the Screen Actors Guild, becoming a prominent voice for performers. In 2026, Melissa Gilbert is 62, and to generations of viewers, she will always be Laura. Braids flying, eyes fixed on the horizon, trying to understand the world and her place within it. Albert Ingalls arrived carrying streetwise toughness and a quiet plea for belonging. Matthew Labiorteaux, born December 8, 1966 in Los Angeles, joined the series around age 10, and he gave Albert one of Little House's most emotional arcs, defiance softening into trust, anger revealing fear, love finally becoming something he could accept. Labiorteaux's performance mattered because Albert's story widened the show's meaning of family. The Ingalls didn't fix him with a speech. They stayed again and again until he believed he deserved to be stayed for. Albert's episodes, identity, illness, addiction, and the difficult consequences of choices, pushed the series into darker, the more realistic territory, and Labiorteaux played it with raw sincerity, never glamorizing the pain, always keeping Albert human. After Little House, he continued acting and later built a strong second career in voice work, proving his talent could live beyond the frame. In 2026, Matthew Labiorteaux is 60, and for many fans, Albert remains the show's quiet reminder. Family isn't only blood, it's the people who choose you, especially when you believe you're unchoosable. Though the lights on the prairie have dimmed, the people who lived there in our hearts never truly disappear. Some are still with us in 2026. Many have gone, but every rerun keeps their voices close, like footsteps on a familiar porch. If one story brought you home tonight, share it in the comments. And if you'd like more tributes to classic television legends, please like, subscribe, and join us again, here on Classic Hollywood TV. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. For 9 years, the Waltons didn't just tell stories, it tucked a nation in at night. Those good nights felt like a promise, that no matter how hard the world got, family could still be home. But time doesn't whisper goodnight forever. In 2026, some of those beloved faces are still here, and many others have already slipped into memory. Tonight, we remember them. Then, now, and the legacy they left in our hearts. Erin Walton was the family's tender pulse, the daughter whose feelings often arrived first, and whose voice followed when it finally found the courage. Mary Beth McDonough, born May 4, 1961 in Van Nuys, California, was only 11 when she joined the cast, yet she carried Erin with a maturity that felt almost startling. McDonough's Erin mattered because she let the Waltons show something rare, emotional truth without exaggeration. Erin's journey wasn't a straight line. She moved through insecurity, heartbreak, and longing with the kind of quiet bravery that many young viewers recognized in themselves. McDonough played those shifts with delicate control, eyes that held back tears, a posture that tried to be strong, and a softness that never became weakness. In a series built on family strength, Erin represented another kind of resilience, the ability to stay gentle in a world that keeps hardening you. Off-screen, McDonough later spoke openly about personal health struggles and the long after-effects of growing up in the public eye, using candor as a form of service. In 2026, she is 65. And when you revisit Erin now, the performance feels even more precious, because it captures youth not as a fantasy, but as something fragile, forming itself in real time, under the warm light of Walton's Mountain. Ben Walton was the family's spark, restless, entrepreneurial, and sometimes stubborn in the way only a young man chasing adulthood can be. Eric Scott, born October 17, 1958, in Los Angeles, California, was 14 when he joined the Waltons, and he brought Ben to life with a believable mix of confidence and vulnerability. What made Scott's performance resonate is that Ben didn't grow up in a straight line. He tested limits, pushed back, chased dreams too big for the mountain, and learned again and again that responsibility arrives whether you're ready or not. In a series built on survival during hard times, Ben became the face of determination, the boy who wanted more and the man who learned how to build it without losing himself. Scott played that evolution with real texture, letting youthful fire gradually become steady grit. Off-screen, Scott's life carried heartbreak, including the loss of his first wife, an emotional wound that reshaped his path. Like Ben, he rebuilt, choosing a quieter life outside Hollywood and creating stability on his own terms. In 2026, Eric Scott is 68, and for longtime fans, he remains one of the show's most familiar truths, a reminder that growing up isn't about never breaking, it's about learning how to keep going. Mary Ellen Walton was the eldest daughter with a will of her own, strong-willed, practical, and quietly brave. Judy Norton, born January 11, 1958 in Santa Monica, California, was 14 when she began portraying Mary Ellen, and she gave the character something essential: backbone with heart. Mary Ellen mattered because she embodied the Depression-era woman in the making, someone who didn't wait for permission to become useful. As she grew from tomboy energy into nursing work and adult responsibility, Norton made the journey feel earned, not scripted. You could see the cost of growing up, the compromises, the sacrifices, the private fears behind a steady face. Norton played those layers with restraint, never melodramatic, always human. Off-screen, she continued working across acting and directing, and later spoke openly about what it meant to grow up in the public eye, how fame can freeze a person in one era while real life keeps moving. In 2026, Judy Norton is 68, and when fans picture the Walton daughters stepping into adulthood, many still see Mary Ellen first, because Norton made strength look like something ordinary, and therefore truly inspiring. Jim Bob Walton was the dreamer with oil on his hands and the sky in his imagination, the boy who could fix an engine and still stare beyond the ridgeline, hoping for something bigger. David W. Harper, born October 4th, 1961 in Abilene, Texas, was 11 when he joined the series, and he played Jim Bob with a gentle sincerity that never asked for attention. Jim Bob mattered because the Waltons was never only about hardship. It was about hope. His fascination with mechanics, flight, and possibility captured the spirit of Depression-era youth who refused to believe their world would stay small forever. Harper's performance was quiet but deeply effective. A soft-spoken boy learning how to become himself in a crowded family, in a world that demanded maturity too soon. After the series, Harper stepped away from Hollywood, choosing privacy and a life far from the glare of fame. His story included personal loss during his time on the show, grief carried quietly, the way many people do. In 2026, David W. Harper is 65, and in reruns, Jim Bob still feels like a gentle promise that even in hard times, dreams remain a form of survival. Some shows are remembered for their faces. The Waltons is remembered for a voice, warm, reflective, and quietly wise. Earl Hamner Jr., born July 10, 1923 in Schuyler, Virginia, narrated the series he created at 49, turning personal memory into national comfort. Hamner's narration mattered because it framed each episode like a letter from the past. Poetic without being precious, moral without being preachy. His words wrapped the stories in calm, reminding viewers that goodness could exist even when life was harsh. In an era of television that often chased noise, Hamner offered stillness, an invitation to slow down and remember what family is supposed to mean. Beyond the series, he continued writing, building stories rooted in human dignity. He passed away on March 24, 2016, at 92. And yet his voice remains one of the show's greatest gifts, because every time the good nights begin, it feels like the world pauses, and a gentler America speaks again. John Walton Sr. was the mountain's foundation, the father whose love showed itself through work, responsibility, and quiet decency. Ralph Waite, born June 22, 1928, in White Plains, New York, took on the role at 44, and he embodied a Depression-era father figure with rare authenticity. Waite's performance mattered because he made strength look real. John Walton wasn't a speechmaker. He was a doer, a provider, a man carrying burdens he rarely named aloud. Waite gave him a deep calm and a moral steadiness that viewers recognized immediately, often because it resembled fathers and grandfathers they actually knew. Off-screen, Waite's life included profound personal tragedy, and that quiet sorrow seemed to deepen the humanity he brought to the role. He later remained active in acting and public life. Waite passed away on February 13, 2014, at 85. And still, when audiences think of television's great fathers, his John Walton stands among them, because Waite understood the simplest truth of the character. Dignity is built in small choices, repeated every day. Ike Godsey was the kind of small-town storekeeper America used to depend on, steady, friendly, and quietly essential. Joe Conley, born March 3, 1928, in Buffalo, New York, began playing Ike at 44, and he brought the character a warm, neighborly ease that made Walton's Mountain feel like a real place, not just a set. Conley's performance mattered because Ike wasn't merely a supporting role. He was part of the town's nervous system. The general store wasn't just business, it was where worries were shared, news traveled, and people felt seen. Conley understood that. He played Ike as someone who listened first, spoke second, and carried community responsibility without ever calling attention to it. In a show built on family, Ike represented the larger family beyond the Walton home, the town that held everyone up when times were hard. Off-screen, Conley was known for balancing Hollywood with a grounded life, including successful work in real estate. In later years, he battled dementia. Joe Conley passed away on July 7, 2013, at 85. And when you revisit Ike now, his gentle presence feels even more precious, because every community needs an Ike Godsey, and not every community gets one. Olivia Walton was the heart of the household, the calm strength that held 7 children together when the world outside didn't offer guarantees. Michael Learned, born April 9, 1939 in Washington, D.C., was only 33 when she took on the role, and she accomplished something rare. She made motherhood feel epic without ever making it theatrical. Learned's performance mattered because Olivia wasn't written as a saint. She was written as a woman. She worried, she disciplined, she endured illness, heartbreak, and the quiet exhaustion of being needed every hour of the day. Learned played those layers with emotional truth, earning 3 Emmy Awards and giving television one of its most believable portraits of maternal strength. In the glow of Walton's Mountain, Olivia became a symbol, but Learned never let her become a stereotype. Off-camera, Learned faced personal battles, including alcoholism, and later spoke with honesty about recovery, adding another layer of respect to the strength audiences already saw on screen. In 2026, Michael Learned is 87, and to countless viewers, she remains Olivia Walton, the steady voice at the center of the storm, reminding a family and a nation how to keep going. Esther Walton, Grandma, was the mountain's moral backbone, firm, tender, and unafraid to tell the truth when it needed saying. Ellen Corby, born June 3, 1911, in Racine, Wisconsin, was 61 when she first appeared, bringing a lifetime of classic Hollywood discipline to a role that demanded both steel and warmth. Corby's performance mattered because she made authority feel loving. Grandma's scolding never felt cruel. It felt protective, shaped by hardship, by survival, by values earned the hard way. And then real life entered the story. In 1976, Corby suffered a severe stroke, an event that changed her speech and mobility. What happened next became one of the show's most moving chapters. She returned the following year, continuing the role with visible struggle and undeniable spirit. For many viewers, it wasn't simply acting. It was a reflection of their own families facing aging and illness, learning how love adapts when life changes the body. Ellen Corby passed away on April 14, 1999 at 87, and in every rewatch, her Esther Walton remains unforgettable, not just for what she said, but for what she proved. Resilience can be quiet and still unbreakable. Grandpa Zeb brought laughter into hard times, a booming voice, a mischievous grin, and the sense that wisdom could still have joy in it. Will Geer, born March 9, 1902 in Frankfort, Indiana, joined the Waltons at 70, and his presence immediately felt like history walking into the room. Geer's performance mattered because he gave the series its oldest kind of comfort, the feeling of a grandfather who has seen the worst and still chooses warmth. Zeb teased, he guided, he loved the land, and through him, the mountain itself felt alive. Off-screen, Geer's life was as dramatic as any script. He was an activist, a man of theater, and a performer who paid a heavy price during the 1950s when he was blacklisted for refusing to cooperate with HUAC. Yet his later return to television became its own quiet triumph. Artistry surviving politics, talent outlasting punishment. Geer died unexpectedly on April the 22nd, 1978, at 76, shortly after filming. The show's farewell to Grandpa became one of television's most tender goodbyes, because the cast wasn't only acting grief, they were living it. John Boy Walton was the series' literary soul, the young writer watching the world carefully, trying to turn hardship into meaning. Richard Thomas, born June 13, 1951 in New York City, was 21 when he became John Boy, and he played him with a sincerity that made millions feel seen. Thomas's performance mattered because John Boy wasn't chasing fame. He was chasing understanding. The character carried curiosity, restlessness, and the ache of wanting to leave home without losing it. That tension between ambition and belonging is one of the most universal themes in American storytelling, and Thomas delivered it with emotional clarity. He made the quiet moments powerful. A look at the mountain, a pause before good night. The sense that a young person is forming an identity while the world demands adulthood. His work earned him an Emmy, but more importantly, it made John Boy a companion to anyone who ever dreamed big from a small place. Thomas later built a respected career across stage and television, choosing craft over noise. In 2026, Richard Thomas is 75. And when you hear John Boy's voice in your memory, it still sounds like hope, spoken softly but meant to last. Corbeth Godsey arrived like a gust of lace and high manners, genteel, dramatic, and often delightfully out of step with the mountain's practical rhythm. Ronnie Claire Edwards, born February 9, 1933 in Oklahoma City, joined the series at 42, and she gave Corbeth something rare, comedy with compassion. Edwards' performance mattered because Corbeth could have been played as a joke. Instead, she became a portrait of loneliness, pride, and the longing to be valued. Beneath the prim voice and fragile dignity was a woman trying to find her place in a world that didn't always understand her. Edwards, with her theatrical training, gave Corabeth an inner life, an emotional truth that made viewers smile, then suddenly feel for her. In a show famous for warmth, Corabeth added another shade, the ache of someone who wants belonging but doesn't know how to ask for it. Off-screen, Edwards lived as a writer and preservationist, building a creative life with unmistakable individuality. She passed away on June 14, 2016, at 83, and in reruns, Corabeth remains unforgettable, proof that even the most eccentric characters can carry the deepest humanity. Mamie Baldwin was the sharper edge of the sisterhood, stern, outspoken, fiercely loyal to tradition. Helen Klebe, born January 6, 1907, in Mendota, Washington, was 65 when she took on the role, bringing crisp timing and old-school precision that made Mamie instantly iconic. Klebe's performance mattered because she gave the Baldwin sisters texture. Emily carried tenderness. Mamie carried defense. Under Mamie's firmness was love, protective, stubborn, sometimes overbearing, but real. Klebe played that complexity without softening it. She made Mamie funny without turning her into a caricature, and proud without making her cold. In a show about family, Mamie represented another kind of family bond, devotion expressed through rules, rituals, and the fear of losing what little the past left behind. Klebe lived through the changing eras of Hollywood with grit, building a long career across radio, film, and television. She passed away on December 28, 2003 at 96. And in the quiet rooms of the Baldwin home, her voice still echoes, firm, protective, and oddly comforting, like tradition itself refusing to disappear. Cindy Brunson Walton arrived like a softer breeze on Walton's Mountain, gentle, thoughtful, and quietly determined to belong. Leslie Winston, born May 13, 1957 in Washington, D.C. She joined the Waltons at 22, and she gave Cindy an immediate warmth that felt natural beside the family's long-established rhythm. Her performance mattered because Cindy represented a new chapter, the experience of becoming a wife inside a household already full of history. Winston played Cindy without forcing herself into the center. Instead, she let the character earn her place, through kindness, steadiness, and the patient courage it takes to step into a close-knit family and make it home. Cindy's optimism wasn't naive, it was chosen, and that choice is part of why viewers accepted her so quickly. Off-screen, Winston formed genuine bonds with castmates, friendships that mirrored the show's family spirit. Later, she stepped away from acting after an injury, transitioning into behind-the-scenes work as a script supervisor, still in the industry, but far from the spotlight. In 2026, Leslie Winston is 69, and there's something fitting about that quieter path. Cindy was never about noise. She was about presence and the grace of staying steady when life changes the script. Sheriff E.P. Bridges brought order without cruelty, authority tempered by compassion. John Crawford, born September 13, 1920 in Colfax, Washington, was 52 when he first appeared, and he played the sheriff like a man who understood that in small towns, law isn't just enforcement, it's responsibility to neighbors. Crawford's performance mattered because it grounded Walton's Mountain in something real. The series lived on warmth and moral choices, but it also needed structure, someone to represent the world beyond the family porch. Crawford gave the role steadiness, calm eyes, measured speech, and a sense that this sheriff wasn't looking for power. He was looking for peace. In the best moments, Ep Bridges feels like a guardian of community rather than a symbol of authority, and that tone is exactly why the character remains comforting. Off-screen, Crawford was one of Hollywood's most prolific character actors, appearing in more than 200 film and television credits. His life also included hardship late in the journey, including rebuilding after a fire destroyed his home. He passed away on September 21st, 2010 at 90. And when you see him now, you understand a classic truth. The most believable authority on screen is often played by the most dependable professional behind it. Rose Burton stepped in with warmth that felt immediately familiar, gentle humor, sturdy values, and the kind of kindness that makes a house feel lived in. Peggy Rhea, born March 31st, 1921 in Los Angeles, California, joined the series at 57, filling emotional space on the mountain with a reassuring presence that never tried to replace what came before, only to help the family keep going. Rhea's performance mattered because The Waltons was always about comfort earned through hardship. Rose wasn't a dramatic figure. She was the everyday grace of someone who shows up with a meal, a listening ear, and a calm voice when the room needs one. Rhea had a gift for that kind of truth, an expressive face, impeccable timing, and a natural warmth that made audiences trust her instantly. It's the kind of supporting work that doesn't call attention to itself, but quietly becomes essential. Off-screen, Rhea's Hollywood journey began in modest work behind the scenes before she became a beloved character actress across classic television. In later life, she faced health challenges, including heart complications. Peggy Rhea passed away on February 5th, 2011, at 89. And when you watch Rose now, it feels like remembering a neighbor you loved, someone whose comfort was simple and therefore unforgettable. Dr. Curtis Willard carried a different kind of heroism, the quiet burden of small-town medicine, where compassion is expected and exhaustion is never spoken aloud. Tom Bauer, born January 3, 1938 in Denver, Colorado, was 37 when he joined the series, portraying Mary Ellen's husband with sincerity that never felt polished, only real. Bauer's performance mattered because it brought adult weight into the Walton world. As Dr. Willard, he wasn't just a romantic partner. He was a man serving a community in an era when resources were limited and loss was part of daily life. Bauer played him with disciplined restraint, steady hands, thoughtful pauses, and a sense of responsibility that made the character's struggles feel earned. In scenes of marriage, stress, and sacrifice, he helped the show speak to the quiet strain behind doing the right thing. Beyond the Waltons, Bauer built a career rooted in craft, stage training, teaching, directing, mentoring, one of those professionals admired by everyone who worked with him. He passed away on May 30th, 2024, at 86, and revisiting his work now feels like a reminder of what classic television did best. It found dignity in ordinary work and made it timeless. Jason Walton was the quiet musician of Walton's Mountain, the boy who didn't always fight for attention, but somehow held the family's emotional center with a melody. John Walmsley, born February 6, 1956, in Blackburn, England, was just 16 when he stepped into Jason's shoes, bringing a softness that never felt manufactured. What made Walmsley's performance endure is how naturally it fit the world of the Waltons. In a series defined by hardship, tight money, long winters, and the constant pressure of making do, Jason's music became a kind of shelter. It wasn't merely talent on display. It was a reminder that even during the Depression, families still needed beauty. They needed something that said tomorrow might be gentler than today. Walmsley played that truth with restraint. A careful look, a modest smile, and the sense of a young man listening to the world before trying to answer it. After the show, Walmsley didn't drift away from music. He held on to it as a lifelong craft, working as a singer, songwriter, and session musician. In 2026, John Walmsley is 70, and for many viewers, he remains a living note from a simpler kind of television, one that believed art could heal, and that quiet souls could still be unforgettable. Elizabeth Walton began as the mountain's bright-eyed wonder, the youngest voice in the house, asking questions the adults didn't always have answers for. Kami Cotler, born June 17, 1965 in Long Beach, California, was only 7 when she first appeared, and audiences watched her grow up almost as if she were part of the family. Cotler's gift was simplicity. She didn't perform innocence. She lived it on camera, letting Elizabeth feel like a real child shaped by hard times, but protected by love. As the series progressed, her character matured into a thoughtful young woman, and Cotler handled that shift with quiet grace. Elizabeth mattered because she represented the future, the generation that would remember the Depression not as history, but as childhood. As an adult, Cotler chose a different life, stepping away from acting and devoting herself to education, becoming a teacher and later a school administrator. In 2026, Kami Cotler is 61, and there's something deeply fitting about that. The child who once learned life's lessons on Walton's Mountain grew into a woman who spent her life helping others learn theirs. Time doesn't stop for any family, on screen or off. But the Waltons gave us something rare, a place where love was steady, even when life was not. Tonight, we've remembered the faces who built that comfort, those still here in 2026, and those we've had to let go. If their stories stayed with you, leave a comment with the name that brought you home. And please subscribe for more classic Hollywood memories. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. The outlaw Josie Wales wasn't just another Western, it was grief given a name, and vengeance given a road to follow. And behind every face in that dust and fire stood actors living stories just as complicated. Private losses, hard-earned triumphs, and far too many final chapters that came too soon. Nearly 5 decades later, we look back, honoring the cast and the legacies they left behind. Captain Fletcher is the kind of figure the Old West seems to produce without mercy. Stern, unbending, and certain that authority alone can tame a broken land. When John Vernon stepped into the role at 44, he carried an unmistakable weight. Deep-set eyes, a tall frame, and a voice that sounded like it had been sanded down by hard decisions. On screen, Fletcher doesn't need theatrics. His power comes from restraint, from the cold certainty that men like him rarely question themselves. That presence wasn't an accident. Vernon built a career playing officials, lawmen, and men of sharp edges, roles that fit him like armor, even when they threatened to become a cage. Off-screen, the path was far less clean than the uniforms he often wore. Long stretches of career pressure, personal upheaval, and emotional distance followed him through the decades. The loss of his son in 1995 left a quiet wound that never truly closed, one of those sorrows that reshapes a person from the inside out. Still, Vernon kept working, giving his craft everything he had until the end. He passed away in 2005 at 72. And when you watch Fletcher now, you can feel the irony. A man who played control so convincingly, carrying real life's uncontrollable grief behind the mask. Josie Wales isn't a hero in shining light. He's a man carved out of loss. Grief hardened into motion, pain turned into purpose. Clint Eastwood shaped him into one of the most enduring figures in American westerns, playing Josie with a quiet rage that never needs to announce itself. At 46, Eastwood didn't perform vengeance like fireworks. He performed it like gravity. Every pause feels loaded. Every look suggests a past that still bleeds. That's why his Josie matters. The film doesn't ask you to celebrate violence, it asks you to understand what violence does to a human soul. Eastwood gives Josie a wounded dignity, a sense that the man is still searching for the last piece of himself that war couldn't steal. And as the story unfolds, the performance becomes something rarer than toughness. It becomes endurance, learning how to keep living without denying what you lost. Off-screen, Eastwood's life has been marked by its own contradictions. Discipline and distance, love and turbulence, public success alongside private complexity. Yet professionally, he became one of Hollywood's defining forces. Actor, director, icon, craftsman. In the frame of Josie Wales, he remains unforgettable. A man who survives not because he's unbreakable, but because something inside him refuses to die. Captain Terrell is vengeance without conscience. Cold, relentless, and fueled by the bitterness that war leaves behind. Bill McKinney played him at 44 with coiled intensity, turning Terrell into a force that feels almost inevitable, like violence wearing a uniform. His eyes don't just threaten, they judge. And in a film built on grief, Terrell becomes the reminder that cruelty often believes it's righteous. McKinney's performance works because it isn't cartoon evil. It's controlled, sharp, and terrifyingly believable. The kind of man who doesn't see himself as a villain at all. Terrell doesn't chase chaos for fun. He enforces it, convinced the world owes him obedience. That realism gives the story its edge. Josie isn't just running from a man. He's running from a system of vengeance that never admits it's wrong. Off-screen, McKinney carried his own hard history, poverty, military service, quiet traumas that never fully loosened their grip. He worked relentlessly, often cast as villains, even as those who knew him described someone far gentler than the roles suggested. Loneliness, health struggles, and the long toll of survival followed him into later years. He passed away in 2011 at 80, and when Terrell appears on screen now, it lands with a strange sadness, because you sense how much real life can shape the darkness a man knows how to play. Lone Waddy arrives like wisdom in motion, soft humor, steady eyes, and a sadness that doesn't need to speak loudly to be felt. Chief Dan George delivered the performance at 76, and every moment he's on screen, the film breathes differently. He doesn't rush, he doesn't posture, he simply is, a man who has seen too much history to be impressed by rage. What makes Lone Waddy powerful is how human he is. He jokes, he observes, he mourns in silence. And through that gentleness, he becomes the film's moral center, a reminder that dignity can survive even when the world tries to grind it down. His presence changes Josie's story from pure vengeance into something larger. Community, belonging, the slow rebuilding of a life after ruin. Behind that calm was real pain. George endured forced separation from culture and language in residential school as a child, an experience that shaped a lifetime of loss and resilience. Later fame brought him a platform for advocacy and poetry, but it could never erase what had been taken. After the death of his wife in 1978, his spirit dimmed and his health declined. He died in 1981 at 82, and in rewatching, his wisdom feels even more sacred because it came from truth, not performance. Little Moonlight is one of the film's gentlest presences. Quiet strength wrapped in softness. Geraldine Keams was only 24 during filming, and she brings a calm resilience that never begs the audience to notice it. In a story dominated by men carrying guns and grief, her performance is a different kind of survival. The kind built on patience, endurance, and the refusal to let hardship erase tenderness. Keams plays Little Moonlight with dignity, small gestures, steady eyes, and a sense of being older than her years, as if life forced her to grow up early. And that subtlety matters. It reminds us the frontier wasn't only shaped by dramatic shootouts, it was shaped by women absorbing loss, carrying families, and continuing anyway. The character doesn't demand the spotlight, but she gives the story emotional texture. Off-screen, Keams faced the familiar barriers Indigenous performers have long described: typecasting, rejection, and an industry that too often reduced culture into costume. Personal sorrow and loneliness followed her for years, and a severe fall in 1990 nearly ended her performing path altogether. Yet she endured, returning, teaching, advocating, and protecting heritage through storytelling. She stands as proof that sometimes the bravest role is simply to keep going, and to keep your identity intact while the world tries to shrink it. Jamie represents the tragedy of youth caught in the machinery of war. Hope still visible, even as the future collapses around him. Sam Bottoms was just 20 when he played the role, and he captures something painfully real: the look of a young man who still believes life might turn out fine, right before it doesn't. Bottoms' performance works because it isn't heroic posing. It's innocence under pressure, in a film where vengeance is loud, and Jamie's presence is the quiet reminder of what vengeance destroys: people who never asked to become part of someone else's war. That contrast deepens Josie Wales. It makes the story feel less like legend and more like loss. Off-screen, Bottoms' life carried echoes of that fragility. Early success brought visibility, but it also arrived alongside destructive habits that tightened over time. Health burdens, career turbulence, broken relationships, and the slow erosion that addiction can create shaped much of his later years. And even then, he kept returning to the work when he could, like the craft itself was a last rope holding him steady. Sam Bottoms died in 2008 at 53 after battling brain cancer. Watching him now feels like seeing a promise: bright, brief, and gone before it ever had the chance to fully become what it could have been. Travis Cobb drifts through the film like a man who belongs to the West, weathered, grounded, and hard to surprise. Sheb Woolley played him at 55 with the ease of someone who understood frontier grit instinctively: steady hands, calm eyes, and a voice that sounds like it's lived through dust storms. His performance adds authenticity, proof that the world around Josie isn't a stage set, but a place populated by real, worn people. Woolley's life outside the film was even more layered. Before Hollywood, he survived the punishing grind of rodeo circuits, collecting scars long before cameras ever found him. Music brought him another kind of fame. His hit, Purple People Eater, became a cultural moment, but fame rarely fixes what pain breaks. 2 marriages collapsed under the weight of travel, temperament, and habits that grew heavier with time. And the loss of a daughter in the 1970s left a grief that never truly loosened its grip. As years passed, health problems mounted: injuries, smoking, alcohol, and then leukemia. In his final stretch, creativity became refuge again. Writing, remembering, trying to make peace with what couldn't be repaired. Sheb Woolley died in 2003 at 82. When you see Travis Cobb now, the calm on his face feels different, because you realize how often easy charm is just what people wear to survive. Woodrow Parfrey gave the carpetbagger an unsettling edge: greedy, twitchy, and strangely haunted, like a man who profits from chaos because he can't survive peace. At 62, Parfrey didn't play the role with swagger. He played it with a nervous intensity that made you uneasy, and even when the character wasn't speaking. In a Western full of gunfire and vengeance, that kind of quiet creepiness lands like a cold draft through an open door. The performance worked because Parfrey understood something darkly human. Opportunists aren't always confident. They're often frightened people hiding behind appetite. His haunted look felt too real, and his life explains why. He lost both parents as a teenager, grew up under the crushing weight of the Great Depression, and later endured war trauma. Wounded in battle, taken prisoner, and left with scars that followed him long after the uniforms were gone. Acting became his way of rebuilding, but the ghosts never fully released him. Hollywood often cast him as strange men, because that haunted quality seemed to live in his bones. Even his personal life carried strain. Cigarettes, alcohol, and sleepless tension woven into adulthood. When Parfrey died of a sudden heart attack in 1984 at 69, it felt brutally abrupt, as if the past he spent a lifetime outrunning finally caught him at full speed. 10 Bears speaks with the weight of a people, not the ego of a warrior. Will Sampson played him at 43 with solemn stillness, measured voice, patient eyes, and a towering presence that never needed force. His 6'7" frame could have dominated the scene by size alone, but Sampson's power came from restraint. Like a man carrying history so heavy, he no longer wastes energy proving anything. That's why the performance remains one of the film's strongest images. 10 Bears doesn't posture. He endures. In a story about revenge, he represents something older and deeper. Survival that outlasts violence. Sampson made every pause feel ancestral, every word feel earned. Off-screen, his life was marked by continual struggle, poverty, discrimination, and the relentless grind of trying to build a future inside a system designed to deny one. Rodeo work became a path to survival, but it came with injuries and lonely miles. Then grief arrived in the most unforgiving way, the deaths of 2 of his children, a sorrow that never truly loosened its grip. Illness followed, scleroderma, slowly suffocating his lungs and heart. A stagecoach accident worsened everything, leading to a desperate heart-lung transplant in 1987. He survived the surgery only briefly. When Will Sampson died at 53, it wasn't just a loss of an actor, it felt like losing a living monument of resilience. Rose could have been played as simple comic relief, lighthearted, flirtatious, a wink in the middle of a harsh frontier. But Joyce Jameson brought something else, a quiet sadness behind the smile, the feeling of a woman who jokes because it's safer than admitting how tired she is. At 49, she gave Rose a warmth that felt lived in, and that small layer of sorrow made the character linger long after the scene ended. Jameson's performance works because it carries contradiction. Rose is playful, yes, but the eyes suggest history, a private ache that doesn't want to be explained. In a film crowded with violence and vengeance, that kind of human vulnerability matters. It reminds you the West wasn't just made of gunmen, it was also made of people trying to stay soft without being crushed. Off-screen, Jameson's life was far more fragile than her bright presence suggested. Hollywood repeatedly boxed her into dizzy blonde roles, even as she longed to be taken seriously. Personal pain deepened, loneliness, emotional struggle, and the kind of depression that applause can't drown out. Friends later spoke of how heavy her sadness became, how sleep and peace grew harder to reach. In 1987, at 59, Joyce Jameson took her own life. And that knowledge changes the way you watch her. The laughter still lands, but it lands with a shadow, like joy trying to hold back the dark. Grandma Sarah brings a fragile spark to Josie Wales, humor and tenderness carried in a body that looks like it's already lived through too many winters. Paula Truman played her at 79 with the grace of a woman who understood hardship and still chose warmth. Her eyes do something rare. They make the violence around her feel smaller, as if kindness is its own kind of courage. Truman's performance matters because it gives the film a human heartbeat amid the grit. Grandma Sarah isn't there to win fights. She's there to remind everyone why surviving is worth it. She makes the Ovound family element feel real, not sentimental, but necessary. In her presence, the story becomes more than revenge. It becomes about rebuilding a life out of ruins. Off-screen, Truman's life carried its own storms. She endured the anxieties of the Depression era, the upheaval of wartime years, and a stage accident that left chronic pain trailing her. And heartbreak arrived close to the film's release. The death of her husband, architect Harold Sterner, ending a 40-year marriage that had been her deepest support. Hollywood rarely made room for older actresses, so Truman carved her path through endurance, not spotlight, accepting roles that kept her spirit alive. When she passed away in 1994 at 96, it felt like the closing of a quiet chapter, a life defined not by fame but by resilience, shining even as the world dimmed. Kelly is one of Josie's loyal companions, steady, understated, the kind of man who doesn't speak loudly because he's already learned what life costs. Matt Clark played him at 39 with a long-faced weariness that fit perfectly into the film's rugged fabric. He didn't perform heroism, he suggested it, through patience, through presence, through the way he stood like someone who'd already survived worse than bullets. Clark's work matters because films like this aren't held up only by the lead, and they're held up by the men around him, the ones who make the world feel populated by real human beings, not just archetypes. Kelly becomes part of the story's emotional structure, proof that companionship can grow out of the shared damage, and that family can be assembled from strangers who refuse to abandon each other. Off-screen, Clark's life carried turbulence. Military service left memories he seldom discussed, followed by restless nights and long stretches of drinking. Acting became a lifeline, even as Hollywood often offered him the smaller roles: grit, sorrow, broken edges. A severe car accident in 1970 nearly ended his career, bringing pain and financial strain that lingered for years. Yet he fought back, taking role after role, building a resume through sheer endurance. Now 88, he lives more quietly, having outlasted many storms. And in that quiet survival, you can feel the same truth he brought to Kelly. Sometimes the greatest victory is simply staying here. Royal Dano had one of those faces that looked like the West had carved it from stone, long, weather-beaten, full of unspoken history. At 53, he played Ten Spot with a quiet gravity that made the character feel like a ghost drifting through a harsher era. Dano didn't need many lines. The wrinkles did the talking, telling you this man had already watched too many dreams dry up under the sun. That's why his presence works in Josie Wales. The film isn't only about gunfire, it's about what time does to people. Dano embodied that theme. Ten Spot feels like the kind of person who survived by becoming smaller, quieter, less noticeable, until the day the story needs him again. Off-screen, Cy Dano's life carried its own burdens. He grew up during the Great Depression, ran away as a teenager, and drifted before finding refuge in acting. He became a favorite among Western directors, yet rarely received leading roles, one of Hollywood's quiet giants living in the margins. Health struggles followed him, worsened by years of smoking, and personal loss struck deeply, the death of one of his sons, a wound he never fully healed. Still, Dano kept working, believing stories offered a kind of gentle healing. He passed away in 1994 at 71, and when you see him now, he feels like a reminder etched into the film itself. Some legends don't shine, they endure. John Quaid brought granite authority to the Comanche leader, heavy brow, booming presence, and a stare that could stop a room cold. He played the role at only 38, so yet looked like someone the frontier had already weathered for decades. That contrast, youth and age-worn intensity, made him unforgettable, like the character arrived already carrying history. Quaid's strength as a performer was authenticity. He didn't perform toughness as style, it came through like lived experience. And in a Western built on moral collisions, his presence adds tension that feels real. The sense that every meeting carries consequence, every decision carries blood. Off-screen, Quaid's road wasn't smooth. He drifted through hard jobs, mechanic, welder, truck driver, before acting found him almost by accident. He carried a lifelong frustration with authority and bureaucracy, shaped by financial hardships and battles with systems that never seemed designed for working people. Those tensions gave his performances weight, anger with roots. Yet behind the intimidating exterior, friends described a gentle, principled man devoted to family and faith. In later years, he spoke openly about personal liberty and individual rights, turning conviction into advocacy. As health deteriorated, heart issues weakened him. When John Quaid passed away in 2009 at 71, it closed the chapter on a man who always looked like he could survive anything. And that's the bittersweet lesson. Even the toughest faces on screen are still human underneath. Sim Carstairs could have been a forgettable eccentric, just another oddball in a Western filled with larger myths. But William O'Connell made him memorable. At 47, O'Connell played Carstairs with wiry energy, darting eyes, peculiar delivery, and a strange charm that made you lean in closer, even when you weren't sure you should. He understood how to make quirky feel like a real person instead of a gag. That skill mattered because films like Josie Wales need texture. Not every character can be mythic. Some exist to remind you the world is filled with odd survivors, people shaped by hardship into unusual shapes, yet still deserving of dignity. O'Connell gave Sim that dignity. He didn't mock the character. He inhabited him. Off-screen, O'Connell's life carried a similar blend of charm and struggle. Growing up with the lingering uncertainty of Depression-era echoes, he learned early not to waste opportunities. Hollywood rarely offered him the center spotlight, but he became one of those recognizable faces audiences felt they knew, even if they couldn't name him. Despite the frustrations of typecasting, he approached every role like it mattered, because to him it did. In later years, he lived quietly, mentoring young actors and giving back to community work. O'Connell passed away in 2024 at 94, and when Sim Carstairs appears now, it feels like seeing the spirit of American character acting itself, strange, human, and unforgettable in the smallest moments. Len Lesser's Abe arrives with weathered gentleness, twinkling humor, tired eyes, and the feeling of a man who's learned to survive by softening the edges instead of sharpening them. At 53, Lesser had that rare gift. He could make a small role feel like a whole life. Abe doesn't dominate the film, but he deepens it, adding warmth to a world that would otherwise be only grit and gunfire. And Lesser mattered because Westerns are often remembered for their leads, but they're built by supporting faces. He made Abe feel like someone you could have met, an ordinary soul drifting through extraordinary times. That authenticity becomes the glue that holds the myth together. Without it, the story floats away. With it, the story feels real. Off-screen, Lesser was shaped by wartime service in World War II, experiences that left marks he carried quietly. Acting became decades of steady work. Television, film, one small part after another, each delivered with professionalism and heart. But a working actor's life isn't glamorous. Lesser endured unemployment, financial pressure, and the grind of chasing the next role while still supporting a family. What makes his legacy powerful is not just the credits. It's the perseverance. Later recognition, including beloved work on Seinfeld, felt like a late reward he accepted with humility. When he died in 2011 at 88, He left behind a legacy built not on stardom, but on endurance, proof that some of the brightest contributions come from those who never stop showing up. Laura Lee enters Josie Wales like a fragile light, soft-spoken, steady, and somehow brave enough to stay gentle in a world built on violence. Sondra Locke was 32 at the time, and she played Laura not as a helpless symbol, but as a living kind of hope. Her strength is quiet. It shows in the way she holds her ground without shouting, and in the tenderness she offers when tenderness feels like a risk. What makes her performance resonate is that she understands the film's deeper truth. Survival isn't always about winning. Sometimes it's about refusing to become what hurt you. Locke's Laura becomes a reminder that even among vengeance and blood, kindness can still take root, and that's why she matters to Josie's story. Off-screen, Locke's life carried its own storms, public scrutiny, professional battles, and years of conflict that left lasting scars. Her career became tangled with industry politics and long, painful legal fights that made her struggle feel like more than gossip. It was a fight for voice, for agency, for dignity. Then illness arrived, adding another weight to an already heavy road. Sondra Locke passed away in 2018 at 74 after facing breast and bone cancer. When you revisit her scenes, the tenderness lands differently because you realize she wasn't just portraying resilience. In many ways, she was living it. Before we end, let's take one quiet moment to remember them all. The icons, the character actors, the steady hands, the faces that made the outlaw Josie Wales feel like a world you could step into. Their journeys didn't end with the credits, and neither did their impact. If this tribute stayed with you, keep their names alive. One more watch, one more memory.
Welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. We remember the thumbs up, the diner booths, the Cunningham's front door, like nothing could ever change. But nearly 6 decades later, the cast list reads differently. Some legends left quietly, others too soon, and a few remain in 2026, living reminders of a TV era that never truly fades. This is Happy Days, then and now. Fonzie wasn't supposed to be the center of Happy Days until Henry Winkler made him impossible to ignore. Leather jacket, thumbs up, that effortless aye. But also something deeper, a rebel who somehow became a mentor. Winkler, born October 30th, 1945 in New York City, was 29 when he stepped into the role, and he played Fonzie with a rare balance. Cool on the surface, kindness underneath. What made the performance matter is that Winkler never treated Fonzie like a cartoon. The Fonz could be funny, intimidating, even absurdly iconic, yet he still felt human. He stood beside Richie and the Cunninghams like a protector from the street who learned slowly how to belong to a family. That's why the character became cultural shorthand for confidence, and why he still lands decades later. Winkler's career kept evolving long after the jukebox stopped, proving he was far more than one jacket and one catchphrase. In 2026, Henry Winkler is 80, and the legacy is still alive in every kid who learned cool doesn't have to mean cruel. Every great sitcom needs a center of gravity, someone who makes the chaos feel safe. Tom Bosley's Howard Cunningham was that steady hand, a hardware store owner, a devoted husband, and a father who didn't need big speeches to be wise. Born October 1st, 1927, in Chicago, Illinois, Bosley was 47 when he became the dad America trusted. Bosley's gift was warmth without softness. Howard could be firm, practical, and even quietly funny, but the love was always present, like a constant light in the living room. In a show built on teenage antics and nostalgic fun, Howard Cunningham mattered because he made the world feel grounded. He represented an ideal, maybe not perfect, but comforting. Adults who listened, families who stayed together, home as a place you could return to. Bosley built a career far beyond Happy Days, but for many viewers, he will always be Mr. Cunningham, the father figure who made the show feel like a real neighborhood. On October 19, 2010, he passed away at 83 from complications of lung cancer. And when you rewatch the series now, his presence feels even more precious, because stability like that is rare on screen, and rarer in life. Marion Cunningham was the heart of the house, the quiet strength behind the warmth everyone remembers. Marion Ross, born October 25, 1928, in Watertown, Minnesota, was 46 when she began playing the role, and she brought something timeless: patience, humor, and emotional steadiness that never felt fake. What made Ross special is that she didn't play the perfect mom. She played a real one, supportive, worried, proud, sometimes overwhelmed, always loving. In the glow of nostalgia, it's easy to overlook how important that is. Marion wasn't just background comfort. She was the emotional anchor that made Richie's world feel safe enough for Fonzie to walk into and change everything. And in the best moments, Ross could land a line with a gentleness that hit harder than a punchline, like the show was reminding you that family is built in the small things. In 2026, Marion Ross is 97, a living bridge to an era of television that still feels like home. And that's the bittersweet magic of reruns. The years move forward, but her smile stays right there in the frame, forever. Patsy Weber was the kind of friend every teen group needs, the good-hearted one, a little naive, always trying to keep up with the bigger personalities around him. Anson Williams, born April 25, 1949 in Los Angeles, California, was 25 when he brought Patsy to life, and he gave the character sincerity that kept the comedy from turning mean. Patsy mattered because he made the friend group feel real. Richie could be the wholesome center, Fonzie the myth, Ralph the chaos, but Patsy was the glue, loyal, awkward, often uncertain, and strangely relatable. Williams played him with gentle timing, letting embarrassment become comedy without humiliating the character. That's a hard line to walk, and he did it with heart. After Happy Days, Williams built a strong career behind the camera, directing for years. Proof that the boy at Arnold's had more chapters than the audience ever saw. In 2026, Anson Williams is 76. And if you ever watched Patsy try, fail, and try again, there's something quietly moving about seeing the man behind him still standing, still part of the story. Richie Cunningham was the moral center, the all-American boy next door who made the show's world feel safe enough for bigger characters to shine. Ron Howard, born March 1, 1954 in Duncan, Oklahoma, was 20 when he began playing Richie, and he gave the role an easy sincerity that held everything together. Richie mattered because sitcoms need someone the audience can trust. He wasn't the loudest, the funniest, or the coolest, but he was the one you believed in. Through his eyes, the show became more than jokes. It became a memory of growing up, friendships forming, mistakes made, identities tested, and families staying close as time moved forward. And Howard played Richie like a real person inside a nostalgic dream, and that's why the show still feels warm. Then Howard did something rare. He transformed into one of the most respected filmmakers of his generation. The child actor became the director with the long lens, building stories on a much bigger canvas. In 2026, Ron Howard is 72. And when you rewatch Richie now, you're not just seeing a character, you're seeing the beginning of a lifetime in storytelling. Al Del Vecchio was the straight man at Arnold's, the one who watched the kids spiral into nonsense and reacted like the only adult in the room. Al Molinaro, born June 24, 1919 in Kenosha, Wisconsin, was 55 when he took on the role, and his deadpan timing gave the show a different flavor, warmth mixed with weary amusement. Some Molinaro's Al mattered because sitcom worlds need witnesses. Fonzie's cool, Ralph's jokes, Richie's sincerity, those things land harder when someone on screen treats them like real life. Al's exasperation made Arnold's feel like an actual place, not just a stage. He wasn't there to chase punchlines. He was there to ground them. Molinaro had a long television career, and Happy Days made him a permanent part of classic TV history. On October 29, 2015, he died at 96 due to complications from gallbladder surgery. And when you watch him now behind the counter, there's a quiet ache. The man who played Annoyed so well is gone, while the kids he watched over stay forever young in reruns. Jenny Piccolo arrived with late-season energy, fun, outgoing, and always ready to stir up trouble around Joni and the gang. Kathy Silvers, born May 27, 1961 in New York City, was 19 when she stepped into the role, bringing a bright, breezy spark that helped refresh the show's later years. Jenny mattered because Happy Days was changing. The original teen chemistry had evolved, and new characters had to feel like they belonged in an already iconic world. Silvers made Jenny feel natural, like she'd always been one booth away at Arnold's, waiting for her moment to jump into the fun. Her performance leaned playful without becoming shallow, and that's why fans still remember Jenny as more than a footnote. Silvers didn't chase non-stop acting afterward, but she stayed connected to the legacy in her own way, appearing occasionally and remaining a familiar face to devoted fans. In 2026, Kathy Silvers is 64, and that's the quiet magic of then and now. A character who showed up late can still feel like a permanent part of the memory. Roger Phillips entered as a late addition, well-meaning, slightly clueless, and designed to bring new romantic energy into the final stretch. Ted McGinley, born May 30, 1958 in Newport Beach, California, was 22 when he joined, playing Roger with a friendly sincerity that softened the new guy pressure. Roger mattered because late seasons are fragile. Audiences don't always accept change, and a new character can feel like an interruption. McGinley avoided that by leaning into earnestness. Roger wasn't trying to replace anyone. He was trying to fit in. His gentle awkwardness became the joke, and his decency became the charm. McGinley went on to a long television career, becoming one of those familiar faces who keeps appearing in different eras of comedy. Proof that steady work can build its own kind of fame. In 2026, Ted McGinley is 67, and when you watch Roger now, you can feel the end of an era atmosphere. Happy Days, reaching its final pages, still trying to keep the lights warm. Chachi Arcola started as a mischievous kid with swagger and a guitar, then grew into a central romance that shaped the show's later identity. Scott Baio, born September 22, 1960 in Brooklyn, New York, was 17 when he first appeared, bringing youthful confidence that paired perfectly with Joni's coming-of-age storyline. Chachi mattered because he changed the tone. The show's early nostalgia leaned on innocence and family warmth, but Chachi brought teen desire into the foreground. More emotion, more conflict, more growing up. His chemistry with Joni became iconic enough to launch a spin-off, and for many viewers, that romance is inseparable from how they remember the final seasons. Baio continued working for decades, though his public image became more complicated over time. Still, in the Happy Days frame, Chachi remains frozen as that late 70s dream. Young love, big hair, bigger feelings. In 2026, Scott Baio is 65, and in reruns, the romance still plays like it always did. Sweet, dramatic, and a little bittersweet. And because we know what Joni's real story became. Arnold was the calm authority at the drive-in, the deadpan father figure whose patience made everyone else's antics funnier. Pat Morita, born June 28, 1932, in Ileton, California, was 43 when he played the role, blending stern humor with warmth in a way that helped define Arnold's as the show's living room outside the house. Morita mattered because he gave the setting dignity. Without him, the drive-in could have been just a backdrop. With him, it became a community space, where kids performed versions of themselves and Arnold quietly kept the world from falling apart. Later, Morita became immortal to another generation as Mr. Miyagi, proving his range was far bigger than a sitcom counter. On November 24, 2005, Pat Morita died at 73 due to kidney failure. And when you revisit his Happy Days scenes, there's a special ache, because you can see the future legend already present. The timing, the calm, the kindness. He wasn't just part of the show. He was part of what made it feel like a real place. Marcia Sims offered Fonzie something different: maturity, intelligence, and a romance that revealed a more vulnerable side of the coolest guy in Milwaukee. Beatrice Colin, born January 10, 1948 in New York City, was 26 when she appeared, bringing a refined presence that shifted the emotional temperature of Fonzie's world. Colin mattered because she helped expand Fonzie beyond the myth. When Marcia entered, the show briefly slowed down and allowed the audience to see Fonzie as a man who could be softened, who could be unsure, even tender. And those moments are easy to miss in a sitcom, but they're often what makes characters last. Colin continued working in television after the show, but her life was cut painfully short. On November 18, 1999, she died at 51 from breast cancer. In hindsight, that makes her Happy Days scenes feel like fragile jewels, brief, shining, and gone too quickly. And in a series built on comfort, her ending reminds us that real life never follows the laugh track. Ashley Pfister arrived as a more serious love interest for Fonzie, elegant, mature, and written to show what it might look like if the legend ever truly settled down. Linda Pearl, born September 2, 1955 in Greenwich, Connecticut, was 19 when she appeared, carrying a graceful confidence that contrasted beautifully with Fonzie's street-cool persona. And Ashley mattered because she changed the shape of Fonzie's emotional world. With her, the relationship wasn't just flirtation, it had weight. It asked the audience to imagine a future for a character who always felt like he existed in the eternal present. Pearl played Ashley with calm intelligence, the kind of presence that doesn't chase attention, yet holds it. Pearl went on to a long career across television and film, showing range that extended far beyond one romantic arc. In 2026, Linda Pearl is 70, and when you rewatch her scenes now, you feel what Happy Days was trying to do near the end. Gently let the characters grow up, even if the audience didn't want to. Flip Phillips brought youthful charm into the later seasons, good-natured, smooth-talking, and designed to refresh the ensemble as the original era faded. And Billy Warlock, born March 26, 1961, in Gardena, California, was 21 when he joined, and he played Flip with an easy, friendly energy that fit the show's late-stage optimism. Flip mattered because he represented transition. Happy Days wasn't just a sitcom, it was a time machine, and by the end, the machine itself was changing. Characters like Flip helped the show keep moving forward, even when viewers' hearts were still back in the earlier seasons. Warlock's performance kept things light, never forcing the new to compete with nostalgia, just offering a fresh note in a familiar melody. Warlock later became known for other television work, then stepped away from acting. In 2026, Billy Warlock is 65, and in reruns, Flip remains a reminder that even comfort shows have endings, and sometimes the last chapters are built by faces you didn't expect to miss until years later. Casey Cunningham arrived as a free-spirited new dynamic in the household. Older, energetic, and written to keep the Cunningham home feeling alive in the show's final stretch. Crystal Bernard, born September 30th, 1961, in Garland, Texas, was 21 when she played KC, bringing youthful brightness and a slightly different rhythm to the family scenes. KC mattered because late seasons are about keeping the heart beating. When a long-running show begins to thin out, new characters either feel like replacements or like extensions of the world. Bernard made KC feel like the latter, someone who belonged in that kitchen, on that couch, under that warm living room light. She later became even more recognizable to TV audiences through Wings, proving her presence wasn't a final season footnote, it was the start of another chapter. In 2026, Crystal Bernard is 64, and when you see KC now, you can feel the closing of the book, Happy Days trying to stay happy, while time, quietly, is already turning the page. Heather Pfister was a small role, but it carried a rare kind of innocence. Heather O'Rourke, born December 27, 1975 in San Diego, California, was only 7 when she appeared, bringing natural sweetness that fit the show's wholesome late-season tone. Her story, however, is one of the most heartbreaking in the wider orbit of classic screen history. O'Rourke was already known to many for Poltergeist, and her career seemed like it had years ahead. Instead, tragedy arrived with brutal speed. On February 1, 1988, she died at just 12 due to complications from a misdiagnosed bowel obstruction. That kind of loss changes how you view any scene. Suddenly, the innocence isn't just cute, it's fragile. When you see her on screen now, you're watching a child who never got the chance to grow into the future the audience assumed was waiting. In a show built on comfort, her story is a reminder that some real-life endings are too heavy for any laughter to soften. Joni Cunningham grew up on screen, sweet, spirited, and eventually at the center of one of the show's most famous romances. Erin Moran, born October 18, 1960 in Burbank, California, was only 14 when she began playing Joni, capturing the awkward innocence of adolescence with a sincerity that never felt forced. Joni mattered because she wasn't just the little sister. She became her own storyline, especially as the show leaned into Joni loves Chachi, turning teen romance into a major engine of later seasons. Moran's charm made that shift work, and for many fans, Joni became the emotional thread that connected the family warmth to the teen drama. But behind the nostalgia, her real life turned difficult. Years of personal and professional struggles, far from the glow of network television. On April 22, 2017, Erin Moran died at 56 due to complications from cancer. And the loss felt especially painful because audiences watched her grow up, then watched the world move on without her. And in every rewatch, Joni remains there, forever mid-laugh, mid-dream, while the woman behind her story ended far too soon. Ralph Malph wasn't just a class clown, he was a firecracker. Don Most, born August 8, 1953 in Brooklyn, New York, was 21 when he stepped into the role, delivering one-liners, pranks, and that unmistakable laugh that made the gang feel like a real teenage orbit. What made Ralph work is that Most played him with speed and innocence. Ralph could be ridiculous, even obnoxious, but he rarely felt cruel. The humor came from youthful impulse, talk first, think later, and in a show built on nostalgia, that energy mattered. It reminded viewers of being young and loud and not quite knowing who you are yet. Ralph wasn't the cool guy. He was the guy trying to be cool and failing in the funniest ways. Most kept evolving beyond the role, moving into music, directing, and voice work, showing that the face you remember from the booth at Arnold's belonged to a performer with range. In 2026, Don Most is 72, and somehow that's the emotional punch. The kid who lived in jokes grew older, just like the audience that grew up laughing with him. Looking back at Happy Days in 2026, the comfort is still there. The jukebox glow, the family warmth, the friendships that felt unbreakable. But the cast's real lives remind us, time takes everyone somewhere. Some are gone, some remain, and the reruns keep them together in one eternal season. If one face took you back, tell us which one. Welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Three's Company looked like pure fun, Sunlit Santa Monica, slammed doors, and laughter that felt endless. But step outside that apartment, and many of those familiar faces faced final chapters far darker than any sitcom twist. Tonight, we revisit the cast, then and now in 2026, honoring the joy they gave us and the truth behind the smiles. Jack Tripper was the beating heart of Three's Company, a hurricane of pratfalls, double takes, and wide-eyed panic who somehow always landed on his feet. John Ritter, born September 17, 1948 in Burbank, California, was 28 when he first stepped into that little Santa Monica apartment. As Jack, he balanced slapstick chaos with a warmth that made him more than a punchline. His comedy was physical, almost musical, timed falls, elastic reactions, and a kindness that kept the farce human, even when the misunderstandings got outrageous. The role mattered because Ritter didn't treat sitcom humor like something cheap. He played it like craft, exact, generous, and emotionally readable. And audiences felt that. The series ran from 1977 to 1984, and Jack became one of television's most beloved comic creations. Off-screen, Ritter kept working steadily, respected not just for talent, but for decency. One of those rare stars people seemed to genuinely love being around. Then came the shock that didn't feel real. On September 11, 2003, Ritter died unexpectedly at 54 from an aortic dissection. The loss felt brutally sudden, like a door slammed mid-scene before the laugh could arrive. Yet every rerun keeps him alive. The stumble, the spin, the grin, and the feeling that for half an hour, and everything might turn out okay. If Jack was the storm, Janet Wood was the steady pulse. Practical, sharp, and forever trying to keep the apartment from spinning off its hinges. Joyce DeWitt, born April 23, 1949, in Wheeling, West Virginia, was 27 when she became the show's quiet anchor. Janet wasn't a fool, and DeWitt never played her like one. She gave Janet intelligence, bite when needed, and loyalty that felt earned, especially in the way she reacted to Jack's chaos with a mix of exasperation and real affection. What made her performance matter was restraint. In a sitcom built on escalation, DeWitt knew when to hold back, letting a look, a pause, a slow turn of the head become funnier than any shouted line. That's classic comedic skill, the ability to let the audience arrive at the joke. Her chemistry with Ritter gave the show its emotional backbone. Beneath the gags, you believed these people cared. After the series, DeWitt stepped away from constant spotlight, returning on her own terms over the years, proof that not every career is meant to be loud to be lasting. And in 2026, Joyce DeWitt is 76. She remains a living link to that era. Older now, yes, but still forever. Janet, the steady heart inside television's most chaotic apartment. Larry Dallas was the neighbor your parents warned you about, and the one your younger self couldn't stop watching. Richard Klein, born April 29, 1944 in New York City, was 33 when he swaggered into Three's Company with open shirts, too much confidence, and the kind of charm that always came with consequences. Larry was the eternal bachelor, scheming, flirting, chasing the next thrill. Yet somehow, when it really mattered, he'd show up for Jack like a brother who dragged you into trouble but wouldn't leave you there. Klein's gift was timing. He took what could have been a stereotype and made it a character. The raised eyebrow, the conspiratorial whisper, the sudden panic when his plan collapsed like a cheap suit. Larry didn't just add laughs, he expanded the show's world, turning the Regal Beagle and the hallway outside that apartment into a revolving stage for temptation and disaster. After Three's Company, Klein kept working across television, theater, and directing. Quiet longevity, the kind that defines true professionals. And in 2026, Richard Klein is 81. The hair is grayer, the years are heavier, but if you listen closely, that you can still hear the studio audience waiting because Larry's knock on the door always promised one thing: trouble was back. Ralph Furley entered the series like a walking exclamation point. Loud patterns, popped collars, and confidence that never matched reality. Don Knotts, born July 21, 1924, in Morgantown, West Virginia, joined in 1979 at 55, replacing the Ropers and somehow making the transition feel like a new kind of firework. Furley was convinced he understood youth culture and romance, yet his grasp of both was hilariously off. Knotts wasn't just funny, he was precision. A comedy legend already, he brought decades of craft to every shocked reaction and nervous pause. And beneath the big suit and big gestures, there was vulnerability. Like Furley was performing confidence because he needed it. See, not because he had it. That emotional undertone is why his character lasted in memory. He wasn't just a gag machine, he was human. Knotts continued working after the show, but age and health took their toll, as they do for even the brightest talents. On February 24, 2006, he died at 81 from pulmonary and respiratory complications. For fans, it felt like losing a favorite uncle, the one who walked in too loud, misunderstood everything, and somehow made life feel lighter. Terry Alden arrived at a delicate moment, walking into a trio audiences already loved and making it feel whole again. Priscilla Barnes, born in Fort Dix, New Jersey, joined in 1981 at 28, bringing a calmer, more mature energy without losing the show's farcical engine. Terry was capable, a nurse who could handle emergencies at work and disasters at home with the same steady gaze. That steadiness mattered. It let the comedy bounce off her in a new way, giving Jack's chaos something stronger to crash against. Barnes threaded a fine needle. Terry was smart and competent, yet still got swept into the show's bedroom mix-ups and door-slamming mayhem. For many fans who discovered the series in reruns, Terry feels essential, proof the show could evolve and still sparkle. Afterward, Barnes kept working steadily, including film roles that showed another side of her screen presence. In 2026, Priscilla Barnes is 72 to 73. Sources vary on her exact birth year. What doesn't vary is her impact. She proved that stepping into an iconic role late in a show's run isn't about imitation. It's about finding your own rhythm and making the audience believe all over again. Helen Roper was impossible to miss. Flaming hair, bold caftans, and a heartbreak disguised as punchlines. Audra Lindley, born September 24, 1918 in Los Angeles, California, was 58 when she first appeared in 1976, a year before Three's Company officially launched. Helen's jokes about Stanley's lack of affection were funny on the surface, but Lindley filled them with a sting, like laughter was the only way she could survive disappointment. That's why Helen mattered. She wasn't just the landlord's wife. She was a portrait of a woman who wanted romance and attention in a marriage that had gone quiet. And audiences recognized that truth immediately. It carried into the Ropers' spin-off, where Lindley kept balancing comedy with that subtle ache. Off-screen, she kept working through an industry not always kind to older actresses, yet she showed up, scene after scene, making every line land. On October 16, 1997, Lindley died at 79 from leukemia. And somehow, that makes Helen's story hit harder. The woman who begged to be noticed left behind a legacy that still gets noticed, because her laughter always carried a shadow of longing that felt painfully real. Stanley Roper was every suspicious landlord and grumbling husband rolled into one, and somehow we loved him for it. Norman Fell, born March 24, 1924 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was 52 when he took on the role in 1976. Stanley was cheap, judgmental, and then deeply uncomfortable with a world changing faster than he could process. but Fell's dry delivery made every muttered aside feel like a punchline sharpened on stone. What made Stanley work was the relationship. Opposite Audra Lindley, Fell played a man who dodged affection like it was a chore. Yet the dynamic was so specific, so consistent, it became iconic. Together, the Ropers weren't just comedy. They were a miniature sitcom inside the sitcom, complete with their own sad little truths beneath the jokes. Their popularity earned a spin-off, and Fell refined Stanley into a figure audiences could quote with a single raised eyebrow. After the show, Fell kept working, then faced illness away from the spotlight. On December 14, 1998, he died at 74 from bone marrow cancer. For fans, it felt like saying goodbye to the grumpy man downstairs, the one who complained about everything, while quietly becoming part of the neighborhood you never wanted to lose. Cindy Snow bounded into the apartment like a tall, sunny question mark. Sweet, nervous, and one clumsy step away from disaster. Jenna Lee Harrison, born June 12, 1958, was just 22 when she joined in 1980 as Chrissy's cousin. It was one of the most scrutinized seats on television, and Harrison had to do the hardest thing: arrive after the audience had already fallen in love with the original dynamic. Cindy wasn't Chrissy. She was her own kind of chaotic. Accident-prone, eager to please, constantly terrified of messing things up, which only made her mess things up more. Harrison leaned into physical comedy and open-hearted vulnerability, it making Cindy feel like a real young woman trying to survive adult life with a smile. Even though she stayed only 2 seasons, she left an imprint, especially for viewers who saw themselves in her anxious sincerity. After leaving the show, Harrison found success elsewhere and later stepped back from the spotlight. In 2026, Jenna Lee Harrison is 67, and in reruns, Cindy still feels like that moment of youthful bravery, walking into a famous room, trying your best, and somehow making the audience laugh anyway. Lana Shields arrived like a storm Jack Tripper never learned to predict, glamorous, older, and absolutely determined to get his attention. Ann Wedgeworth, born January 21, 1934, in Abilene, Texas, joined in season 4 at 45, flipping the usual sitcom script. Jack wasn't chasing a woman, he was trying to survive one. Ma Wedgeworth played Lana with a bold mix of sensuality and comedy, refusing to make her a caricature. Lana wasn't embarrassed by desire. She owned it, and that confidence made Jack's panic even funnier, because it felt earned. Though she appeared for a limited run, she became unforgettable. Big hair, bigger personality, and a comic certainty that she belonged in every room she entered. Outside the series, Wedgeworth built a long, respected career across film, television, and theater. Then time and illness forced her to slow down. On November 16, 2017, she died at 83 after a long illness. Watching those episodes now, her scenes feel like sparks, brief, bright, and gone too quickly, leaving behind the kind of laughter that hits a little different when you know it didn't last forever. Mike at the Regal Beagle didn't need big storylines to matter. He was the calm witness, the friendly, grounded presence behind the bar while everyone else's lives spun into comedic disaster. Brad Bladel, born March 15, 1949, in Baltimore, Maryland, played Mike in his early 30s, making the Beagle feel like a real neighborhood hangout, not just a set. That's the quiet power of supporting roles. A character like Mike gives the world texture. While Jack, Janet, and their orbit of chaos slammed doors and swapped misunderstandings, Mike stayed steady, pouring drinks, wiping counters, watching it all like a man who'd seen every kind of human mess and learned to smile through it. Bladel's low-key style balanced the sitcom's intensity, giving viewers a place to breathe between storms. Outside the show, he worked steadily in television, often adding authenticity in small doses, exactly the kind of career many working actors build over decades. Then illness arrived, far more serious than any sitcom mishap. On December 26, 2018, Bladel died at 69 from lung cancer. For fans who remember him, the sadness is quiet, but real. Even the people in the background had full lives, and endings the laugh track never warned us about. Dean Travers was pure intimidation, stern posture, clipped delivery, and an uncanny ability to appear at the worst possible moment. William Pearson, born July 17, 1926 in Brooklyn, New York, was 51 when he played the dean of Jack's cooking school. In a show driven by misunderstandings, the dean raised the stakes, because this wasn't romance trouble or landlord trouble. This was Jack's future. Pearson understood how to play authority without overplaying it. He didn't chase laughs. He created pressure, and Jack's panic did the rest. That's why his scenes worked. The comedy came from collision, Jack's nervous energy smashing into a man who wasn't amused. Pearson also carried the weight of an older generation of actors, disciplined, theater-honed, able to make even brief appearances feel like real obstacles. And his career stretched across decades of film and television, including respected work long before Three's Company. In later years, he faced health challenges, and on August 27, 2004, he died at 78 from respiratory failure. For fans, Dean Travers remains the reminder that beneath the sitcom's silliness, Jack was chasing something real. And sometimes the scariest villain was a man with a clipboard and a disapproving stare. Reverend Luther Snow was the embodiment of every worried parent watching the late 70s loosen its collar, devout, stern, and deeply uneasy about his daughter's living situation. Peter Mark Richmond, born April 16, 1927, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was 51 when he appeared as Chrissy's minister father. His visits brought a different kind of tension. Moral outrage colliding with breezy sitcom chaos, for forcing Jack and the others into frantic performances to keep the truth hidden. Richmond played the role with gravity, but he never made it cruel. Beneath the sternness was love, an older man trying to protect his child in a world he didn't understand. That's why the character lands. He isn't just an obstacle, he's a portrait of generational divide, played with enough sincerity to feel real. Outside the show, Richmond built a long, varied career across classic television, showing up again and again as the kind of performer who could elevate any scene with presence alone. On January 14, 2021, he died at 93 from natural causes. And in the memories of Three's Company, his Reverend Snow remains a reminder. Sometimes the funniest misunderstandings are built on the deepest truths. Family, fear, and love expressed in the wrong language. Frank Angelino was the boss every young dreamer fears and secretly needs. He didn't care about excuses, didn't soften his standards, and never handed out praise like it was free bread. Played by Jordan Charney, born April 1, 1937 in New York City, he was 42 when he stepped into the role of Angelino's tough, demanding restaurateur. What made Frank Angelino matter is what he did for Jack Tripper's story. Inside the apartment, Jack's life was all misunderstandings and frantic cover-ups. But in Angelino's kitchen, comedy gained weight. Here, mistakes had consequences. Charney played Angelino as sharp-edged and impatient, but not cruel. More like a man who'd earned every inch of authority the hard way. Beneath the bark, you could sense something almost honorable, a respect for real effort, and a quiet belief that talent should be pushed until it becomes discipline. Jordan Charney spent decades as a dependable character actor across television, often the kind of presence that could turn a small scene into something memorable. Over time, he stepped back from acting and chose a quieter life away from the noise of Hollywood. In 2026, Jordan Charney is 89, a living reminder of an era when character actors didn't need spotlight to leave a mark. And whenever Jack's dream of becoming a chef feels real in reruns, part of that realism comes from Frank Angelino, the man who refused to let the joke be the only thing that mattered. Chrissy Snow was sunshine with pigtails, a giggle, a shrug, and a talent for making ridiculous lines feel strangely wise. Suzanne Summers, born October 16, 1946 in San Bruno, California, was 31 when Three's Company began. Chrissy was the dumb blonde on paper, but Summers infused her with innocence, joy, and razor-sharp comic timing. The breathy laugh, the wide-eyed logic, she turned simple moments into catchphrases embedded in pop culture. Her importance wasn't just popularity. Summers helped set the show's chemical balance. Chrissy's sweetness softened the farce, making the trio feel like a family even when the lies piled up. But behind the scenes, success turned complicated. A contract dispute led to her abrupt exit, a painful public reminder that Hollywood often punishes the people bold enough to demand their worth. Summers reinvented herself, author, businesswoman, wellness personality, remaining highly visible for decades. Then came the long fight with breast cancer. On October 15, 2023, one day shy of her 77th birthday, she died. For fans, it felt like a neon sign dimming from TV's golden age, yet Chrissy's laugh still echoes in reruns, bright enough to outlast the room that first heard it. We still laugh when Jack falls, when the hallway erupts, when the Beagle fills with trouble. But now we know the price some of those smiles carried. Many of these performers left us through illness, sudden emergencies, and quiet battles fought far from the spotlight. Yet every rerun keeps them close. If their work ever brightened your day, remember their names and press play one more time. Welcome back to Classic Hollywood TV. Behind the bright colors and playful pow of Batman, 1966, there lived a cast of seasoned performers, stage-trained, studio-shaped, and forever tied to Gotham's strange charm. Some enjoyed long, graceful curtain calls, others left with heartbreak far too soon. Tonight, we honor the faces behind the legend, one by one. In the mid-1960s, television rarely asked its heroes to wink at the audience and still feel heroic. But Adam West, born September 19, 1928, in Walla Walla, Washington, did exactly that. At 38, he stepped into the cape and cowl and turned Batman into something unforgettable. A fearless protector with a bright moral compass, a sharp mind, and a refusal to cross the line into lethal justice. Ned West played Batman with clean confidence, like a classic leading man placed inside a comic book world. The performance mattered because it made superhero storytelling feel accessible to families, while quietly defining a tone pop culture still echoes today. After the series, he kept working steadily across film, television, and voice roles, proving he wasn't just a costume, he was a craft. Adam West passed away on June 9, 2017, at 88, following a brief battle with leukemia. Yet whenever Gotham is remembered with a smile, his Batman still stands tall, bright, brave, and timeless. Some performances don't shout. They steady the entire room. Alan Napier, born January 7, 1903, in London. England was 63 when he became Alfred Pennyworth in 1966, carrying the poise of old theater and the quiet authority of classic screen gentlemen. His Alfred wasn't merely a butler. He was the unseen backbone of Wayne Manor, the calm presence behind the mask, the keeper of secrets, the gentle voice of reason when Gotham grew loud. In a show filled with flamboyant villains and bright spectacle, Napier gave the series its sense of home, dignity, warmth, and a faint knowing humor that made the fantasy feel strangely real. Beyond Batman, he built a long career across film and television, one of those steady working actors who elevated every scene by simply being exact. Alan Napier passed away on August 8, 1988 at 85 due to cancer, and still, his Alfred lingers like a lamp left on in an old mansion, soft-spoken, faithful, unforgettable. Gotham needed a straight line in a crooked world, someone who made the bat phone feel like official business. Neil Hamilton, born September 9, 1899, in Lynn, Massachusetts, was 67 when he stepped into the role of Commissioner James Gordon in 1966. And with a single, crisp look, he brought order to the show's beautiful chaos. Hamilton's Gordon wasn't flashy, and that was the point. In a series bursting with theatrical villains and punchline peril, he anchored the stakes. He played Gordon like a classic studio professional, disciplined, urgent, always trying to keep a city from tipping over the edge. Each call for Batman wasn't superstition, it was strategy. That sense of procedural rhythm helped the series feel like more than a gag. It gave the adventures a spine. Before Batman, the Hamiltons' career stretched across film and television, the kind of steady longevity that defined an era of working actors. He passed away on September 24, 1984, at 85 due to natural causes. Yet in every shot where Gotham's authorities look up at the signal in the sky, his Gordon is still there, faithful, determined, and quietly heroic. Every world needs a human touch, someone who brings warmth to the seriousness. Stafford Rep, born April 26, 1918 in San Francisco, California, was 48 when he became Chief O'Hara in 1966. And he played him with a kind of earnest clumsiness that made Gotham feel lived in, not just performed. Reps O'Hara wasn't a master detective. He was a loyal presence, often a step behind the madness, trying his best to keep up with criminals who seemed to arrive from a circus of nightmares. Well, and that's why he worked. He added contrast. Beside Batman's calm precision and Gordon's authority, O'Hara felt like the everyday cop caught in an extraordinary world. His sincerity made the humor gentler, less mocking, more affectionate. Outside Batman, Rep worked across television and film for more than 3 decades, one of those familiar faces audiences trusted without even realizing why. He passed away on October 5, 1974, at 56 due to a heart attack. And still, in Gotham's most colorful corners, his O'Hara remains a reminder that heart, sometimes bumbling, always loyal, belongs in every legend. Some voices don't merely introduce a story, they become its signature. William Dozier, born February 13, 1908, in Omaha, Nebraska, was 58 when his narration helped define Batman in 1966. With perfect timing, that he delivered the show's dramatic commentary like a wry master of ceremonies, half suspense, half wink. Dozier's narration mattered because it shaped the tone. The series walked a tightrope. It needed to feel exciting while still embracing its campy sparkle. His voice stitched those worlds together, giving cliffhangers a pulse, giving punchlines a theatrical flourish. It wasn't just narration, it was rhythm, a metronome that made every episode feel like a comic book come alive. Beyond the microphone, Dozier was also a respected producer and television executive, helping build the machinery that powered an era of American TV. He passed away on April 23, 1991, at 83 due to heart failure. Yet even now, the moment the screen tilts into danger and the music swells, it's easy to hear him again, guiding us back into Gotham with a smile in his voice. Not every character needs a mask to be memorable. Madge Blake, born May 31, 1899 in Klamath Falls, Oregon, was 67 when she played Mrs. Cooper, the Wayne household's warm presence in the 1966 series. She brought a gentle, maternal softness, an everyday comfort inside a mansion filled with secrets. Her Mrs. Cooper often added quiet comedy, not through sharp jokes but through sincerity, like someone trying to keep the house running while extraordinary things kept happening just out of view. In a show that loved spectacle, Blake's grounded sweetness gave the world texture. It reminded viewers that behind the gadgets and capes there was still a home, still routines, still human warmth. Blake built a long career playing kindly, familiar figures, those comforting faces classic Hollywood used to place at the edge of the frame, making a story feel safe even when it wasn't. She passed away on February 19th, 1969, at 69 due to a heart attack. And in the softest corners of Batman, her presence still feels like a lamp left glowing, small, steady, and deeply missed. Some villains terrify, others dazzle, and Cesar Romero did both, with a grin that never seemed to blink. Born February 15, 1907, in New York City, Romero was 59 when he became the Joker in 1966, turning chaos into performance art. Romero's Joker mattered because he set a template: flamboyance as menace, comedy as threat. He didn't play the character like a shadow, he played him like a spotlight, loud with laughter and danger wrapped in color. In the campy universe of the show, that balance was everything. His Joker didn't need realism, he needed presence. And Romero had it, an old-school star's confidence, the kind that fills the screen even when the plot is racing at cartoon speed. With a career spanning film, television, and stage, Romero was already a seasoned performer, and Batman became another jewel in that long Hollywood run. He passed away on January 12, 1994, at 86, due to complications from cancer. Still, every time the Joker is reimagined, you can feel Romero's influence, the reminder that a villain can be terrifying and unforgettable for it. There's a special kind of villainy that arrives with manners and a bite. Burgess Meredith, born November 16, 1907 in Cleveland, Ohio, was 59 when he played the Penguin in 1966, and crafting a criminal mastermind who felt both ridiculous and dangerous at the same time. With his top hat, monocle, and sharp little swagger, Meredith's Penguin became instantly iconic. But what made it work was the performance underneath. The precise diction, the impatient energy, the sense that this man truly believed he belonged at the top of Gotham's underworld. Meredith brought a theatrical intelligence to the role, like a stage actor enjoying every syllable, every scheme, every petty grudge. In a show built for fun, he still made the stakes feel deliciously real. Meredith's career was already distinguished across film, television, and theater, and Batman only added another unforgettable face to his gallery of characters. He passed away on September 9, 1997, at 89, due to complications from cancer. And to this day, so when audiences picture the Penguin with elegance and menace in equal measure, Meredith's shadow still waddles across the screen. Catwoman is a paradox, danger wrapped in elegance, mischief wrapped in romance. Julie Newmar, born August 16, 1933, in Los Angeles, California, was 33 when she became Catwoman in 1966, and with a single look, she made the character legendary. Newmar's performance worked because she understood the dance at the heart of Catwoman, the flirtation with Batman, and the temptation of crime, the playful intelligence behind every move. She didn't just play a villainess, she played a presence. Her Catwoman could charm the room, then steal it. In a show known for bright theatricality, she delivered something rare, stylized acting that still felt personal, like a secret being shared with the audience. Her portrayal helped define Catwoman for generations that followed, proof that this character wasn't only about theft or trouble, but about power, control, and choice. In 2026, Julie Newmar is 92, still celebrated as one of pop culture's most enduring icons. And in the history of Gotham's temptations, her Catwoman remains the standard, timeless, untouchable, unforgettable. Sometimes a recurring face is what makes a fantasy city feel real. James O'Hara, born September 11, 1927, in Dublin, in Ireland, was 39 when he appeared as a policeman in the series. His role wasn't built for spotlight, but it served the world, reinforcing Gotham as a place with working people trying to hold the line. In a show where villains wore themed costumes and crimes unfolded like comic strips, O'Hara's presence brought texture, a uniform, a serious expression, a sense of routine, small details that help the audience believe the city exists beyond the punchlines. That's the quiet power of supporting performers. They don't steal the scene, they support the illusion so the stars can soar. O'Hara worked across a range of television shows and films throughout his career, one of those dependable actors who kept turning up where stories needed structure. He passed away on December 3, 1992, at 65 due to cancer. And even if viewers don't always remember his name, Gotham remembers his function. Proof that legends are built not only by heroes and villains, but by the faces that hold the world together. Gotham's leadership often felt like it was one bad headline away from panic, and that was part of the charm. Byron Keith, born November 26, 1917, in Oklahoma, was in his late 40s when he played Mayor Linseed in 1966. He brought a wonderfully human blend of authority and confusion, like a man constantly trying to keep the city presentable while it slipped into theatrical disaster. Keith's mayor mattered because he amplified the show's comedy without breaking its internal logic. He wasn't a cartoon, he was a civic official trapped in a comic book. That tension, serious responsibility, these absurd circumstances, made scenes with Gotham's leadership feel like a satire of real-world bureaucracy, delivered with a light touch. Keith played it clean, letting the chaos swirl around him while he tried to stand upright in the storm. Before Batman, he built a diverse career in film and television, another steady worker in the golden machinery of classic entertainment. Byron Keith passed away on January 19, 1996, at 78, due to cancer. And in Gotham's history, his mayor remains a reminder. Sometimes the funniest character is the one trying, desperately, to be sensible. The Riddler isn't just a criminal. He's a performance, a mind that can't resist an audience. Frank Gorshin, born April 5, 1933 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, was 33 when he played the Riddler in 1966, unleashing a whirlwind of energy that made every scene crackle. Gorshin's Riddler mattered because he turned puzzles into personality. He didn't simply commit crimes, he staged them, leaving clues like invitations to a duel. His manic enthusiasm became the character's signature, blending comedy with a restless edge that kept Batman and Robin perpetually off balance. In a show defined by bright exaggeration, Gorshin stood out by pushing intensity right to the limit, then smiling as if it was all a game. Before and beyond the role, he worked extensively across television, film, and theater, demonstrating the kind of versatility that classic-era performers wore like a badge. He passed away on May 17, 2005, at 72 due to lung cancer. Yet the spirit of his performance still lives in every modern Riddler, proof that intellect can be a weapon and a spectacle. Some villains feel invented. King Tut felt possessed. Victor Buono, born February 3, 1938 in San Diego, California, was 28 when he played King Tut in 1966, a character who begins as a professor of archaeology, then tumbles into delusion, believing himself to be an ancient pharaoh reborn. Buono made it work by committing fully. He brought a theatrical grandeur to the role, comic on the surface, strangely intense underneath. That balance is hard. Play it too lightly and it becomes forgettable. Play it too seriously and it collapses. Buono walked the line, making King Tut one of the series' most memorable creations. He didn't just wear the costume, he inhabited it, as if the past had truly crawled into Gotham and demanded a throne. Before Batman, Buono had already found success playing larger-than-life characters in film and television. He passed away on January 1st, 1982, at just 43, due to a heart attack. And there's something haunting in that, because his King Tut still feels like a performer at full power, frozen in time mid-declaration, forever ruling a kingdom of pure television imagination. Even Gotham's prisons needed personalities, and Warden Crichton gave the system a face. David Lewis, born October 19, 1916, was 50 when he played the stern, sometimes befuddled warden in 1966. In a show built on flamboyance, Lewis offered something different. Authority with a hint of comic frustration, as if he couldn't believe these villains required this much paperwork. His performance added texture to Gotham's institutions. Not every scene could be rooftops and riddles. Someone had to represent the real world, struggling to contain theatrical crime. Lewis delivered that with crisp seriousness, then allowed the absurdity to break through just enough to fit the show's tone. It's a classic supporting skill. Hold the frame steady while the madness dances. Lewis's career stretched across television and film, with work on notable series including Perry Mason, a resume that speaks to long-term reliability. He passed away on December 11, 2000, at 84, due to cancer. And if Gotham is a city of masks, his warden reminds us of something equally memorable: the weary face of authority trying to keep the chaos locked up. When Vincent Price enters a scene, and the air changes, suddenly everything feels more theatrical, more deliciously dangerous. Born May 27, 1911, in St. Louis, Missouri, Price was 55 when he played Egghead in 1966, turning an absurd concept into pure entertainment. Egghead's egg-obsessed schemes could have been a one-note joke. Price refused that. He delivered the character with elegant menace and sparkling wit, like a villain hosting a grand dinner party where the knives just happened to be sharpened. His distinctive voice, impeccable timing, and classic screen presence elevated every line, making Egghead feel like a real threat in Gotham's cartoon universe. This was Price's gift. He could make the unbelievable feel inevitable. Already a legend for his work in horror and suspense, Price used Batman to show his versatility, proof that a master performer can treat comedy with the same seriousness as terror. He passed away on October 25, 1993, at 82, due to lung cancer. And in the memory of Gotham's strangest crimes, his Egghead remains a perfect reminder. Sometimes the most ridiculous villain is the one played with the most dignity. Some guest villains arrive like a gust of perfume, elegant, sharp, and unmistakably dangerous. Ann Baxter, born May 7, 1923, in Michigan City, Indiana, was 43 when she played Olga in 1967, bringing classic Hollywood sophistication into Gotham's playful world. Baxter's screen presence did something crucial. It reminded audiences that Batman wasn't only camp. It was also a stage where serious talent could have fun. Her Olga was poised and calculating, and a criminal mastermind who didn't need volume to feel threatening. She carried herself like someone who had walked through bigger stories before, because she had. Baxter's career included landmark films like All About Eve and The Ten Commandments, and that pedigree showed in every controlled gesture. In the world of Batman, Olga stands out because Baxter played her as a real person inside the fantasy. A woman with intelligence, ambition, and a steady gaze that didn't blink. Ann Baxter passed away on December 12, 1985, at 62, due to a stroke. Yet her appearance remains a small but shining bridge between classic cinema and pop television. Proof that true movie star gravity can tilt even Gotham's brightest scenes. Not every role is large, but the right face can still become part of a show's fabric. Al Wyatt Sr., born May 7th, at 1917 in Mayfield, Kentucky, was 49 when he appeared as Chilblains, a member of King Tut's crew. It's a small part, but in Batman, even the minor characters helped build the carnival atmosphere of Gotham's underworld. Wyatt's chilblains worked as texture, another unmistakable piece of the villain ecosystem. These henchmen weren't just background bodies, they were punctuation marks in the show's style, adding comic relief, movement, and a sense that every villain had a court behind them. Wyatt played his moment cleanly, helping the scene land the way it was designed to land, fast, colorful, and memorable. Like many character actors of the era, Wyatt appeared across numerous television series, moving from show to show as a familiar professional presence. He passed away on August 13, 1992, at 75, due to natural causes. And while chilblains may not headline the legend, he represents something essential: how classic television was built brick by working actors who made even the smallest corners of Gotham feel alive. Some villains don't just steal jewels, they steal the spotlight. Carolyn Jones, born April 28, 1930, in Amarillo, Texas, was 36 when she played Marcia, Queen of Diamonds, a glamorous jewel thief who used charm as a weapon and elegance as camouflage. Jones brought a sleek polish to Gotham's rogues gallery. Her Marcia fit the show's playful tone, but she also carried a real sense of screen sophistication, like someone who could step out of a classic drama and still dominate a comic book caper. That's why she stands out. The performance wasn't just about villainy, it was about style. The way she held a scene, and the way she weaponized beauty without losing control. Those details gave Marcia a lasting imprint, even among bigger names. Jones was already beloved for her work on The Addams Family and other television roles, a performer whose presence audiences instantly recognized. She passed away on August 3, 1983, at 53 due to cancer. And in the glittering memory of Gotham's most elegant crimes, her Queen of Diamonds still shines, proof that sometimes a guest appearance can feel like a crown. Every classic duo needs a spark, someone who turns danger into momentum. Burt Ward, born July 6, 1945 in Los Angeles, California, was only 21 when he became Robin the Boy Wonder. His Robin wasn't just a sidekick. Then he was the show's rush of adrenaline, wide-eyed courage, quick thinking, and those iconic exclamations that made each cliffhanger feel like a carnival ride. Holy smokes, Batman! Ward's performance helped define superhero partnership for a generation, loyalty as a superpower, optimism as armor. In a series built on bold color and playful chaos, he brought sincerity, never mocking the material,